Chichi. Platform, can you hear me?
Hi, Maria. Can you hear you loud and clear?
Speakers, mic, can you hear me?
Also very clear.
Thank you, Regulator.
Speaker mic 1C.
Recording stopped.
Madam Deputy Speaker,
Recording in progress.
There will now be a moment of silence for prayer or meditation. Thank you. You may be seated. Honourable members, please take your seats. Honourable members, the first item on the order paper is a debate on an urgent matter of national importance in terms of Rule 130 in the name of Mr. K J Mileham on the recent decision by the National Energy Regulator of South Africa, NERSA, to grant Eskom's application to retrospectively recover 8 billion rand for the 2021-22 financial year. I now recognise the Honourable Mileham.
Deputy Speaker, as of today, we have had 178 days without the scourge of load shedding. And while this is something to be celebrated, it is not right that we consider this to be exceptional. It should be the norm. Right now, a further 900,000 households are subjected to up to 4 hours of load reduction daily. Essentially, this is load shedding by another name. I raise this because it is Eskom's policies and practices that have an enormous effect both on ordinary citizens and our economy. One of the most severe impacts is that of electricity pricing. It is often claimed that South Africa has some of the cheapest electricity in the world. That is no longer the case. Our electricity prices now place us well amongst the top 50% of electricity globally. Electricity prices in South Africa have risen more than 945% over the past 17 years, far outstripping inflation. To put this in perspective, an average household using 350 kilowatt hours of electricity in 2007 would have paid just 69.30 Rand. Today, they are paying 724.50 Rand. And Eskom is requesting an increase of between 36 and 43% on top of that. So that same household can expect to pay more than 1,000 Rand this time next year. It should therefore be no surprise that more than 80,000 South Africans, in fact, it's now more than 100,000 South Africans, have signed an online petition to say no to Eskom's exorbitant demands for electricity price increases. NERSA, the energy regulator of South Africa, has already approved an 8 billion rand recovery by Eskom as part of its regulatory clearing account, or RCA determination. The RCA is a mechanism that allows Eskom to recover variances between projected and actual costs. It is intended to ensure that Eskom can cover unforeseen expenses and maintain financial stability. This amounts to a further 4% on the current tariffs in the coming financial year. There can be no doubt that the RCA adjustments are complex and not easily understood by consumers and businesses who are just expected to cough up. Additionally, it incentivizes inefficiencies within Eskom. There's little motivation on the part of the utility to manage its costs and revenues effectively when under-recovery in prior years can be made up by charging consumers and businesses more in the next financial year. Eskom's ongoing reliance on RCA adjustments suggests that there are systemic issues within the organization that are not being addressed. But we cannot discuss the implications of tariff increases by only looking at the RCA adjustment. When NERSA considers its multi-year pricing determination for Eskom tariffs, a large proportion of the increase is based on what is called the regulatory asset base. This represents the value of Eskom's assets used in electricity generation, transmission, and distribution. It is a critical factor as it is the single largest component of Eskom's allowable revenue and consequently the tariffs. Concerns have been expressed about the overvaluation of Eskom's tariffs, which artificially inflates the RAB and leads to higher tariffs. This overvaluation is estimated to be in the region of 500 billion rand. An example of this are the corruption and cost overruns of Medupi and Kusile, which ran more than 154 and 146 billion rand over budget respectively. These overruns have been attributed to various factors, including design flaws, corruption, and delays. In other words, Eskom inefficiency. Now, last week, NERSA confirmed that it does seek to take inefficiencies out of the tariff determination. But then, in an astounding about-face, in the very same presentation, the regulator stated that debt servicing costs, which include those self-same overruns and inefficiencies, were still part of the tariff determination. It's a well-known fact that Eskom carries some 400 billion rand in debt, and it is its customers who are paying the costs of that, even when it is its own internal issues that have caused the problem in the first place. Over the past 10 years, Eskom received approximately 242 billion rand in bailouts from the national government. This included various financial support packages aimed at stabilizing the utilities operations and addressing its debt issues. And for the next 10 years, Eskom is set to receive a further 254 billion in debt relief. That's R500 billion to prop up an entity that has a near monopoly on South Africa's electricity supply. What this means is that taxpayers are paying twice for Eskom's poor decisions. Firstly, they pay in the form of bailouts, and then they pay again when they buy their electricity. Minister Ramokgopa often refers to the energy trilemma. This relates to the challenges of balancing three key aspects of energy policy, namely energy security, energy sustainability, and energy affordability. Put simply, energy security is about ensuring a reliable and uninterrupted supply of electricity. Energy sustainability is about reducing the environmental impact of energy production and consumption, usually by transitioning to renewable energy sources such as wind, solar, and hydro. Most relevant to today's debate, however, is energy affordability. The energy trilemma impacts significantly on electricity pricing. From an energy security perspective, our aging infrastructure and frequent load shedding have necessitated substantial investments in maintenance and upgrades. These costs have been passed on through higher tariffs and bailouts. The transition to cleaner, more sustainable energy sources requires significant upfront investment. While this shift is crucial for reducing greenhouse gas emissions, even the upgrades to existing generation plants have resulted in large financial outlays and more expensive electricity. And from an energy affordability viewpoint, rising electricity prices disproportionately affect low-income households, making it harder for them to afford basic electricity needs. Today, you're going to hear certain members blame the rising costs of electricity on the increased usage of renewables. This is disingenuous. It is a fact that the earlier bid windows of the Renewable Energy Independent Power Producers Procurement Program, in the earlier bid windows, renewables were more expensive than fossil fuels. However, that is no longer true. And from bid window 5 onwards, the cost of electricity from these independent power producers has been lower than that of coal. This was confirmed last week by the Minister of Electricity and NERSA. Others will suggest hypocritically that the rising cost of generation at Eskom is linked to the increased cost of coal. It's a matter of public record that the optimum coal Tegeta deal, for which Eskom forked out 586 million rand in upfront prepayments so that the Gupta-linked company could purchase Optimum Coal Mine, resulted in Tegeta supplying coal that was substandard and did not meet Eskom's requirements. This impacted on the operational efficiency and maintenance of the coal-fired power plants and may have worsened the effects of load shedding and further exacerbated the financial crisis which has ensued, thereby increasing the cost of electricity. Minister, the reality is the electricity pricing policy is decades out of date. NERSA's methodologies are inadequate, and the regulator does not heed the advice of their internal electricity experts. Furthermore, they are slow to respond to a changing, diversifying, and competitive electricity market. As the DA, we today call for an urgent review of how our electricity sector is structured, a clear picture of what the role of the National Transmission Company is in terms of procuring electricity and where Eskom fits into that picture. We need to have a dialogue on how NERSA determines the tariffs and what can be done to foster greater transparency. And we need to ensure that those tariffs are implementable and can withstand rigorous scrutiny. For far too long, the tensions between NERSA and Eskom have resulted in court cases, disputes, and rulings that have ended up costing you and I and every member of the public more. It has now reached the point where ordinary South Africans are being forced to choose between having electricity or putting food on the table, between having petrol in their car or power in their home. As Parliament and as government, we need to be doing everything we can to make electricity more affordable. The Democratic Alliance will not allow these tariff increases to stand unchallenged. We will fight for the right of every South African to have access to affordable electricity. Thank you.
The next speaker on the speakers list is the Honourable Mbana.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Deputy Speaker, we have to put facts here, not wishes. Understanding as the ANC that electricity tariffs are very high. But let me get into this. The dominant market position of Eskom and the constant regulatory intervention by the National Energy Regulator of South Africa, that is NERSA, to control electricity price has always caused political tensions between parties, like it is now, that are trying to defend the electricity market from politically motivated interference by the state and those that wish to retain state regulation and control over the electricity market. Parties that support free electricity market raise an unjustifiable concern that the escalating parties' electricity tariffs, in addition to the proposed 36.15% tariff increase for 2025 and 2026 financial year, reflect the existence of very high levels of inefficiencies in the electricity market, implying that both Eskom and NERSA are the best in precise and at worst spectacular failures of state intervention. Contrary to what is commonly believed amongst parties that support a free electricity market, the current revenue-based methodology, commonly known as the multiple year price market determination, and its amended regulatory clearing account was in fact a good methodology to determine Eskom's revenue allowance when it was introduced, given the stage of development in which Eskom and electricity market were at that time. More crucially, MyPet, that is the methodology, is framed by the posture informing the Electricity Regulation Act and the electricity pricing policy, as the minister during this week was continuously saying that we definitely have to review the policy, that is the electricity policy. So that is all known. Or better put, the Electricity Regulation Act and the electricity pricing policy provide the rationale for the MyPet methodology. And in turn, Eskom and NERSA use this methodology as the main source of their legitimacy. The implication here is that policy making rather than Eskom and NERSA accounts for these escalating electricity tariffs, thereby necessitating the need to amend and review the electricity regulation and the electricity pricing policy. I repeat that one. In short, despite the many distortions, NERSA has the technical competence and analytic capacity to regulate electricity tariffs that are economically desirable and economically desirable electricity tariffs at lower levels are politically impossible to deliver due to the policy misalignments that require extensive and requisite reforms. The first reason is that my pet methodology falsely presumes that NERSA has control over the two components of revenue, namely price and cost. NERSA can, by effectively guarantee Eskom revenue allowance based on setting an average electricity tariffs forecast sales. Whilst NERSA uses a return on asset formula to determine what Eskom can claim for cost to run coal, which already coal during the week was said that we understand that we are having high prices of the coal, and the minister answered on that. Eskom anticipated revenue allowance is unrealistic collectible due to the escalating municipal area debt, which has reached uncomfortably high levels, resulting in a revenue shortfall to cover Eskom planned expenditure and current operating. NERSA is compelled to fulfill its promised revenue allowance by allowing Eskom to recover 8 billion through its regulatory clearing account for the 2021-2022 financial year, thereby translating into 4% electricity tariff increase, which can be recovered during 2025 and 2026 financial year or in future. NERSA's failure to fulfill Eskom promised revenue allowance often triggers the national utility to approach the courts for relief, since the development of my pet methodology is not aligned with the status of the law or binding to courts. The second reason is that the MyPet methodology lumps together utility cost across the generation, transmission, and distribution values chain to determine Eskom's revenue allowance, which is then divided, forecast, volume sales to set an average electricity tariff. This average of cost inherent the methodology is inconsistent with the actual cost incurred by Eskom, and thereby limits the social benefits of electricity use and undermines the policy intention of affordable access to electricity, since the methodology socializes all costs, resulting in average electricity tariffs that are too high for the poor and working class household. Not surprisingly, the methodology not only sends incorrect tariff signals to Eskom and end users, but also falls short in providing stable electricity tariff. The Eskom Debt Relief Act 2023 provides relief of 254 billion towards Eskom debt servicing cost in case in point. Energy studies analyze the escalating electricity tariffs, confirms that the operation of the electricity distribution value chain undermines the government's goal of energy justice and affordable access to electricity. In short, the electricity distribution value chain is the final arbiter of who is included and excluded from electricity. The bottom line is that municipalities pay more compared to those that are directly buying electricity from Eskom state. In short, rest on several fundamentally flawed propositions. For example, whilst Eskom increases its electricity tariffs from 1st April, it can only increase tariffs to municipality on July due to the requirements of the MFMA. In turn, this lag leads to under-recovery by Eskom from sales to municipality, which requires a higher bulk tariff increase to municipality, since the outstanding revenue must be recovered within 9 or 12 months period. Consequently, the cycle of rising municipality tariffs ensues, thereby creating incentives for throughout the society. In summary, whilst the ANC sympathizes with popular resentment against electricity tariff increases and is combined to finding useful solutions to this crisis, the party does not independent and competent regulator. Moreover, parties in parliament like DA, they refrain from indirectly lobbying NERSA, as this may be particularly risky, as we do not want the electricity industry, which is being reformed, to be too weak and too prone to captured by vested. And unfortunate thing is that the member that was just here previously know exactly what is it that is happening in terms of this methodology that has been used by NERSA and Eskom. Thank you very much.
I now invite the Honourable Molefe.
Ke go dumedise Motlatsa Somlomo. Hide nothing from the masses of our people. Expose lies whenever they are told. Mask no difficulties, mistakes, or failures. Always bear in mind that the people are not fighting for ideas, for the things in anyone's head. They are fighting to win material benefits, to live better and in peace, to see their lives go forward, to guarantee the future of their children. That is what was said by Amilcar Cabral. Eskom has requested for an 8 billion rand clawback from the revenue determination that NERSA had previously approved. This clawback has been approved by NERSA. By doing so, NERSA has acknowledged that its previous estimation of Eskom revenue is different from the actual outcome of revenue from Eskom's operations. The accounting profession calls this a budget variance. Statisticians call it an estimation or a prediction error. What we are considering today is whether a prediction error of 8 billion rand is acceptable or not. The Umkhonto weSizwe Party's view is that a variance or prediction error of 8 billion rand is not a trivial matter. In fact, it does not qualify to be called an error. It is a fundamental error in estimation. It points to a fundamental flaw in the revenue estimation model of NERSA. More importantly, it points to the fundamental flaw in the operating model of Eskom. We all know that the single biggest expenditure item in Eskom's books is the cost of primary energy. We also know that the biggest source of energy in South Africa is coal. About 85% of energy comes from coal by the amount of energy that is produced. However, by value, in rand terms, coal is 90% in NERSA's revenue determination model. So if you tamper with any of the other things, you're not doing anything. You have to go to the source, which is coal. This means that the price at which Eskom purchases the coal has a direct bearing on Eskom's cost and therefore the price of electricity that the consumer pays. Eskom, as a large consumer of coal with numerous suppliers, has the ability to negotiate, at least in theory, the ability to negotiate in its favor the price at which it purchases coal. This, in theory, makes Eskom
Honourable
a
Member at the
quasi-regulator of the price
Honourable
of coal.
Member at the podium, could you please take your seat? There's a point of order. Honourable Mileham.
Madam Deputy Speaker, would the honourable member take a question?
Honourable Molefe, are you prepared to take a question?
No, I will not, Madam Deputy
The
Speaker.
member is not prepared to. Please proceed, Honourable Member.
Eskom should not be a price taker in the coal industry. It should rather be a price maker. And yet, And yet, in reality, the opposite is true. Eskom officials rarely stand up to the bullying by rich coal mining companies who do not hesitate to use political and other methods, other forms of pressure to force exorbitant coal prices down the throats of the Eskom officials. The outcome of this is that the resultant high price of electricity is, in fact, a transfer via Eskom and NERSA of money from the clients of Eskom, especially the poor, to the rich coal mining companies that feed their insatiable appetite for profit. To put it crudely, Eskom and NERSA are just conduits which extract money from South African citizens, especially the poor who are surviving on minimum starvation wages, to give to the rich coal mining companies. The 8 billion approval that NERSA has approved and about which we are today clutching at each other's throats is, in simple terms, money that NERSA as a conduit will be taking from the poor working class South Africans to give to the super rich coal mining companies to feed their thirst for profit. The Umkhonto weSizwe Party believes that it is the price of coal that should be regulated and not the price of electricity. After all, Deputy Madam Speaker, coal is a natural resource that South Africa is endowed with. Government issues the licenses to mine coal and then buys it from the licensed mines through its 100% ownership of Eskom. We believe that South Africans have a right to enjoy the electricity that is generated through Eskom and the coal that is a natural resource. A state-owned company without having to pay the exorbitant prices through a system that is akin to an extortion racket. The cost of renewables are part of allowable revenue in the NERSA price determination model. Although the cost of renewable energy is decreasing, they remain relatively high, and renewable energy sources do not yet have a solution for the problem of their stop-start nature. They are intermittent. The cost of this stop-start nature of renewables in the system is not built into the revenue calculations, but its effects are felt by the consumer. REIPP contracts are designed in a manner that forces Eskom to buy at whatever to buy whatever they produce, and even when they are not needed, and when the system has a surplus energy. Eskom is still forced to buy from the REIPPs. In addition, the National Treasury provides sovereign guarantees in favor of these renewable companies. The National Treasury has promised to pay these companies in the event that Eskom is unable to buy their electricity or pay them. The value of these guarantees to these companies is currently sitting at about 900 billion rand. As the MKP party, we are curious to find out, Deputy Madam Speaker, as to who are those who breathe the air that we breathe, but walk around with sovereign guarantees of 900 billion rand in their back pockets. Perhaps Parliament should initiate an inquiry into the issue of the ballooning of the state's contingent liabilities. The exposure to this risk is not a trivial matter that should be taken lightly. It is an issue that might well end up driving our republic into bankruptcy if we do not ask the difficult questions and seek to fully understand its implications and the motives of those that are driving us into a contingent catastrophe. The NERSA price determination methodology allows for recovery of diesel cost by Eskom, where it is found that the use of diesel was prudent and unavoidable. The open cycle gas turbines at Gorikwa and Ankerleg were, however, designed to also use gas and not diesel. They require a small modification for them to use gas, which is much cheaper than diesel. The decision to make that conversion was taken by management and the board of Eskom many years ago, but never implemented. The cost of diesel can never be prudent as long as Eskom is refusing or unable to convert Ankerlag and Goregwa to allow the use of gas to run turbines. It would appear that there are interests that are served by the use of diesel during load shedding. We do not support the recovery of diesel costs in this process. As the President General of the ANC, Comrade Oliver Reginald Tambo, said in a message to the External Mission in 1971, we who are free to eat and sleep at will, to write, to speak, travel as we please, we who are free to make or break a revolution, let us use our comparative freedom, not to perpetuate the misery of those who suffer, not to give indirect aid to the enemy they fight by withholding our contributions. Thank you.
I now invite the Honourable Bapti to the podium. Honourable members, please take your seats. Honourable Bapti.
Honourable Chair, honourable members, today we address a critical issue of national importance, and that is the electricity tariff hikes, which will force millions to make an impossible choice between food and between electricity. And as representatives of the people, we cannot ignore the devastating impact that these electricity tariff hikes will have on South African households and on South African businesses. They are already struggling under the weight of economic pressure and a cost of living crisis. Now, Eskom's request for a 4% increase, which has been approved by NERSA, totaling some 8 billion, may be concerning on its own. However, a further proposal for 36% in 2025 is nothing short of an attack on the very livelihoods of millions of South African citizens. This debate is not just about balancing Eskom's books. It's about ensuring that electricity remains accessible and affordable for all in this country. Now, municipalities play a crucial role in electricity distribution. They purchase bulk electricity from Eskom, they distribute it to their residents and to their businesses. They rely on that revenue to generate funds for essential services. In well-functioning municipalities, this model works well. We see in the city of Cape Town and municipalities like Midvaal. But unfortunately, it's not the case across the whole of South Africa. Many municipalities are failing to manage their finances responsibly. It leads to escalating debt, and in 2023, municipalities owed Eskom 82 billion rand. Now, this is unsustainable, and it directly contributes to the increasing cost of electricity. Because when municipalities fail or default on payment to Eskom, the utility is left with a shortfall that must be recovered elsewhere. Inevitably, it means that Eskom seeks further tariff hikes, placing the burden on all consumers. And this vicious cycle of mismanagement and rising costs will continue unless we confront the inefficiencies that are crippling our local governments. The proposed 36% increase, if it is approved, will push South Africans into an even deeper crisis. Energy poverty is already a reality for millions, and this increase will force even more households to make that choice between buying electricity and meeting basic needs like food and housing. The DA local government mayors have made it clear in their submissions to NERSA that this proposal is not only unacceptable, it is morally indefensible. Moreover, the rising electricity costs will have a ripple effect across our economy. Businesses, particularly the small and medium businesses, will face skyrocketing operational costs, forcing many of them to close their doors. Unemployment will rise from the already staggering 32.9%, and our local economies will suffer, forcing many people into a life of poverty. So municipal inefficiencies compound this crisis. Many municipalities have failed to maintain accurate financial records. They've neglected their basic maintenance of infrastructure. They're unable to collect revenue for the services that they have provided. And this failure puts increasing pressure on those municipalities to meet the obligations to Eskom and ultimately forces Eskom to raise its tariff, leading to higher costs all round. For example, municipalities must provide NERSA with a cost of supply report to justify their tariffs. Now, in 2023, 101 of the 177 municipalities could not do so, and this led to inaccurate tariff determinations that hurt consumers. But it's essential to highlight that a recent High Court ruling found that NERSA's considerations of municipal electricity tariff increases without the required cost studies was invalid. And the judgment confirms what many have long suspected. NERSA has failed in its regulatory duty to protect consumers from unjustified tariff hikes and to act as an impartial referee in making tariff determinations. Without proper cost studies, municipalities have been allowed to charge random rates, further distorting electricity prices and contributing to the unaffordable increases that we are now facing. This regulatory failure must be urgently addressed. It adds to the inefficiencies and the mismanagement at municipal level, and it adds yet another layer of burden to South Africans. We must demand accountability from both NERSA and from those municipalities to ensure that the process of determining tariffs is transparent, is fair, and based on actual costs. The mismanagement must stop. We cannot continue to tolerate a situation where South Africans are forced to pay more because their local governments are failing to carry out the duties and do the work that is required of them. And it brings us to a fundamental issue, and that is the need for a more competitive energy market. The DA has long advocated for opening up South Africa's energy sector to independent power producers. This will create competition, drive down costs, and hence improve service delivery. Municipalities must be encouraged to incentivize and purchase energy directly from these producers, allowing for a more diversified and resilient energy system. The current monopoly that Eskom has over generation and distribution is no longer tenable. A competitive market will force efficiency, create alternatives for consumers, and alleviate the burden on municipalities and relieve them from what they are currently locked into, and that is a system that is failing them and their residents. Honourable members, we cannot in good conscience accept Eskom's proposed 36% tariff increase. The DA stands firmly against this unjustifiable hike. We will continue to fight it tooth and
Honourable
nail.
Member, your time has expired.
Mayors across the country, thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Honourable Paulson.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And thank you, Honourable Mileham, for sponsoring this debate. I think it's very necessary. What I do find ironic, though, is that where the DA governs the city of Cape Town, residents pay the highest per kilowatt hour of electricity at R3.76 for prepaid customers and R3.48 per kilowatt hour for conventional customers. In addition, here in the city of Cape Town, there's a R252.09 service charge for all properties valued over R1 million. The average household consumes 900 kilowatt hours of electricity per month, costing Cape Townians R3,509.89, including service charges. By comparison, eThekwini municipality charges residents R2.97 per kilowatt hour of electricity, whether they are prepaid or conventional. eThekwini does not burden residents with any additional service charges. For 900 kilowatt hours of electricity, eThekwini residents pay R2,671.44, almost R1,000 cheaper. It costs the municipality between 94 cents per kilowatt hour during off-peak hours and R1.98 for standard times. Municipalities are already making a profit based on what they pay for electricity and what they charge residents. Agbare Mileham, dit word al hoe meer duurder vir arme gesinne om in Kaapstad te oorleef. Baie inwoners moet kies of hulle 'n halwe brood gaan koop of hulle 6 eenhede elektrisiteit gaan koop. Omdat elektrisiteit 'n inset is vir alle goedere en dienste, beteken dit dat lewenskoste vir Kaapenaars baie duurder is as vir ander Suid-Afrikaners. Cape Town implemented a 9.6% tariff increase for 2022-2023 compared to the 7.4% increase approved by NERSA. And for 2023-2024, it implemented a 17.6% hike compared to the approved 15.1%, a whole 2.5% more. For the past 2 years, the city has been quietly litigating at ratepayers' expense against NERSA for court permission to ignore the nationally regulated tariff. In other words, consumers are funding the city's case to be able to charge them extra. If the city of Cape Town loses its court battle, which it will against NERSA, they would have to refund consumers for overcharging them for the past 2 years.
Honourable
The city of
members,
Cape Town did not apply
Order,
for an
members.
interim order to charge a tariff in excess of that approved by NERSA. The unilateral implementation of an unapproved tariff by the city of Cape Town is unlawful and in breach of its distribution license. On this 22nd of August 2024, residents of Lavender Hill here in Cape Town brought traffic to a standstill along Prince George Drive to protest against the high electricity tariffs. Protesters formed the human chain in the middle of the road, stating they have less money to buy food because they are paying more for electricity. This grand coalition between the ANC and the DA suits you because you can be scalloped together. But I'm warning you, Minister, when we revolt simply because for many reasons we can no longer breathe. Eskom initially applied to recover almost 24 billion rand for losses it incurred for the year 2021-2022, but NERSA only approved 8.1 billion rand, still too much. South Africans are now burdened with having to pay for Eskom's past failures and inefficiencies. Eskom's inability to supply reliable and affordable electricity played a huge role in the lack of economic development and job losses. A recent research document published by Professor Harun Borat and Dr. Timothy Kohler of the University of Cape Town highlights the significant negative impact of load shedding associated
Honourable
with
member at the podium,
unemployment.
please take your seat. There's a point of order, Honourable Michalakis.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. Honourable Deputy Speaker, within certain bounds, heckling is allowed. I just want you to rule it, even if there is heckling happening. I have heard the comment of shut up and shh from the other side. Our members are within their right to heckle. Members are within their right to heckle. And if their member can't make you speak.
Order. Honourable members, order. I could not hear the last part of the point of order as there was an Honourable member, order. I cannot react to a point of order if you are interrupting and I cannot hear. So I ask members on both sides, because the interaction was on both sides, please be orderly. So Honourable Michalakis, please, the last part of your point of order.
Deputy Speaker, can you please rule on the members shouting to other members to shut up, please?
Thank you, Honourable Michalakis. Honourable members, I will now first rule on that before I take any other points of order. It is unparliamentary for members to say shut up. I did not hear that because it is on the floor and I could not hear it over a microphone, but I will come back to the House. Honourable member, members of the EFF, I would like to make a ruling, and you also have points of order, but I cannot do anything if you keep on interrupting. So please allow me to do what I have to do. And I'm dealing with a point raised by the Honourable Michalakis right now. I will recognize you when you raise your hand. Members, Telling someone to shut up is not parliamentary. It is not in order. Now, as I said, I could not hear that because it is on the floor, but I ask both sides of the House to please maintain the decorum of the House. We are busy with a very serious debate, a very serious topic affecting the people of this country. So please do not let it degenerate. Honourable Ntlangeni.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. You know, it's so ironic. Each afternoon, we have to remind you, DA presiding officers, what in that seat that you are having there entails. And it entails a non-biased attitude to all members of parliament. I have been pointing to you because I didn't want to stop the Honorable Nazir Paulser in his debate. I've been pointing to you the noise that is coming from the DA and the interjections that is coming from the DA, and you bluntly look towards me. The Honorable Nazir even had throughout his speech scream. Now, if you are gonna be doing your rulings like this, we're gonna have a problem, because not each afternoon we come to this house and have to remind you, DA presiding officers, to take that seat that you are having there serious and the role that you are having serious. Stop this biased rulings towards your political party and be fair in your rulings. You have heard the way Nazir even had to raise his voice. You have heard that. You have never stopped any of the members of your political party doing interjections, making noise. But as soon as the EFF reacted to the member being treated like that, you are very quick to come in and say it's from both sides. It has never been from both sides. The EFF have never interjected any of their members because we wanted, though, that speech like that. And we had to say to them, shush. There was never a shut up. But they are rude like that. They behave like this is their houses. They can do as they please, not on our watch. And we will not tolerate this each and every afternoon. You are poking the bear. You are poking the bear. Don't do it.
Honourable Ntlangeni. Honourable members, I will recognise you, Honourable Reddy and Honourable Skosana. You will recall that when you put out your hand, that is not raising a point of order, I did in fact call for order. So there was a reaction. If you are unhappy with the way in which the presiding officers preside, please take it up right to the Speaker and also take it up with the Rules Committee, and please do that. However, I also do not think that it is part of the decorum of this House that threats are made. It is unacceptable. We do not threaten presiding officers or the House. You will well know that it is against the Powers and Privileges Act. So please make use of the existing fora. And you will also recall that I admonished both sides of the House. But I could not proceed and I could not be audible because of a certain party making it inaudible. So please practice the things that you complain about. Honourable Reddy and then Skosana.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam, I would like you to go back and possibly give us a ruling on this at a later date, the use of the word shut up, because there is a booklet that's published, which we all went through. It's parliamentary expressions, acceptable and not. The word shut up has not been declared unparliamentary. I would like you to go and have a look at that and possibly seek advice on it and report back to the plenary. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Reddy. With those unparliamentary words, that changes with time, and it is also one of the functions of a presiding officer to declare something unparliamentary. So I have not declared it. I just said that it is not in the decorum, and I have not made a specific ruling. I said because I also couldn't hear before but it is not something that is suitable to the decorum here. Honourable Skosana.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Michelin, or whatever they say name, the honourable member there, said shut up. Can you ask him to withdraw that, please?
Honourable Skosana, he did not say shut up. He used it in reporting what he had allegedly heard. I can also not.
I heard him very well. I heard him very well. He said, shut up.
I had not heard that, so I will have to go back to the records to listen and to hear whether it was said in fact. Honourable members, we're not going to continue with this now. Honourable Paulson is sitting there. He has to complete his speech. So could we please proceed, Honourable Paulson?
Thank you very much. 11 years ago, on the 26th of July 2013, the EFF stated that the stabilization of energy sources, in particular the supply of electricity, is important for an economic development strategy that will include the development of more industries. We further stated that the South African state should intensify the efforts currently in place for sustainable, consistent energy provision, while other means of energy generation should be explored. This includes further research on how energy derived from uranium can be transferred into sustainable, environmentally friendly electricity for industrial development, public purposes, and for the use of households. In our 2024 elections manifesto, we stated that if the EFF is elected into government, that we will authorize Eskom to take over the distribution of electricity from municipalities. This would prevent greedy municipalities like the city of Cape Town from making profits of our people. Thank you very much, but we would reject, and as I've warned you, Minister, we will take to the streets if you should continue with these massive increases in the cost of electricity. Thank you very much.
Order, honourable members. I now call on the Honourable Sithole.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Chairperson. Honourable Deputy Speaker, the IP is on the view that NERSA decision is not merely a financial adjustment, but a reflection of broader issues plaguing our country, energy sector, and economic stability. Due to corruption, mismanagement, and a lack of strategy vision, our country energy supply has become unreliable, unsustainable, and unable to support our effort and effective and growing economy. The IFP stands firm in its position that NERSA decision exacerbates the already dire situation for South African consumers and businesses. We have consistently argued that Eskom financial management and effective efficiency should not be passed on to citizens who are already grappling with high living costs, unstable power supply, and escalating electricity. Minister, kuleli viki eliphelile ekuruleni. Ugesi uhambe 5 hours. Uhambe ngo-5 wabuya ngo-10. Recently, electricity tariff hikes have strained household budget and small businesses, many operating on our brink of collapse. This decision sent a troubled message about accountability within the Eskom, which has a well-documented history of mismanagement, corruptions, and inefficiency. Granting Eskom this recovery mechanism without addressing the underlying system issues failed to incentivize necessary reforms and accountability. We need a clear, transparent process that ensures Eskom is held responsible for its failures rather than allowing it to pass the cost onto consumers. Furthermore, Honourable Speaker, the broader economic effect of this decision cannot be ignored. Higher energy costs contribute to inflationary pressures affecting every sector of the economy. As a business faces increased operation costs, they may be forced to reduce staff, cut back on overseas services, and even close down. This in turn affects job creations and economic growth, further stability, and already fragile economy. There is a dire need to stabilize the electricity power grid. The IFE believes that alternative solutions should be explored. Instead of pandering the public, NERSA and Eskom should focus on implementing stringent cost control measures, enhancing operational efficiency, and rooting our corruption within the utility. Additionally, exploring diverse and stability energy cost sources could reduce independence of Eskom and mitigate future financial crises. Ensure Eskom financial health is crucial for preventing more severe corruptions, energy supply, and for supporting country economic stability in future. We call for an assessment of this decision and where transport processes managing Eskom finances and a robust plan for addressing the underlying issues within the utility. We urge NERSA and relevant authorities to consider broader economic implications and to prioritize the interests of the South African people who are bearing the brunt of these financial decisions. If the regulator grants Eskom request, it will force the people of South Africa to choose between buying food and meeting electricity payment. Honorable Minister, isikhathi manje sokuthi imali ikhuphuke noma kanjani. Cela uhambe uyobheka kabusha. Ngiyathokoza.
Thank you, Honourable Sitole. I now invite the Honourable Kojane.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Minister, Eskom is there to provide electricity to the public, but they also need to be profitable by selling electricity to the public who currently cannot afford it. Why can't citizens afford electricity? Because by 2001, Eskom went from a public utility to operating as a private company. This resulted in recovery models, which means that consumers now cover the cost of electricity generation and supply. By 2007, the government realized that not building new power generation was a grave mistake. At the heart of everything, misgovernance in municipalities, misappropriating funds, means that the government fails to provide affordable electricity and free basic electricity to the poorest people. With the decreased revenue and the increased debt, Eskom now continuously applies for tariff hikes and recoveries. The regulatory clearing account, as a recovery mechanism, is there to prevent further deterioration of Eskom. They will allow for an adjustment between forecasted revenues and actual expenses, so that Eskom can continue to operate and invest in infrastructure. But at the same time, Eskom also faces rising costs on multiple fronts, such as the maintenance of aging infrastructure and the cost of emergency power generation. And this is as a result of not implementing the policies that are already in place to sustain Eskom, regular maintenance at plants, political interference, as well as corruption. During 2021 and 2022, we faced unprecedented load shedding, which negatively affected the economy, businesses, and citizens. If you couple that with high unemployment, high cost of living, pensioners who are unable to afford anything these days, can we really ask people to pay more? Many South Africans also face a situation where purchasing 100 Rand worth of electricity only yields 36 units due to excessive tariffs. Illegal connections also remain widespread despite a recovery of 8.1 billion Rand. But there is no clear plan to address these issues. Minister, from 2007 to 2022, the electricity tariffs have increased by an astounding 653%, while inflation during the same period was only at 129%. The quadrupling of electricity costs in real terms is unsustainable, and citizens are bearing the brunt of Eskom's financial mismanagement. The department should also do more to inform South Africans, especially the poorest communities, on how they can reduce electricity consumption and lower costs. We need large-scale campaigns to teach the public about energy-efficient practices. Consumers must be made aware that they must choose appliances with an A rating model label that uses less electricity but performs the same task. The public must also know that many appliances continue to use electricity even when they are turned off but still plugged in. And this standby power can account for up to 10% of the home's electricity usage. Minister, we can stand here and highlight all the negative impacts of Eskom's mismanagement, but we need a serious overhaul. There must be stronger accountability for Eskom's failures. and there cannot be political interference. The government has to protect the citizens from soaring electricity costs. Our strategy cannot be simply to rely on continuous bailouts. Minister, in mitigating load shedding, you've kept the lights on since the elections, with the exception of communities that still face load reduction. But the electricity cost is still too high. As an engineer, your focus is always on solutions. You know where the problem lies and you know how to fix it once and for all. If we want the public to trust us, then we must show them that we root out
Honourable
that
Member, your
corruption
time has expired.
and turn Eskom into a world-class economy. Thank you.
I now invite the Honourable Boshoff.
Baie dankie, agbare jong speaker. Toe ek skool gehou het, het daar dikwels 'n kind na my toe gekom en presies verduidelik hoekom dit glad nie sy skuld is dat hy nie vir hierdie toets kon leer nie. Dan het ek vir hom gesê, dis miskien nie jou skuld nie, maar dit is jou probleem. Nou Eskom is ons probleem, hoewel dit nie ons as gewone burgers se skuld is, die toestand waarin hy is nie. Nou energie as 'n kommoditeit, verras 'n mens eintlik dat die prys daarvan nou juis in die parlement bespreek word. Want kommoditeitspryse word in die mark bepaal, maar daar is natuurlik 'n goeie rede hoekom kragpryse 'n geadministreerde prys is, en dit is die feit dat daar een enkele geweldige groot, oorweldigende verskaffer van elektrisiteit is vir wie niemand juis kan vra watter vinger hy wil hê nie. Nou dit beteken dat NERSA inkom en alle belange in ag neem en as Eskom aansoek doen vir 'n tarief om dit dan goed te keur of af te keur of te wysig. Belangrik om daarop te let dat so 'n geadministreerde prys nie noodwendig 'n arbitreëre prys is nie. Dis maar baie soos die petrolprys wat elke maand opnuut die vorige maand se koste in ag neem in die volgende tarief. Dis net oor 'n langer termyn. Maar wat belangrik is dat dinge by Eskom skeef geloop het. Dis natuurlik belangrik dat soveel as moontlik mense krag moet hê, selfs al kan hulle dit nie bekostig nie, maar dit moet dan 'n maatskaplike uitgawe wees en nie Eskom se besigheidsuitgawe nie. Dan is daar die swak aanstellings en nie te veel bestuursinstellings, aanstellings. Nou die baie bestuurders kos nie soveel as jy na die totale omset van ons Eskom kyk nie. En die probleem is dat hulle sulke swak besluite geneem het. Nou kom ons op die punt waar ons sê Eskom se skuld is staatsskuld. Of dit nou direk deur die staat oorgeneem word as 'n sogenaamde bail-out of 'n reddingsboei en of dit as Eskom as staatsonderneming direk geskuld word. Dit bly staatsskuld. Ons gaan op 'n of ander manier daarvoor betaal. Ons gaan daarvoor betaal deur hoër tariewe, of as ons nie gaan ons daarvoor betaal deur belasting, maar betaal gaan ons betaal. Dis nie ons skuld nie, maar dis ons probleem. Nou wat interessant is die geweldige verskil wat private opwekking van krag oor die afgelope jare gemaak het. Daar is lede en hulle dra dikwels rooi klere wat glad nie hou van private opwekking nie, wat sê maar dit is onbetroubaar, dis wisselvallig. Net gister het daar 'n baie interessante studie uitgekom wat sê hoeveel krag gespaar is deurdat daar selfs helder oordag, wanneer daar te veel krag opgewek word op huise en geboue se dakke, daai krag gebruik kan word om die sogenaamde pumped storage, die hidroelektriese krag wat afkom en wat dan wanneer daar surplus krag is weer boontoe gepomp word om in spitstyd weer af te kom, hoe dit ons eintlik hier 2 na 3 fases van elektriese van 'n beurtkrag gespaar het. Nou wat het nou eintlik gebeur? Wat in werklikheid gebeur het, is mense het hulle eie krag ingesit, eers om beurtkrag te voorkom, en toe omdat dit hulle minder kos, omdat dit vir hulle goedkoper is. En daarmee het 'n geadministreerde prys in effek verander in 'n vrye mark. Maar mense kyk of hulle hierdie geadministreerde prys kan bekostig. As hulle nie kan nie, dan maak hulle 'n plan. Ek woon in 'n gemeenskap waar die hele gemeenskap saam 'n groot battery opsit, iets wat ek op my eie nie kan bekostig nie, maar as gemeenskap is dit moontlik. Dit is die keuses wat ons maak, en ek wil sê, groot toesprake is lekker, maar energie selfstandigheid is lekkerder.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I now invite the Honourable Corbe.
Honourable Deputy Speaker, South Africa is facing an escalating crisis. Persistent electricity tariff increases, compounded by economic stagnation and unemployment, has further plunged our people into poverty and despair. Over and above Eskom's outrageous request for a 36.15 tariff hike from customers, NERSA's decision to allow Eskom to recover an additional 8 billion from its regulatory clearing account will result in a further 4% tariff increase in 2025, bringing the total tariff increase to over 40% next year. These combined increases will further devastate already struggling households, making basic electricity an unaffordable luxury, straining millions of businesses and further weakening our fragile economy, where South Africans are expected to pay a further 40% for electricity. From 2007 to 2022, Eskom's tariffs have skyrocketed by 450%, vastly outpacing inflation, which has only increased by 129%. This disproportionate quadruple rise in energy costs has crippled household budgets, forcing South Africans to make the impossible choices between paying for food or electricity. These escalating prices reflect the unchecked inefficiency of Eskom monopoly, which continues to pass the cost of its corruption and ineptitude onto the public. Now, to make matters worse, unscrupulous municipalities are also exacerbating this problem by charging exorbitant electricity surcharges and tariffs. A case in point will be the city of Cape Town, where over the past 2 years, it has implemented excessive tariff increases above what NERSA has approved, with 9.6 between the 2022-2023 financial year and 17.6 in 2023 and 2024. Not only do these violate the terms of its distribution license, but it also places undue financial pressure on residents, while the city uses the ratepayers' money to fund litigation battle to fight against these unlawful increases. So, while some people grandstand and publicly declare opposition to excessive tariff hikes and run extensive PR campaigns and petitions, their actions, where they actually govern, tell a starkly different story. In Buffalo City, massive increases in electricity charges have been introduced, including a 12% hike in electricity tariffs, together with an excessive cost supply where prepaid customers will have to pay 432 per month, and postpaid will pay 763 per month. As Action SA, we believe that this electricity crisis demands far-reaching reform, Minister. This demands that the planned tariff increases be immediately scrapped. And as Action SA, we are committed to fighting for an energy system that is more affordable, stable, and sustainable. To achieve this, Eskom's operational efficiency must be improved, and we must decisively deal with cable theft, vandalism, illegal connections, extortion, and most importantly, corruption. Mismanagement at municipal level is also a major concern, and we need to crack down on defaulting municipalities and address inaccurate billing practices, as these problems not only impact customers, but also affect revenue collection. As Action SA, we believe that decentralizing the energy market by capacitating and empowering our municipalities to develop microgrids and renewable energy projects will reduce over-reliance on Eskom and promote competition amongst independent power producers.
Remember, your time is
diversify supply. As Action SA, the end point is we vehemently reject these increases.
The next speaker is the Honourable Swart.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, the ACDP thanks Mr. Mileham for this debate and shares the deep concerns expressed by other speakers. Approval of Eskom's 8.1 billion rand regulatory clearing account for 2021-22. Now, this large amount clearly indicates a fundamental error in revenue, which is permitted by NERSA in terms of the multi-year price determination methodology. And as we understand it, this amount could be added to tariff increases approved by NERSA may result in an additional 4% tariff increase, depending on how it is implemented. Whatever the outcome, as other speakers have indicated, rest assured that that 8.1 billion will have to be carried by customers of Eskom. And these reported hikes understandably sparked an immediate backlash from electricity users and stakeholders already angered by previous increased tariffs and billions of rands of bailouts over the years. It must be noted that the country's once reliable and low energy costs not only benefited domestic customers, but also allowed South Africa to enjoy a comparative advantage globally, which attracted much foreign direct investment. And this has long since ceased to be the case. Electricity tariffs have increased by more than 653% between 2007 and 2022. That's quadrupling, even as sustained power cuts really impacted and stagnated economic growth in the country. According to media reports, further tariff increases may be required or requested, 36.15% for 25-26 year, bringing the additional 4% above 40% in total. Hard-pressed households, businesses already face substantial cost of living increases and will not be able to afford these further tariff increases. In addition, they will have a very negative impact on economic growth and job creation, hence the public outrage. And we as public representatives must take note of this. Citizens are forced to choose between buying food and electricity. This is totally outrageous. There must be other solutions. Madam Deputy Speaker, we as the ACDP ask what steps have Eskom taken to collect the outstanding debt owed to it by various entities, national, provincial departments, and municipalities. Municipalities alone, as it March this year, owed 74.4 billion rand. In addition, what steps have been taken to recover the billions of rands lost by Eskom through state capture and corruption, and which is sitting in foreign bank accounts? The ACDP believes these steps must be taken. And what is inescapable is that the substantial tariff hikes are unaffordable. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Smart. Although I don't have a name here for the UDM, I just want to make sure that Honourable Kwankwa is not perhaps online. Honourable Kwankwa.
No declaration, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. We then
Deputy
proceed.
Speaker, sorry.
Honourable Ghana.
It has been over 150 days since we last had rolling power blackouts, and I must say that it feels good. This is thanks to the new leadership at Eskom that shows that when you have competent managers and leaders, provide them with support but not interfere with their work, it works. And you, Minister, seeing that you wanted me to call you, the support Eskom needs must also come from this house. Yes, South Africans are suffering from the yoke of high cost of living. People can't put food on the table. And asking them to pay a higher price for electricity is another blow. But we are called upon to make tough decisions that will move us forward. This house cannot speak from both sides of its mouth. We cannot deny Eskom the revenue recovery it needs, whilst also allowing municipalities to consume Eskom electricity without paying for it. 81 billion rand is a lot of money. And yet by 2026, it could very well be 100 billion rand. We cannot approve a national budget that allocates little new funds to Eskom, but we complain when there is a price increase. Madam Deputy Speaker, the team at Eskom has done very well so far, even though there's still a very long way to go. They've attacked vigorously the scourge of operational and cost inefficiency, such as in supply chain and logistics, so that in future, it is not necessary to resolve price determinations in court, such as the one we are debating today. The worst thing we can do here today is to give the incorrect impression that it is possible to fix load shedding and sustain Eskom while we deprive them of money. If the view is that Eskom must no longer be granted revenue recovery, then it is up to us as this House to appropriate the funds from Treasury for this task. But we cannot and must not argue ourselves into paralysis and inaction. We have an energy mix that now includes renewable energy from different geographic areas that where our transmission lines are situated. Therefore, we don't just need new or better power stations, but new transmission lines costing hundreds of billions of rands. Yes, we must and will hold Eskom accountable for every penny it gets, but we must do so robustly. But we must also recognize that in an industrial society, there will be no progress, no growth, no jobs if there's no electricity. Of course, South Africans are struggling, but let us strive to do the right thing. The suffering South Africans deserve an Eskom that works.
Thank you, Honourable Ghana. I now invite the Honourable Maimane.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, Honorable Minister Dumela, Bagaetsho Dumela. Minister, ke batla go lebogisa gore ka je gore na le motlakase. Wa itse nna lwana re buile ke sena tshepo gore nka be re le mo vandag mare a re go leboge foo ka gone economy ya rona relies on stable energy to go forward. But furthermore, I think it's important to note the fact that as much as we've won the battle on load shedding, we must win the battle on Eskom's finances. This debate sits at the heart of what goes on in this country. There are multiple South Africas. There's a South Africa that sits here, and there's South Africa where many are reliant on social grants and are poor. When I asked the statistician general yesterday to say, how much does it cost a South African to survive every day in this country? The figure they gave me was 60 rand a day. In truth, the poverty line in this country is at 1,058 rands. Sadly, and more difficulty is that 18 million South Africans live below that. If we approve what we are about to approve today, we are asking those who are living on 35 rand a day to pay more. Surely, it's why we exist to build one South Africa. It's the argument we are putting forward. And therefore, fellow South Africans, I want to argue that part of the cost recovery must be improving on the efficiencies of how Eskom manages its finances. When you speak at Treasury's procurement processes, you discover that Eskom leads the way in terms of deviations. Already currently, Eskom is sitting at over 18 billion rands in deviations. And inherently, they argue that it's because of low compliance on procurement, it's on tender cancellations, it's on deviations, and ultimately it's on contract management modifications on projects like Kusile and Midupe. So it begs the question, if we fix the efficiencies of Eskom, does the debate need to exist in terms of the recovery of 8 billion rands? I dare say, Minister, let's sit here today and rather fix Eskom's efficiencies, ultimately reduce the cost. Secondly, let's accelerate the public-private partnerships and invest more in renewable energies. Let the figures sit with us, fellow South Africans. 60 rand a day, 18 million people. If it is true what the president says, leave no one behind. If we grant this cost, we are leaving 18 million behind, regardless of the free constitutional energy. I thank you.
I just want to make sure, do we have a speaker from the ATM? Not, then we proceed with the Honourable Nkosi.
Honorable Speaker, Eskom is now front and center of the national interest following its tariffs increase application to the National Energy Regulator of South Africa for the next 3 financial years. This focus creates a municipal void, given that it largely concentrates on Eskom's electricity tariffs and gives limited attention to the municipal electricity tariffs. Thanks to Honorable Mvana with the enlightening contribution, the multi-year price determination methodology, it's an embedded regulatory clearing account, have fallen short in providing sustainable and predictable electricity tariffs, resulting in Eskom's tariffs increasing faster than the rate of inflation. Equally important, the nature of tariffs setting methodology aimed at satisfying the conditions set for the purpose of relocating municipality electricity tariffs is enmeshed with shortcomings, thereby inhibiting NERSA from adequately achieving the government's lofty goals, which are setting stable municipality electricity tariffs and balancing between affordable electricity and cost-reflective tariffs. Historically, NERSA's approach to setting municipal electricity tariffs has taken the benchmarking as well as the percentage guideline increase, in which the regulator uses guideline increases and municipal tariffs benchmarks to determine the standard percentage tariff increases across all municipal distributors. This approach, dependent on Eskom's approved revenue allowance and retail traffic structural adjustment, has enabled municipalities to generate super revenues through their electricity tariffs. While as this methodology allows municipality to operate on a cost recovery basis and induces municipalities like the city of Cape Town and the city of Tshwane to use super revenues from the sales of electricity to cross-subsidize their developmental and redistributive mandates. Its drawbacks are that it bears no resemblance to the actual cost of supplying electricity, much lesser unclear, and how to proceed if the cost-reflective municipal tariffs are in fact unaffordable for the significant numbers of the poor and the working class households. Henceforth, municipal electricity tariffs has been kept so high beyond the financial reach of the poor and the working class households, resulting in these households spending between 10 to 17% of their meager incomes on electricity. In short, ensuring that poor and the working class households have access to affordable electricity, this is not part of this methodology, meaning this methodology will never work. Since percentage guideline increases and municipal tariff benchmarks do not keep costs as low as possible to ensure that electricity is possible, the self-objective goal of this methodology is laden with the cost recovery. Of course, the large impact of increases in municipal electricity tariffs can be offset by reallocating the free basic electricity subsidy, which has a stronger poor incidence to the poor and the working class households connected to the grid. The net effect of the free basic electricity subsidy will undoubtedly reduce the share of electricity in the household expenditure, thereby discouraging poor and the working class households from fundamentally choosing between which trade-offs to make among multiple and competing goals, notably the food and transport. Unfortunately, the implementation of the free basic electricity across most municipal distributors deprives millions of poor and working class households of this important subsidy. Even worse, the number of poor and working class households registered for the free basic electricity subsidy has declined over the years. Meanwhile, the allocated funds towards the free basic electricity subsidy in the national budget have increased. The upshot is that the municipal distributors seldom use their allocated free basic electricity funds to aggressively implement this subsidy. Given the way municipal electricity tariffs secure unfair advantages for municipal distributors at the expense of the poor and the working class households, it is hardly surprising that NERSA methodology for setting municipal tariffs is now the subject of legal review. After the decision of the High Court to declare NERSA methodology predicated on guideline increases and municipal tariff benchmarks unlawful, the regulator overhauled its methodology for the 2024-2025 financial year and replaced it with the cost of supply framework, which requires municipal distributors to set their tariffs based on a comprehensive cost of supply studies. Where the cost of supply studies was absent, NERSA used the cost breakdown structures to access the municipal tariffs application for the current financial year. Whereas Afroforum, which the DA supported in the case against NERSA, posed that the cost of supply framework and the cost breakdown structure is a flexible methodology which inexorably engenders affordability and equality. Evidence mainly is in the negative as a result of the cost of supply framework or the cost breakdown structure has resulted in that the municipal tariffs increasing at a very high percentage, implying that unaffordable municipal tariffs still flourish under the new methodology regime. More crucially, municipalities that failed to provide cost of supply studies will not implement any NERSA-approved tariff increases, thus negatively impacting on their sustainability, particularly as Eskom increases on the municipalities has taken effect. And as the African National Congress, we believe that the proposed electricity tariffs increase is untenable. Municipal distributors levy the surge to generate a surplus to fund future capital expenditure to cross-subsidize the cost of providing another service. Although, of course, the surcharge is the safest and the most effective way to accomplish a surplus for municipalities, it constitutes a double charge on the poor and the working class households as the direct and indirect cost of providing electricity are recouped through the municipal electricity tariffs. Similarly, the surcharge discourages wealthier households from migrating away from the grid through solar PV systems, since this surcharge is used as a buffer against the free rider effect, wherein wealthier households with solar PV systems do not pay fully for their share of electricity systems fixed cost, shifting the burden to the household with solar PV systems. While as the logic underpinning, it is attempt to make municipality more attractive when compared to alternative sources of energy like solar PV systems, but it nevertheless runs counter to the government's goal of reducing the load on the grid through small-scale in-built generation. In conclusion, the Ministry of Electricity and Energy, in concert with the National Treasurer,
Honourable
must
Member, your
implore
time has
municipalities-
expired.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Honourable Sali.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Honourable members, Assalamu alaikum. Eskom, as we all know, has been a critical player in the country's energy supply for decades. However, it has been plagued by operational inefficiencies, mismanagement, and systematic corruption, contributing to the crippling energy crisis we face today. For years, South Africans has endured load shedding, rising electricity prices, and a lack of reliable energy supply. And now, with this decision by NERSA, the burden on the public continues to grow. The approval of Eskom's request to be retrospectively recover 8 billion raises several urgent concerns. Firstly, it is the ordinary South African consumer who will bear the brunt of this decision. The very people who are already struggling with rising cost of living, unemployment, and economic instability will now have to foot the bill for Eskom's past inefficiencies. This is not only unfair, but also unsustainable. We must ask ourselves, why should the public continuously be asked to pay for the failures of a state-owned enterprise? The decision calls into question the role of NERSA as the regulator. NERSA's mandate is to protect the interests of consumers while ensuring the financial sustainability of the energy sector. However, this decision seems to prioritize Eskom's financial recovery over the well-being of the very citizens it's meant to serve. Retrospective recoveries, especially of this magnitude, should be in exceptional cases, not a norm, and certainly not at a time when consumers are being asked to pay more for less. Moreover, this decision does not address the underlying issues within Eskom. The root causes of its inefficiencies, from poor maintenance to outdated infrastructure and governance failures, remains unaddressed. Instead of focusing on short-term financial recovery through increased tariffs or retrospective recoveries, we need to focus on structural reforms that ensure Eskom becomes a more efficient, accountable, and reliable entity. It is clear that Eskom's challenges are systematic and require more than just financial bailouts or tariff increases. We need bold, long-term strategies to overhaul the energy sector, reduce Eskom's monopoly, and allow for greater competition and innovation in power generation, especially from renewable energy sources. Only through these reforms can we hope to achieve energy security and economic stability. Honorable members, we cannot continue down this path where the public is asked to bear the financial burden and punished for state inefficiencies. We need solutions and to provide relief to consumers, hold Eskom accountable, and revitalize our energy sector. I urge this House to consider the implication of NERSA's decisions and work towards a future where energy is affordable, reliable, and sustainable for all South Africans. Al Jama rejects this ridiculous increases. Our people, the most vulnerable, are crippled by these increases. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable Adams.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Honourable members, the Progressive Caucus. When you think about the size of this increase on offer, it is apparent that the board of Eskom do not realize that 45% of South Africans live on SASSA grants, and it is apparent that the board of NERSA simply don't care. You see, when the heckling goes on, and we get blamed for it, it's because half of the hecklers don't live in communities where people have to make the decision between eating and buying electricity. And the other half don't care. You see, only a party, one party in this country can raise an objection to electricity increases and promote an alleged electricity thief, make him an MEC. You know this party as the Democratic Alliance. The same party that is vehemently opposed to the increases, increases the increases. As I stand here today, sir, Judge Lopi, Honorable Judge Lopi, let me speak to you directly. We have to fight this evil. What Eskom needs is not another increase. It needs proper management. It needs to be managed by a government that cares. The GNU cannot claim that authority. When this increase is pushed through, we can guarantee you the kind of protests that you last saw in 1976. What we can guarantee you is an increase in electricity theft. This thing has not been thought through. What I did see today is that the DA for once did not label the ANC as corrupt. Today did not talk about cadre deployment. Julle koop gefriet vir julle kans om te steal, but we are watching you. In this increase, what did you say, Auntie Zilla? You all look the same to me. In this increase, lay the seeds of the first steps of the new revolution. Thank you.
Order, honourable members. Order, please take your seats, honourable members. Honourable Adams, please take your seat. Honourable members, we will now proceed. And I just want to make sure that the PAC does not have a speaker. The UAT, Honourable Malatse, are you speaking?
No declaration.
And then we proceed to the Honorable Hassan.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. As you can see, I'm popular in the House today with my traditional attire. Deputy Speaker, today's debate, while framed around NERSA and the 8 billion, is about something much bigger. It is about facing one of the most critical issues confronting our people, and that is the rising cost of energy and its profound impact on inflation and the cost of living. It is a reality that touches the daily lives and the dignity of our people, the viability of small businesses, our industries, and our broader economy. This is a matter we must address with urgency and a deep-seated humanity that we owe to the millions of South African citizens that we represent. As the ANC, we must put it on record that the massive increases in the cost of electricity are simply untenable. The pressure on our people is unbearable. And as the ANC, we have always and will continue to stand on the side of the marginalized and the poor. And we will do so even now. And that is why, Minister, we must find ways to bring down the costs and to cushion the burden. Minister, we welcome the fact that you have been on a crusade on behalf of the African National Congress to call out these increases, both as untenable, but also to find solutions. As the leader of society in this GNU, the ANC is committed to addressing energy poverty and ensuring that all South Africans, particularly the poor, have access to affordable electricity. In fact, the Reserve Bank has just now decided to decrease interest rates, and this will have a wide-range net positive effect on our people. The impact of high electricity prices has a dire and direct effect on the key priorities announced by the President. The war on poverty, the high cost of living, but also the other apex priorities of economic inclusive growth, employment creation, and the building of a capable developmental state. The ANC applauds the gains made by Eskom and our minister in keeping the lights on for 176 consecutive days. And we understand the difficulty of the financial challenges faced by a power utility. It is a balancing act. We need solutions that balance the pressures of the cost of living on one side and the necessity to invest in energy infrastructure and socioeconomic growth on the other side. Our challenge is to create a system that's both financially and environmentally sustainable, accessible and affordable, without deepening economic inequality. And that is the heart of today's debate. South Africa's energy crisis has been fueled by decades of mismanagement at Eskom by some in this very room, and has ironically presented an opportunity, though, for transformation. The regulatory reforms initiated by an innovative ANC-led government has introduced the Energy Action Plan, and it has allowed us to advance initiatives that strengthen our existing coal fleet, promote renewable energy, and explore and deploy clean emissions technologies. But Madam Speaker, it's very important for us to deal with the NERSA decision before us. And that is that NERSA granting Eskom the ability to recover the 8 billion. The first important point is that NERSA has not actually made the determination on the electricity tariff that we are debating fundamentally today. NERSA is also an independent entity that derives its power and existence directly from legislation. It is not a matter of the minister or anyone in this room snapping their fingers and automatically the tariff changes. The very same NERSA decision will only be made, like I said, in December, but it's anticipated that the recovery will not begin in this financial year. And Minister, we are calling on you to work and negotiate with NERSA to find ways to stagger the increases so that we prevent that burden from hitting the poorest of the poor immediately and in the future. We have an opportunity, Minister, further, to hear the cries of our people. We need to prevent further harm and burden. And we are asking you to go back to Eskom, not only to NERSA, to engage with them such that we reduce this proposed tariff by what we've calculated to be 4% by not initiating the 8 billion now, because that is where we do have power to change those decisions. In terms of the interventions being made by an ANC-led government, and other honourable speakers have spoken to this as well, the free basic electricity subsidy cannot be overlooked. Many municipalities offer free basic electricity to indigent households. But Minister, if they were listening to your question in the House yesterday, they would have heard that we are expanding the subsidy and increasing and working towards increasing the actual threshold from 50 kilowatt hours to above. And that is an ANC-led initiative. Further, we're looking at the integrated national electricity program. government's electrification program increasing access. What is important is that the ANC-led government has understood the need to continue to modernize, but also increase access using the 5 billion allocated. There's a need to link these interventions with the rolling out of renewables, including solar and battery storage. And Madam Speaker, what this means is that the masses who are sitting in rural areas who have historically struggled with access to electricity will not be left behind in these initiatives. Madam Speaker, another important point is around the review of policies. Almost every speaker today has acknowledged that the pricing model and the regulations put forward must be changed. That is the purview of us as policy and lawmakers. We cannot wash our hands or divorce ourselves from the fact that NERSA is operating in a limited environment that we must change. The Electricity Regulation Amendment Act, which President Ramaphosa recently signed, will bolster NERSA's proposed interim electricity methodology. But we must, as a matter of urgency, review the energy pricing policy, which if members again listened in last week's portfolio committee meeting, the minister, same one deployed by the ANC, has already spoken to that reviewing process, and that will allow NERSA to develop a comprehensive cost of supply framework to be used by municipal distributors. But Madam Speaker, we cannot run away from another important point, and that is around municipalities. The highest increases in electricity tariffs are observed on a municipal level. And it's intriguing, potentially shocking, that Honorable Mileham from the DA, a party committed to the GNU, is the same one not coming with possible solutions, but the reality running away from the fact that they are attacking Eskom on attempting to recover what is owed to them. Moreover, the criticism of NERSA, which we all know is an independent regulatory authority, instead of looking at the implementation of its policies. Wherein lies the problem here? If we as a country were all buying electricity directly from Eskom, we would buying it at R1.78 per kilowatt hour, and therefore there'd be no debate on the price of electricity. But the reality is municipalities, particularly the city of Cape Town, have a number of hidden surcharges, and right now the most expensive electricity in the country happens to be in the city of Cape Town. And so, when the Tani in Manenberg goes to buy her 100 Rand of electricity, if she is in arrears, that
Order.
100 Rand.
Honourable members, order, and honourable member at the podium. There's a point of order. Honourable Ngola.
No, Deputy Speaker, I wanted to bring to your attention that the speaker is being drowned and we can't hear.
Yes, I have made a request that the House does not shout. Honourable Hassan, please proceed.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to drive that point. Honourable Bapti, the city of Cape Town charges R3.44 for the first 600 units of electricity, but over R4 for anything over 600 units, which is more than 100% than what the cost of Eskom is in terms of electricity. And when we, like I said, adding insult to injury, a gogo from Mitchell's Plain, when she goes to buy her hard-earned 100 Rand of electricity, if she is in arrears because of the city of Cape Town, they will take what is due first, most likely that 80 Rand, leaving her with 20 Rand left. Thank you, Honourable Paulson from the EFF for those comparisons. The eThekwini municipality, or metro rather, is actually in fact run by the ANC. So thank you for driving home the point of our deep commitment to solving the issue and centering the poor and the working class. But it is a pity that we don't want to fall into populist politics here, because there is a much greater need for scientific and economic technical interventions. And it is unuseful to the millions of South Africans who need that expertise to intervene. So no wonder we've seen some support of the EFF being plummeted and experiencing a mass exodus from one side to the other side there. Honourable Speaker, I'm going to close with an important point around renewable energy. It's okay, we can heckle as much as we want. I know millions of South Africans want to hear about the renewable energy point. Our long-term vision for South Africa's energy is to find an appropriate balance between baseload technologies, coal, including clean coal technologies, gas and nuclear, as well as the growth in renewable energy development. Solar, wind, and battery storage technologies represent cleaner energy sources. But the reality here is that if we create a more favorable environment for investment in renewables, we can diversify our energy mix. And that can lead to a cost reduction. Honourable Speaker, the energy Challenges which we face are complex, but they are not insurmountable. The ANC is committed to building an energy future that is inclusive, sustainable, and affordable to all South Africans. We are taking decisive steps to reform the sector, and we will be addressing Eskom's historical mismanagement and implementing policies that promote long-term financial sustainability and transparency. As an ANC-led government, we will never abandon our people, and we are spending day and night, the minister's team and the entire government, working on solutions to not only alleviate the electricity costs, but the growing cost of living. We will never, ever abandon the millions of our people. I thank you.
Next speaker is the Honourable Nana.
Mandibambe ngazo zozibini sekela somlomo wendlu yoshukuxo mithetho. Ngenene kwasa saxhinxa ngo-Eskom. Kwasa safakwa ithwathwa ngo-Eskom. U-Eskom lo uhlala esemilebeni yabemi boMzantsi Afrika. Phofu singathethi kamnandi ngaye. Kususela ngomnyaka ka-2007, Deputy Chief Whip, u-Eskom waqalisa nge-load shedding. Abantu boMzantsi Afrika abaphulukana nemisebenzi kuba abaqeshi bengakwazi ukuhlawula imivuzo. Amanye amashishini ade avala. Kwasala ngemva iintsizana neenkedama ngenxa yakho Eskom. Ndithe ndisancoma isadambile i-load shedding, kodwa ndikroka andavuma ukuginya noba kuyakraka kuba akukraki kuba kukraka. Koko kukraka kuba ndikroka. Kodwa Eskom sasikwenzeni lento ufana noThomas? Yena ufuna ukufaka isandla ecabangeni khona ukuze ukholelwe ukuba ngenene intlaninge yabemi belizwe baxhatshazwa linxele likakhetsekile ikatile leziko ngenxa yentlupheko nentswelangqesho. Usisibongeka Galadla kwilali yakumahlungulu kuQumbu akasebenzi kwaye akanaqabane lokumncedisa ukondla ukhulisa abantwana bakhe abathathu nabazukulwana ababini. Uxhomekeke kwisibonelelo sikarhulumente sabantwana esi-2,100 ngenyanga. Kobo bugcabalalana besibonelelo uthenga umbane nezinye imfuno zekhaya. Umbane yi-R350, kushiyeke itshintshi eyi-R1,750 for ezinye imfuno zekhaya. Ukuba u-Eskom siyamvumela ukuba onyuse amaxabiso ombane, usisibongeka kuzawufuneka echithe i-R510 ekuthengeni umbane ngenyanga. Asale nemvilikitshane yokuthenga ukutya nezinye izinto ezingundoqo apha ekhayeni. Malunga hloniphekileyo, iluxanduva lwethu sonke ukuba siyimele ngenyawo le nyewe ka-Eskom. Iza kusichaphazela sisonke ukuba siyayivumela le protection fee u-Eskom asifuna yona. Icace okwekati emhlophe ehlungwini olu lonyuso maxabiso lifunwa ngu-Eskom liza kuba nemiphumela enomdintsi kuluntu jikelele. Ngoko ke zidwesha nani zidwangube, masiwubhinqe ube mfutshane simheshe simbebhethe u-Eskom necebo lakhe. Let me take this opportunity, honorable members, to thank all political parties that today have rejected Eskom's application to NERSA. But you must do something about it because the DA is doing something about it. You are invited to sign our petition, please. Honorable Brian Molefe, you know as much as I do that cost drivers in the electricity generation at Eskom has got nothing to do with input costs. It has got everything to do with operational inefficiencies at Eskom, but also debt service costs at Eskom. You know that as much as I do. Honorable Paulson, for 1 minute, I thought you were in a wrong debate. We are not debating City of Cape Town electricity, but we're debating a decision by NERSA to grant Eskom. You should have gotten your facts right, sir. And by the way, it's interesting that you have the audacity to speak about electricity in Cape Town whilst you live in a subsidized accommodation in Acacia Park. You should be the last one to talk about it. Honorable Adams, who is the thief MEC you were talking about in
Honorable
the DA?
Nana, can you please take your seat?
Thank you.
Honorable Paulson.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Chairperson, I just want you to rule on the relevance of the honorable member mentioning where I live and what relevance it has to the debate, because I find it extremely childish. And if you are going to allow that, because yesterday it was allowed that a member brings in the family of the honorable Mileham. Today he's telling people where I live, and does that have any relevance? Does this childish behavior have any relevance? First, he can't comprehend what the debate is about. He's here to come and attack me. He's done nothing to speak about the actual topic today.
Honorable members, honorable members, honorable members, I hear you, Honorable Paulson, what you are raising. It is a point, but it's not a point of order. I can just caution that, Honorable Nana, please can you stay away from personalizing debates? Please continue.
House Chair, those who live in glass houses shouldn't throw stones. Honorable Adams, Speedy is not here. Okay, thank you. Who is the DA MEC who is thieving?
Summers is alleged to have stolen electricity. Honorable members.
Because I'll tell you something. Look around
Honorable
the
Nana.
progressive
Honorable
caucus.
Nana. Please take your seat, sir. Yes. Honorable Adams. Honorable Adams, if you want to speak in the House, like any other honorable member, you raise a hand. You don't just open your mic and speak. Please, can we respect the decorum of the House? Thank you. Continue, honorable member.
House Chair, I lost a minute. Please take note. Honorable Adams,
Speaker.
look around your progressive caucus. That's where you'll find thieves like your VPS, Nkandla, state
Honorable
military
Nana, there's a point
enablers.
of order.
They are within
Honorable
the
Nana,
progressive.
there's
Point of order, point of order, point of order, Chair.
Honorable Adams.
Point of order, Chair.
Speaker.
Point of order, Chair.
Speaker.
Ukuhlanya sekukhulile ke manje. Suhlanya kakhulu.
Speaker, have I been recognized?
No, please stand. Honorable member from the MK, I am cautioning you. I raised it before when Honorable Adams did it. I'm cautioning you. You open your mic again to speak, and I have not recognized you. You have not even raised your hand. I'm honorable member from the MK, the one that is sitting right at the corner here. I saw you opening your mic and you spoke through the mic when you were not even recognized. You did not even raise your hand. I just saw you just now. I'm cautioning you
Chairperson.
not to do that again. Honorable Adams, please continue.
Thank you, Speaker.
I have not recognized you.
Okay.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, will the person at the honorable member at the podium take a question?
Honorable Nana, will you take a question?
I don't have time, Chairperson.
Okay, thank you. Honorable Manye.
Thank you, House Chair. House Chair,
I think it's important for you to protect the members in this house. Now, despite the rules, there's this misconception here that for a person to cast aspersion, you must name a name. There's no such a thing in the rules. The member here is looking at our caucus, he points at us, he then casts aspersions. It casts aspersions. If you allow this to happen, Chair, this house will degenerate. We've got capacity to do exactly what it's doing. So
Honorable
all this
Manyi.
order
Honorable Manyi, that is not a point of order.
is
In the rules, it is very clear that you will have to be very personal. Whether you can speak about an organization or but as long as a person did not say honorable so and so.
rules don't say so.
No,
The rules don't
Honorable
say so.
Manyi, please, can we not engage on that one? We are out of order. Honorable Adams, are you done?
Yes, thank you, Speaker. He's refusing.
All right, thank you. Honorable Nana, please take the floor.
If the shoe fits, wear it. Honorable Hassan, you came very, very nicely, and at some point they were clapping, all of them, for you, and at the blink of an eye, they were now heckling you. But I want to tell you this. There is no truth in your assertions that the DA and Honorable Mileham continue to criticize and criticize and criticize. Outside of this session, I'm happy to arrange coffee between the two of you and no strings attached, so that Kevin can outline exactly what work has he been doing in his committee. And lastly, Honorable Chairperson.
Honorable Nana, your time has expired.
That's a very flat debate on this
Honorable
one.
Minister of Energy and Electricity. I will now call upon the Minister of Energy and Electricity.
No, thank you very much, House Chair. Today we face one of the most critical issues confronting our people, the rising cost of energy and its profound impact on inflation and the cost of living. The escalation in energy prices touches every facet of our society, affecting the lives of ordinary South Africans, the viability of small businesses, industry, and the broader economy. As we deliberate today, we must approach this matter with urgency and compassion, understanding the far-reaching consequences of the energy costs on our people and their livelihoods. Along with the freight and logistic challenges, global supply disruptions and our energy crisis have undoubtedly exacerbated the rising cost of living. South Africans are grappling with the higher prices of essential goods and services driven by inflation and economic instability. Fixing our energy infrastructure and ensuring reliable power will require significant financial resources. One of the most critical challenges we face is balancing the need to stabilize our energy sector with the responsibility to protect citizens from economic hardship, particularly the poor and marginalized communities. It is against this backdrop that President Ramaphosa articulated in the most comprehensive fashion the priorities of the 7th administration, and the second of those priorities has to do with the fight against poverty and the rising cost of living. I must say, Madam House Chair, that these economic pressures exacerbate the widening gap between the rich and poor in South Africa. Rising prices hurt low-income households. We need solutions that balance the pressures of the cost of living for our citizens and the unavoidable cost of investments required to end the energy crisis and gear us to energy security and socioeconomic growth. Our challenge, therefore, is to create an energy system that is both financially and environmentally sustainable, accessible, and affordable without deepening economic inequality. At the heart of this debate lies the balance between securing a reliable electricity supply and ensuring that it remains affordable for all South Africans. The recent resolution by the National Energy Regulator, NERSA, to allow Eskom to recover 8 billion rand from the 21-22 financial year highlights this challenge we face in balancing Eskom financial sustainability and the economic well-being. At this point, I really want to clarify the following, that NERSA is not obliged to ensure that the Eskom recovers this 8 billion rands in any particular window. So one of the proposals that we are making to ensure that we ease the pressure that is placed on every South African, in particular the disproportionate impact on the poor, is to ensure that this 8 billion rands is outside the current window of application. And also the law does not suggest that it should be recovered at the go. It can be recovered over a period of time, successive financial years. So that's the one concrete proposal that we'll be making going forward. Honorable House Chair and honorable members, Eskom's financial stability is crucial for the energy sector and the national economy. Over the years, Eskom has been weighed down by debt and inadequate maintenance. Last year, the government announced the 254 billion rand debt relief to relieve some of this burden, ensuring that Eskom can continue delivering electricity. The point I'm making here is that it costs money for us to keep the lights on. Essentially, you are faced with the following scenario, that if you don't provide the kind of financial support that is required, we are likely going to plunge the country back into darkness and undermining the prospects of growth. And that's why I'm talking about that delicate balance of ensuring the investability of Eskom and the need for us to allow the economy to grow, cushion the poor, the middle income earners in this country, so that we don't erode their disposable income. However, the relief did not come however, the relief did come with conditions, particularly the shift towards cost-reflective tariff. This means electricity prices must reflect the reasonable and efficient cost of generation and supply. While this is essential for Eskom's sustainability, we must also be vigilant in protecting the most vulnerable households from bearing the brunt of these changes. The move to cost-reflective tariffs must be gradual and accompanied by strong social protection measures. Adequate funding is essential for Eskom to remain a reliable energy provider. It's a provider of last resort. This is especially true given the limited success of independent power producers, which we expect to play a more significant role in the integrated resource plan. There are 4 key factors to consider for Eskom's financial sustainability. One, while Eskom has implemented cost-saving programs to improve liquidity, savings alone will not restore financial stability. Secondly, Eskom must strengthen its balance sheet by reducing its reliance on debt. Government equity injections are helpful in the short term, but do not solve the long-term sustainability challenges. Financial sustainability requires improved operating cash flows and a shift towards cost-reflective tariffs. Without this, Eskom will remain dependent on government support, placing an ongoing burden on taxpayers. Unpaid debts must be addressed holistically, including those from Eskom's retail business and municipal debt. These debts threaten Eskom's financial stability and must be resolved to ensure a sustainable future. The point was made earlier on by one of the honorable members. Eskom is owed, as of July of this year, about 78 billion rands collectively by municipality. But what doesn't get to be accounted for is that municipalities collectively are owed 350 billion rand. So this talks to the financial viability of municipality and the need for us to place urgent and concerted efforts to ensure that we improve the capacity of municipalities to be able to discharge their constitutional obligation, including but not limited to their ability to bill all households and also to collect and ensure that there's credit control measures that will make it possible for them to collect that which is owed to them, but to also put measures in place to ensure that the poor that qualifies and meets the requirements of the free basic electricity do get that benefit. I've made the point previously that National Treasury is providing support to 10 million households, but only 2 million households are receiving this benefit. So in this instance, you are not sitting with a money problem.
You are sitting with the efficiency and the capability of municipalities to be able to administer that support. And that's why we are moving to ensure that we introduce at the national level any intervention that will make it possible for us to ensure that each and every household that qualifies gets to have this free basic electricity. Honorable Hassan, you are absolutely correct. The introduction of 50 kilowatt hour of free basic electricity was introduced 21 years ago in 2003, and the electricity complex in the country has evolved, and also the demand that is placed on the grid has also increased significantly. One of the immediate interventions that we'll be making, members, is to ensure that we revisit the threshold of 50 kilowatt hour. We have assigned Sanedi to come with a scientific a suggestion on how on what is the best way of increasing that allocation to proportions that will allow low-income households to be able to meet their electricity demand. The third intervention that we are making is the repurposing of what we refer to as the INEP grant, the Integrated National Electrification Program, that enjoys a fiscal support of about 5 billion rands per annum. Since its inception in 1996, we have spent 110 billion rands and only connected 8.4 million households. We think that there's a lot of leakage there. We can improve its efficiency, its efficacious objectives. And for this reason, we will be launching before the end of November a pilot that illustrates our ability to draw from new technology solutions to ensure that we are able to provide accessible energy, clean energy, renewables, relying on solar PV, battery, and inverters to low-income households, so that we ensure that they green their energy requirements, but also we lessen the burden of the energy increases. It is our intention to ensure that we do everything possible to address the challenges that are confronting each and every household in this country. Honorable Molefe is absolutely correct. If you look at the equation that NERSA relies on in determining the allowable revenues of Eskom, primary energy, which is essentially coal and a component of OCGT, constitute a third of the proposed increase. I really don't understand what the last speaker was saying, Honorable Nahana. It's an important feature in the equilibrium of how you determine the cost of energy. So coal is an important part. So I do suggest that you invest a bit of time just for you to have some degree of comprehension of how we compute the electricity pricing increase. So it's an important consideration. I agree with you, Honorable Molefe, in ensuring that we are able to do that. And then you are absolutely correct in saying the following, that there has been the burdening of the fiscus in relation to the sovereign guarantees that are provided for independent power producers. You are right, Honorable Molefe. The point we are making is that we are going to ensure that we decrease the reliance on the sovereign guarantee so that the fiscus is unencumbered and we free ourselves from contingent liabilities and address the misalignment of the non-dispatchable nature of renewables, whilst on the other hand, we continue to place a lot of reliance on base load. So I want to say to everyone that is watching and listening, I am confident that we are going to arrive at a dispensation that we are able to cushion the poor and the South African population. And the public consultation for the revenue will happen until December, and for the tariff by next year, February. I give you the assurance that as the minister, we'll do everything possible that we cushion everyone. Like we said, these increases are untenable, are unaffordable, and the country can least afford this situation. We'll do everything possible to address this. I'm confident that's the assurance I'm giving to the South African people. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, that concludes the debate. The Secretary will read the second order.
Debate on Heritage Day, celebrating 30 years of unity in diversity and paying tribute to those who laid down their lives for our democracy.
I will call on the Honorable the Minister of Sports, Arts and Culture on the virtual platform. Honorable Minister.
Honorable Speaker, honorable members, I greet you all during this wonderful period of our democracy. Our democracy is celebrating 30 years of existence. By celebrating our 30-year existence, does in no means mean that the path was easy or smooth. Where we find ourselves has been a road less traveled, a difficult but a much needed road. It was not so long ago when some white people were stocking up on groceries in preparation for war, stocking up on ammunition in preparation for the sure war that was to follow with the release of Nelson Mandela and his comrades. They were not the only ones. Some amongst us prepared themselves to drive white people into the sea. Also, some of which I was part of, prepared ourselves to take over the beautiful houses by white people, which we've admired with a great sense of anger and murmuring under our breath with the words, "One day is one day." That day arrived, Madam Speaker, with the release of Nelson Rolihlahla Mandela and all the struggle heroes. Mandela defied those amongst us, which included myself, those that wanted to revenge, whites that was prepared to kill to keep the land, and blacks that was willing to kill to take the land. Mandela became a voice of peace and reason. Mandela spoke to all. That message was meant for us as South Africans, the peace message. But it was so big and unavoidable that the world took it in greatly and wholeheartedly. The ones who was taught racism when they were still wet behind their ears are the same ones today whose eyes get wet when they sing Morena Buluka Sichaba sa Yesu. Those that was willing to die in order not to speak the Afrikaans language today are the same ones that sings a blow van ons hemel with the same gusto at which they fought the Afrikaans language. Our cultures, Madam Speaker, and heritages might be different, but our love for South Africa is the same. We have achieved the miracle. The world still uses us as an example when they speak about people who has put their country above hate and prejudice. The world still speak about us when they speak about people who put their country above everything else in order to attain peace and reach the promised land. We are one nation under God. We are the children of Nelson Mandela. It is not Uhuru yet, but we will get there. Those that died for our freedom will smile today because their death was not in vain. We have not reached all the things they fought for, but we are very strong on our way. We are a melting pot of different cultures, Madam Speaker. Our canvas is multicolored and beautiful and admirable. The GNU is another testament that we still have the will and potential to find each other when things are difficult and confusing. I want to pay tribute today to everyone who contributed towards this freedom, from those that took up arms to those that fought in song and culture. We are a great nation indeed. I'm proud to be from the Khoi and San people, the people who have contributed.
Honorable Minister. There's a point of order. Honorable Skosan.
Can the minister take a question?
No.
You got your response. Continue, Honorable Minister.
I am proud to be from the Khoi and San people. The people who have contributed to the following words to our coat of arms. Diverse people unite. Those are not just ancient words borrowed from the earth's oldest people, which they are. Those words are not just on a coat of arms. They are a call to arms for us to keep fighting to create a South Africa that is indeed truly united in its diversity. It's a daily reminder that we need to reach a point in South Africa where the people of this country will not be defined as black, white, colored, or Indian, or what other label you can fashion. We are being called to fight for a South Africa where we have the same access to opportunities and the same potential to be great, a socially cohesive South Africa. Let's ignore those that want to see us return to the days of segregation and embrace the majority that want to see us prosper, Madam Speaker. We still have huge differences, and that doesn't make us enemies. It makes us human. We are not where we want to be. We are not where we used to be. Our road is not easy, nor short. It's a long walk to freedom, as we have been taught by the greatest person ever born in this earth, Nelson Mandela, and was born on our soil. Oh, how lucky we are. We have achieved the impossible, my fellow South Africans. That is unfortunately not the pinnacle. The pinnacle is sustaining the miracle. This is difficult but doable and only achievable by listening to those that we disagree with, embracing those that our past want us to dissociate from, but our future demands of us to embrace each other. We have achieved the impossible indeed. Let me end by saying, Madam Speaker, that it is not an easy feat for someone that was in jail for opposite reasons as Mandela to today address Parliament. This feat doesn't speak of an iota of greatness on my side, but it speaks of the magnanimous greatness of forgiveness of South Africans. I thank you from the bottom of my heart and the hearts of my family and those that support my journey. I intend to pay you back by becoming the greatest advocate for what Mandela stood for. We have achieved what no country on earth has achieved. Mag die Here julle seën. Ke koop aan Modimo al die vat. May God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. I will now call on Honorable Khabo.
House Chair, if only you would provide the necessary assistance in terms of security from the other side of the House. Honorable Chair, throughout history, Africa has been a cradle of civilization, rich in culture, innovation, and resilience. From the ancient city of Timbuktu with a university and a renowned center of learning and trade. It is estimated that almost 300,000 extant manuscripts in circulation in Timbuktu and surrounding areas. Within the manuscript is one of Africa's greatest intellectual legacies, the monumental pyramids of Giza, that stand as a testament to a scientific and engineering progress, as a testament of engineering progress of an early African societies. The Kingdom of Mapungubwe, located in present South Africa, exemplifies the complexity of pre-colonial society, showcasing advanced social structures and trade networks that reached China and India, Honorable Montana. This historical epoch do not only highlight Africa's rich history, but also serves as a reminder of the continent's significant role in the global history and a heritage that we should all be proud of as Africans. The pre-colonial and imperialism led to the destruction of aspects of our heritage and expropriated our invention and our knowledge.
Through slavery and other human acts of subjugation, the story of African civilization was distorted. The 1884 Berlin Conference saw European powers scramble over control and power of African territories and dividing African people and leading to a widespread exploitation and disruption of indigenous cultures. This era ignified fierce resistance of movements and liberation struggle across African continent. As African people fought valiantly to reclaim their autonomy and preserve their identity. The legacy of the struggle continues to shape the South African or the contemporary Africa, including South Africa, as nations work to overcome the scars of colonial rule and assert their place in the global community. It is this history that also shaped our heritage, Honorable Manye. This context should orientate our abstraction of our country and South Africa in particular, Honorable Chair. It is the cohesion that defines us as a nation that resisted colonialism. It is the leadership of Mahoma, Chief Ketchwayo, Chief Sikukuni, Chief Makado, and Khosi Kgaleshiwe, amongst others, who stood against colonial powers. Cognizant of our division amongst Africans is the fight against colonialism. The formation of the African National Congress in 1912 represented the unity of the oppressed and bringing together Africans across ethnic divides to champion the political rights and equality against the Union of South Africa in 1910, which also signified the unity of the colonizers post-Anglo-Boer War, which ended in Vereeniging Treaty of 1902. Honorable members. The election of the National Party in 1942 further led to the segregative, exploitative, and racist government, which heightened antagonism and led to the liberation movement to adopt the armed struggle by forming the Real Umkhonto weSizwe in 1961. The Real Umkhonto weSizwe, not the Mickey Mouse arrangement that you are seeing today. That resonates or resembles nothing revolutionary, but everything that has to do with a family dynasty. This concerted efforts, Honorable Chair, as you protect me from the old people on my left-hand side. This concerted efforts in conjunction with the mass mobilization led by the resistance of the people of South Africa, international struggle and underground work contributed to the defeat of the apartheid system and gave birth to a democratic South Africa in 1994, which led to the crystallization of the South African nation, which recognized the rights of all. The adoption of the constitution that unified all South Africans behind the vision to address the injustices of the past and build a united nation. The realization of unity in our diversity enshrined in the Constitution as envisaged by the Freedom Charter of 1955. The Freedom Charter expresses the hopes of people for diversity, equality, justice, unity, proclaiming that South Africa belongs to those who live in it, black and white, Honorable Brian Molefe. This was further exemplified when our nation found in President Nelson Rolihlahla Mandela This was further exemplified when our nation's founding principal, Honorable President Rolihlahla Mandela, in his speech from the Dog and Rivonia Trial Palace of Justice in Pretoria on the 20th of April, 1964. And he said that, I quote, "During my time, I have dedicated my life to fight white domination. I have fought against black domination. I have cherished the ideal of a democratic and a free society in which all persons live together in harmony and with equal opportunities. It is an ideal I hope to live for and to achieve, but if needs be, it is an ideal I'm ready to die for," close quotation. South Africa's 1994 democratic breakthrough symbolized the unification of South African nation and behaved for an African Renaissance. The African Renaissance is also about reclaiming our African knowledge and practices in changing world. It is also about the restoration of the African humanity, our values of Ubuntu, the nature of our coexistence with the environment, and promoting our being as Africans. This transition was not just a political triumph, Honorable Chair. It was a profound cultural rebirth that aimed at redefining our national identity and promoting inclusivity. The ideals of the Freedom Charter resonates today, serving as a reminder that the fight for equality and economic justice continues, and the vision for a united and grounded in shared rights and responsibilities remains a guiding beacon in our journey towards an equitable, just, and national democratic society. Honorable House Chair, the role of traditional leadership in preserving the cultural heritage and identity of our people is of utmost importance for the perpetuation of our indigenous languages, practices, and values. We call on government to increase support for cultural organizations, for writers, poets, storytellers in our communities, as they play a role in nurturing the collective memory and a shared sense of identity, which is essential for social cohesion and the well-being of South African society. The enduring and invaluable contribution of African states and their people in the struggle against colonialism for South African liberation cannot be overstated. African states supported our leaders of the African National Congress, protected our struggle and our freedom fighters as one of the nations to be liberated from colonial and apartheid oppression. It is for this reason that many of our fighters, including leaders, lay in other African states such as Tanzania, Zimbabwe, Angola, Mozambique, and Lesotho, amongst others. It has been an incredible journey an incredible 30-year journey for South Africa, as the country has worked tirelessly towards reconciliation, nation building, and social cohesion under the leadership of the ANC. The nation sought to embrace unity and diversity through the vision of our nation, through the vision of a rainbow nation. While there has been progress in areas such as health, education, basic services, and human rights, the persistent challenges of high inequality and high unemployment continue to threaten social cohesion and nation building. The ANC acknowledges that the genuine reconciliation requires not just political change in leadership, but also a radical transformation embedded in economic freedom and social change, with a focus on skills development and in industrialization to uplift all citizens. As South Africans grapples with ongoing complexities, the ANC unwavering commitment to nurturing dialogue and promoting shared values and fostering a cohesive society remains a crucial in pursuit of the truly united South Africa. We must shun racism, sexism, and all forms of exclusion, Honorable Chair. As I approach the landing strip, Chair, the transformation of our heritage landscape is not merely an act of rearrangement, but a profound act of reimagining our national identity. It is a call to all Africans to ensure that our museums and our public spaces reflect the rich tapestry of our South African nation. We call on government to fast-track the process of returning the Taung skull to its rightful owners, of which is the Batlapin tribe in Greater Taung in the Northwest Province. To honor those who lost their lives for our freedom, let us be guided by the principles of reconciliation, nation building, and social cohesion, ensuring that our heritage landscape becomes a beacon of unity and diversity,
Honorable
a space where everybody...
Your time is expired.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
I will now call Honorable Manyi.
Manbulele lithuba. Sihlalo. Ndithi qabaqaba ndibethe komufu. Ndicukucezele ngubakacaka. The MK party stands on the shoulders of a profound legacy shaped by the valiant struggles against colonialism and apartheid, guided by heroic deeds of our African kings, chiefs and warriors. Kings and chiefs such as the King of the Khoikhoi, the King of the Suns, King Shaka, King Tejwayo, King Pambata, Kamanisa, King Yinza, Kakauta, King Makoma, King Skukuni, King Mushweshwe, Queen Labutsibeni, and many others who valiantly resisted the colonial conquest. They exemplified fierce resistance against Dutch and British encroachment, utilizing guerrilla tactics to preserve the sovereignty of our country, our land, and our cultural identities. Leaders such as King Khama and King Moshoeshoe I did not only fight battles, but they also engaged diplomatically to protect their people from Boer and British pressure. These historic leaders, inspired by their unwavering commitment to freedom, set a foundation of resistance that transcends into today's struggles. The Dutch and British colonization initiated a dark period of violent and ruthless dispossession of our land and cattle from the Khoi, from the San, from the Xhosa, from the Pedi, and from the Zulu people. The 19th century set in an era of British imperialism, fueled by discovery of gold and diamonds, which led to further subjugation of the indigenous population and cemented the legacy of racial segregation, greed, and economic disparity. Those encounters set the stage for the apartheid system of the 20th century, which institutionalized this divide, leaving a scar in South African society, a fabric that lingers in the contemporary period. South Africa's tumultuous history is steeped in profound injustices, greed, and the scramble for land. There are significant proportions of our population who were marginalized, stripped of their dignity, and plundered by a minority, a reality which we face even as we speak today. Over the past 30 years, heritage has been dedicated to honoring the rich tapestry of cultures, traditions, and histories that Nelson Rolihlahla Mandela tried to weave to form a new nation and an identity away from its painful past, and is supposed to be a day of remembrance and celebration. But unfortunately, it's a day of sorrow. Today, I would like to pay tribute to President Oliver Tambo, who played a crucial role in maintaining the momentum of the liberation movement during a time when political activity was banned in South Africa. Pity it has deteriorated to what it is today. His leadership in exile was marked by an uncanny ability to unite and mobilize a diverse coalition of anti-apartheid activists around the globe. His diplomatic finesse helped garner international support, leading to increased pressure on the apartheid regime, the ANC that President Zuma knows. Tambo's vision of a democratic and inclusive South Africa was rooted in his deep belief in human dignity and equality. His tireless efforts laid the groundwork for the eventual dismantling of apartheid and the establishment of a democratic South Africa. Although he passed on a year before the country's first democratic elections, his legacy lives on in the freedoms that we enjoy today. Freedom of speech. While Tambo's contributions were monumental, countless others sacrificed their lives in the struggle for liberation. There are many unsung and unnamed heroes who lost their lives for our liberation, and their stories are woven into the fabric of the South African history. These brave souls faced imprisonment, torture, and death, and yet remained steadfast in their quest for freedom. Countless women and men organized and participated in protests, strikes, and underground activities, which played a pivotal role towards our political emancipation. During Heritage Day, I would like to remember their resilience and courage in the face of an unimaginable adversity, which must continue to inspire the generation in the ongoing fight for justice and equality. I would like to remember and pay tribute to Andrew Zondo, not Raymond Zondo, and Solomon Mahlangu, who were guardians of freedom. They stand as poignant symbols of resistance against the brutal apartheid regime, both being young men who sacrificed their lives in pursuit of justice and equality, leaving behind legacies that continue to inspire the fight against oppression. Their execution is a tragic reminder of the harsh realities faced by those who dared to oppose the regime. Solomon Mahlangu's last words were, I quote, "My blood will nourish the tree that will bear the fruits of freedom," close quote. Words which echo the profound impact of his sacrifice. Both Zondo and Mahlangu fought for South Africa free of racial oppression and inequality as they envisioned a nation built on principles of justice, unity, and true democracy. We embrace all communities as the MK Party as a result of this democratic dispensation. We embrace everyone. We embrace the colored people. We embrace the Indian people. We embrace the Khoi people. We embrace the San people, which are now part of a larger South African family. And indeed, I even personally embrace all these groups I've mentioned here. And in MK Party, we are calling on all these groups to know that the MK Party is a melting pot. This is where all of us should end up in. The diversity that has been brought by interacting with all other races and groups has brought about a rich tapestry of ideas, experience, and cultural kaleidoscope that combine to reflect what we want. Today, the political landscape of the coalition arrangement between their organization and the neoliberal right would present challenges that they would critique. The structural, ideological, and epistemic differences embodied in the recent marriage of unlikely bedfellows would be seen as a betrayal of the ideals which they fought for. Comrades should be ashamed. Were Tambo, Biko, and Hani and Mahlangu to descend into this good hope today, they would lament seeing this front line. They would reject any alliance that prioritizes the political convenience over genuine transformation. I mean, yesterday, the same partners of this coalition were trying to fight against employment equity. Can you believe it? What the nerve? The ideals of the National Democratic Revolution as outlined by Tambo and Mandela have been perverted in the form of this grand coalition, which is a marriage of convenience where an imaginary wedding took place between the National Party of Apartheid, which is now called Democratic Alliance, and the new ANC. Let me conclude. The MK Party, under the leadership of His Excellency President Zuma, is therefore poised to carry forward the torch of liberation, ensuring that sacrifices of our ancestors were not in vain. Their dreams of a just and equitable South Africa should still be realized. Let us use this Heritage Day not only to leverage the rich legacy of our historical battle against the colonial dominance, but also as a foundational pillar for the aspirations of future generations aimed at achieving justice, equity, and prosperity for all our people, regardless of race, color, or creed. Kwaza mkhonto kwaza. Kwaza mkhonto kwaza.
Honorable Masango.
Azisi violence apha wena manje ugwazwa ntoni?
Honorable Chairperson, honorable members, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Today, as we celebrate our heritage, we must remember that it was not only a gift from above, but the result of men and women who worked incredibly hard and dedicated their lives so that our cultural diversity can be celebrated. As we reflect on our heritage, we must acknowledge everyone who has contributed to our social development and honor the long-lasting impact of their word. Mr. Nelson Mandela made this powerful observation during the UN Summit for Social Development in 1995, saying, and I quote, "However, The need to pursue the good of all has been subsumed under the narrow interest of the self or the corporate unit. The endless cycle then becomes better circumstances for a few, precarious ones for many, and indeed worse for the majority, close quote. Chairperson, how prophetic these words have proven to be. Back home, men and women from every persuasion, from lawyers to activists, to faith-based organizations, constitutionalists and academics worked tirelessly to draft laws that would change history for the poor, the indigent, indeed the most vulnerable. These laws were intended to reshape the lives of the marginalized, ensuring their full participation in the newfound democracy so many had fought so hard to achieve. The entire world rallied around South Africa, offering support to ensure that these transformative laws could be effectively implemented. So many individuals assumed pivotal roles to ensure that children, the elderly, persons with disabilities, and all beneficiaries of these laws would have their dignity restored and their lives improved. There is not enough time in this debate, Chairperson, to single out all those who made great sacrifices and efforts to see these laws enacted and implemented. Their efforts helped move the needle towards changing the status of poor and vulnerable, allowing them to start enjoying the fruits of our collective hard-earned democracy. We all agree the journey started by those supremely courageous men and women 30 years ago from all sectors of society, all spheres of government, civil society. The international development community was not without its challenges. Their efforts saved many lives, restored some dignity, and started the process of knitting the fabric of South Africa's society together. South Africa found its space in the community of nations as a promoter of human rights and a key role model in the protection of those rights for whomever may have been viciously kicked to the curb by the previous administration. All of us sitting here today received the baton from those trailblazing visionaries, inspired minds who saw victory during the dark days and who envisioned a better socio-economic ecosystem. Those South Africans believe that if they could overcome apartheid, no challenge would be insurmountable. But our celebration of their legacy must be tempered with concern. The number of poor increases daily, as do the numbers of older persons who are abused, some of them violently, for their meager government grants. Tragically, the number of children living in child and youth care centers continues to escalate, as does the number of those abandoned on train station benches, in pit toilets, and under bridges. We need to ask ourselves, Honorable Chairperson, how is it that we have failed those who came before us, who did such great work to change and improve the lives of the poor and vulnerable? What would they say about the current state of poverty and vulnerability? Have we properly implemented and amended the laws they crafted so carefully? Has the heritage they bequeathed to us been superseded by our narrow interest of the self that Mr. Mandela warned us so prophetically of? And we need to ask ourselves, as members of the 7th Parliament, can we rise to the critical challenges facing us? Can we set aside our political differences for the sake of those whose rights exist on paper but remain unrealized? Starting today, can we reduce the number of growth-stunted children, lessen the abuse of women and children, and alleviate vulnerability of the elderly? Honorable Chairperson, we have everything at our disposal within this House to solve the issues highlighted in the questions I have asked. The time for talking is over. We need to start doing, because only through action can we change the lived experience of all South Africans for the better. Let the Heritage Day 2024 be the start of a changing life experience, the change that will allow all South Africans to meaningfully celebrate their culture and diversity in a country that belongs to everyone. I call on all of us to work together to achieve this. South Africans deserve no less, and God will surely help us. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. Honorable Mutadwa.
House Chair, it is said that heritage is important because it connects people with the past, it affirms and reproduces cultural identity. Desmond Tutu bore the testimony to this by giving our nation a new identity post-1994, that of Rainbow Nation. In the wisdom of our elders, rainbow symbolizes unity and hope. It symbolizes peace. But this Rainbow Nation has been dispossessed, the experiences by the remnants of colonialism. There can be unity whilst racism continues unabated, whereby a white farmer can murder Black people and feed their human remains to pigs. There can be peace in a country where crime has escalated to high levels, allowing extortion even from a poor grandmother who sells fat cakes in the streets. There can be hope whilst the Tinsalo graduates stand up at crossroads in their gowns begging for food, clothes, and jobs. A true reflection of reconciliation in a peaceful country is often displayed by the harmonic sounds of nature and songs sung by its inhabitants. It is over decades since we sang the songs of victory over colonial and apartheid systems, systems that dismantled the African dream of Ilembe leqamanya malembe ngokukhalipha, the founder of the Zulu nation, King Shaka Kasenzangakhona, who is presumed to have died on this day in 1828. The 9th of September also marked 151 years since Prince Makoma of the Kgakgabe House of Xhosa Kingdom transited in Robben Island. After having gallantly led 3 wars against British invasion, Makoma died alone in Robben Island, and on his deathbed, an Anglican church baptized him against his wish, perhaps marking the complete emasculation of our African heritage and value systems, only to be replaced by those of our oppressors. The 12th of September also marked the date of Steve Biko's death at the hands of white invaders. His sin was his advocacy for African people to find themselves and affirm themselves as full human beings. Chairperson, I'm highlighting just these few iconic individuals to emphasize that after attainment of political freedom, we as African people remain largely a dispossessed people and emasculated people. And as Steve Biko so noted, as mere shells. Our history has been completely replaced by that of the colonizer. Our language is that of the colonizer. Our heritage, which is in being authentically ourselves, in affirming our right to our land, and in advancing interests that are authentically African, has been completely obliterated. And now that which we call heritage is the heritage of the colonizer. In the Oxford Learner's Dictionary, defines heritage as the history, traditions, and qualities a country or society has had for many years. Then the logical question one should ask is, what qualities, therefore, that our country or society has had for the past 30 years? Black people living in shacks that they will leave behind as their heritage for their children, whilst their white counterparts are left with big companies and houses in Gulf estates. Communal taps used to splash water on their backs in the absence of swimming pools in their communities. Imaginary participation in sports without sporting facilities. Greatly displayed lack of care by the president to appropriately and speedily deal with the amendments of copyright and performance protection bills when artists are dying poor week in and week out. 2010 World Cup, a missed opportunity to redress the distorted jungle image of Africa and its history, regardless of the guarantee by FIFA and the Minister of Trade and Industry that the World Cup will benefit locals. But our creative sector people became backyard spectators of the waka wakas and foreign content domination over African content, even in the form of performances. Publicly reported royalty scams and shambles, yet no government department is able to intervene. But quick at taking podiums to make cold speeches at funerals of the famous but died poor. Today, the party of Sol Plaatje, who characterized the actions of the colonizing settler as having made the African not just a slave, but a pariah in the land of his own birth. His party is now in bed with colonizers. You take your instructions on how to advance interests of Africans from colonizers. Under this new right-wing coalition between ANC and the colonizer, there shall never be true emancipation of the African. Our artists will continue to die paupers. Our historical sites and figures will continue being desecrated. 24th of September will remain a bright day instead of a day of reflection in remembrance of those who came before us. EFF rejects celebration of this day whilst our people are landless, whilst mineral sources are still in the hands of white capitalists, whilst the statue of Louis Botha is still staring at us outside.
Honorable Mthethwa, your time has expired.
It's not.
Your time has expired. That is -8,
Oh, okay,
10
fine.
exact.
But here you, I just want to say.
Honorable Hadebe, please come. Honorable
Yeah,
Mthethwa,
it's
your
not an
time has
evolution.
expired.
GNU is not an
Honorable Hadebe.
Sihlalo wendlu. Ngikhuleke kwisizwe sikaNodumehlezi kaMenzi. Udlungwane kaNdaba. Udlungwane wombelebele. Usishaka kashayekile mbele eqamanya amalembe ngokukhalipha. Ushaka ngiyesaba ukuthi ushaka ngoba ushaka kwakuyinkosi yasemashobeni. This month will always be a bittersweet month for the Inkatha Freedom Party, as it marks a year since the passing of our great statesman, founder and president emeritus uMntwana wakwaPhinda Angene. We were privileged to take lessons from his rich well of culture and traditions. We take pride in learning from his teachings of Ubuntu, which we base our lives on as an African nation and political party. We celebrate uMntwana for his enduring contributions that enriched our identity, our political framework, and our heritage. We fondly remember his profound words, and I quote, "Our heritage is our identity, and our identity is our heritage." Indeed, Honorable Chairperson, our heritage identifies us. September is often a month in which we become nostalgic as we remember the heroes and heroines who fought to build and shape the land we call our home today. It is on their shoulders that we stand, on their sacrifices that we could build our beloved South Africa. Democracy and unity have become synonymous with the likes of former President Nelson Mandela, the late IFP founder Prince Mangosuthu Buthelezi, Oliver Tambo, Steve Biko, Winnie Madikizela Mandela, Walter Sisulu, Helen Suzman, Albertina Sisulu, Lillian Ngoyi, and Charlotte Maxake, to name a few. When we think about the past 30 years of unity in diversity as the IFP, we beam with pride as we reflect on the instrumental role our late founder, the Honorable Prince Mangosuthu Buthelezi, and the IFP played. And we are reminded of our late founder's words when he stated, I quote, "In all that I have done, I have sought the best interest of my country so that we might attain a unified, equal, and just society in which both individuals and groups enjoy the gains of freedom." Chairperson, when we look at where we are as country 30 years later, it is almost feels as though we are experiencing a full circle moment as we are starting off the next 30 years of democracy with a government of national unity. As a country, it is clear that we are not where we should have been by now, considering the state of our economy and the deeply entrenched inequalities our people face. However, with the GNU family in place, we can finally start progressing to where we need to be. Ungabhamazeli phambi kwensizwe igiya, isiphundu sizogcwala uthuli. As we celebrate this Heritage Month, let us be reminded of how, where, and with whom it all started, so that we never lose sight of where we are headed. Nina bezulela dume ubala, lapho kungemunga kungemthole. Uhlamvana bhula umlilo, ububa sowumantshonga benoqelemane. Inzima lemnyama ebubende bezingonyama, angehlele ezansi nina besilo. Bayede.
Thank you, Honorable Sauls.
Greetings in the wonderful name of our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. Moinke Ahuniki. Honorable House Chair, our former President, His Excellency Thabo Mbeki, when explaining the reasoning behind the design of our national coat of arms, said, open quote, "The coat of arms that is supposed to symbolize the protector of the nation. Who is our protector? We said the best protectors are the first people who died when the colonialists came here. The first defenders of our independence were the Khoi and San," close quote. Honorable Speaker, this is the reason why today our coat of arms has two Bushman warriors on it. Concerning the motto used on our coat of arms, President Mbeki reflects, open quote, "We have to use a language that unites the people. And the only languages that can do that are the Khoi and San languages," close quote. And therefore, honorable members, we have inscribed on our national coat of arms the Bushman words, "Te itara te," literally translated to mean unity in diversity. It was not the African National Congress alone who drafted the Freedom Charter. No, it was the Congress of the People consisting of the ANC, the South African Indian Congress, the South African Colored People's Congress, the South African Congress of Democrats. Madam House Chair, it was unity in diversity that gave us the document upon which our Constitution is founded today. It was not Utata Nelson Mandela's revolutionary leadership alone that could usher in a democratic South Africa. It required President F.W. de Klerk to join hands with him to do so. Madam House Chair, once again, it is unity in diversity that made it possible for us to sit here in this house today. Te itara te. It is not Rassi's brilliant coaching alone that makes us the #1 rugby team in the world. It is also the leadership of Kolisi, the speed of Colby, and the unity in diversity of the entire Bokke team that gives us consistent victory. The opposition should take note at this juncture that pushing an all blacks only political agenda will lose. It's only a government of national unity in diversity that can ensure we remain global political champions of non-racialism. Even if we win with only this one political point, history shall still consider the GNU as the ones in the 7th administration who were progressive. There is a cohesion proverb that holds, a dream is only a dream if it's a dream shared by all people, close quote. We all dream of a united South Africa at the helm of the department, tasked with the constitutional responsibility to ensure we achieve this dream should be someone to whom racial integration is not just a noble ideology, but a matter of biology. Someone who is a biological prototype of racial integration. Dear South Africans, the Honorable Minister Gayton McKenzie is that someone. A man whose grandfather is Irish, so he can't look down on a white person. Whose mother is Sotho, so he can't look down on a black person. A man who leads the only political party in this country founded by himself as a colored man, a black man, Honorable Deputy President Kenny Kunene, and a white man, Charles Cilliers. A man in whom's DNA is everyone, therefore he can't look down on anyone. Honorable Minister Gayton McKenzie, continue to lead us in your God-given assignment through your department, together with your deputy and your entire team, to realize our shared South African dream of unity in diversity, or more accurately stated, Te Tara Tri. May the blood of Krotoa, Asimoto, Stanley Lowland, Anton Franch, and Esri Kleel continue to speak from the ground of this our great republic until we all become one people under God. I thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Mulder.
Honorable Chairperson, today we debate in this Heritage Day debate the topic of celebrating 30 years of unity in diversity. Nou, dit is nie die eerste keer nie, dit is vir 30 jaar wat ons hierdie debat voer en dat ons hierdie goeders met mekaar gesels. En ek het vandag baie aandagtig geluister na die sprekers van verskillende partye voor my. Ek het geluister na die ANC se spreker, die Honorable Gagabu. Ek het geluister na die MK se spreker, agbare Manji. Ek het geluister na die DA se Masango, ek het geluister na die EFF se Mtetwa en na die ander ook. Nou die interessante vir my is, deur na hulle te luister oortuig my, ons is nie nader aan mekaar as wat ons was 30 jaar gelede nie, ons is verder weg van mekaar as wat ons was 30 jaar gelede. As u mooi geluister het na wat elkeen te sê gehad het, het ons nie nader aan mekaar gekom in hierdie tyd nie, ons het verder van mekaar af weggedryf in Suid-Afrika en ons moet daarvan kennis neem. Dit help nie elkeen kom na hierdie podium en sê al die mooi regte clichés en die regte aanhalings, die regte woorde, maar in werklikheid praat ons by mekaar verby. Erfenis is 'n persoon of 'n groep of 'n gemeenskap se unieke oorgeerfde sin van identiteit, hulle waardes, hulle tradisies, hulle kultuur en gebruike wat oorgedra is na vorige geslagte, uit vorige geslagte ook die toekoms in. Erfenis gaan nie maar net oor wat nou is nie, erfenis gaan oor wat voorlê en wat geskep word op die pad na die toekoms toe. Ek het mooi geluister aan die agbare Manji, hy het baie mooi vertel en vir ons verduidelik, whom they all embrace. But he didn't mention anything about the Afrikaner or white people. That was his choice. He did not embrace them. Louis Liebenberg moet daarvan kennis neem. Yeah, well, he didn't. So we must listen to what people are saying and what the words mean in terms of what they are basically saying. Hierdie debat, wat gaan oor kultuur, oor erfenis, gaan ook baie verder as dit. Dit gaan oor nasiebou, oor social cohesion of nie. En ek moet eerlikwaar sê, die agbare minister van kuns en kultuur het 'n enorme taak en het 'n groot klomp werk reeds gedoen in terme van nasiebou, in terme van die departement, want hierdie departement leen om daartoe tot 'n baie groot mate. Aan die een kant is daar sport, en solank dit goed gaan in sport, is sport 'n vereniging, 'n vereniging by mekaar bringer, unifier. Maar dit gaan nie altyd goed in sport nie, daar kom 'n tyd wanneer sportspanne swak vaar en verloor en mense assosieer nie daarmee nie. En dan kom daar by ander dinge uit, rondom kultuur, identiteit en die boustene wat in 'n gemeenskap basies daar staan. Suid-Afrika is 'n enorme diverse land. Ons weet van die verskeidenheid, ons weet van die diversiteit. Daarom sê die grondwet, 11 official languages. Dit is die werklikheid van die verskeidenheid van Suid-Afrika. En dan is die vraag, wat doen ons rondom hierdie diversiteit? Is ons ernstig daaroor of is ons besig met lippediens? Unity in diversity. But what are we doing really in terms of accommodating that diversity? En dat is 'n keuse. Daar is enorme energie wat opgesluit lê in Suid-Afrika in sy verskeidenheid van mense, in die verskeidenheid van kulture. Enorme energie wat na vore kan kom om hierdie land vorentoe te vat. Wat ek vir julle sê op hierdie stadium nie ontsluit word nie. As ek geluister het aan die sprekers vandag hier van die verskillende partye, het ek niemand gehoor wat vir my vreeslik gelukkig en opgewonde klink om deel te wees van hierdie groter prentjie nie. Behalwe minister McKenzie, ja. Maar vir die res het vir my geklink werklik, niemand is werklik opgewonde nie, niemand is regtig vreeslik gelukkig nie, en is baie almal klaar aan alle kante toe. Die werklikheid is, erken die diversiteit, maak daarvan 'n sukses en neem dit vorentoe, dan kan jy Suid-Afrika vorentoe bou deur elkeen se identiteit te erken, deur sy verskeidenheid te erken, wat boustene word, anders as om voor te strompel van een geleentheid na die ander. Dit kan gedoen word, maar vandag se debat sê vir my, daar is nie noodwendig hierdie groot opgewondenheid oor oor diversiteit in terme van
Honorable Mulder,
in terme van
your time is expired.
Thank you.
Honorable Letlape.
Thank you, Chair. Just before I came into the House, I listened to Pravin Gordon's daughter bid farewell to her father. And her last words were, "Today we mourn the dead, tomorrow we live for them." And I'd like to modify them by saying, tomorrow we honor them. But what we've done in the last 30 years is to dishonor those that came before us. We have a more unequal society today. We have a country that is not safe. Women are worse off today in terms of their personal safety and their lives than ever before. I would like to correct the minister when he says that in 1976, we fought against Africans. We didn't fight against Africans. We fight so that we could be seen. We fight not to be dominated. We fought not to be oppressed. We fought to be able to choose the language that we want to be taught in. And when you contrast it, it's very similar to the challenges that have been put on the Bella Bill now, which is about autonomy of communities to choose their languages in their own schools. You ask yourself, have we made progress or are we moving backwards? We are the most unequal society on earth today. 47 years and 7 days ago, Steve Biko died. I grew up in that era and I learned from him. But the man that went before him was Smangaliso Sobukwe. And he said, to be an African, you have to put Africa first. He's the one man that never saw color. He's the one man that advocated for one person, one vote. I ask, as we sit here today, how many of us put Africa first? Because that's who is needed to take Africa forward. We can only go forward if we're not bringing our histories to impede a future. We have to work together. We can look back about our histories, but if we do not accept that all of us, the Rainbow Nation, has to work together, all colors, we have to come together. What we need to promote are human rights and humanity. What we need to do is to take action that we make South Africa better. We make South Africa safer. We have stolen. I am a product of Bantu education. Not because what the Afrikaner government wanted for me was good, but because our communities were resilient. Our communities resisted. The education that we govern over today produces kids that can read for meaning. That's on us. That is not on those that went before us. And it is time we stopped desecrating the graves of those that gave us this opportunity. Except that mistakes have been made in the last 30 years. The first 10 years there was hope, but the last 20, we have all faltered. And we've got to take collective responsibility. No name calling, no shaming of others. And we work together to build South Africa. The people have voted that we should act. And we in Action SA say, all are welcome. Whatever your history is, it's about the future that would be for all of us.
Honorable
So that
Lekapa,
women can be saved, children
your
can
time
be
has
saved.
expired. Honorable Swart, on the virtual
Thank you.
platform.
Thank you, House Chair. House Chair, while the ACDP believes that the nation is facing many and diverse challenges, there is still much to be grateful for and to celebrate after 30 years during this debate on Heritage Day. It is important for us to reflect on the values that have guided our country so far: reconciliation, unity, and nation building, leading to unity in diversity. And for those of us who are followers of Jesus Christ, we need to build and continue building our nation, because we are called to minister love, forgiveness, and reconciliation. We have no choice. That is the centrality of our gospel. This message of forgiveness and reconciliation was advocated by former President Nelson Mandela 30 years ago. It laid the foundation for our nation. It is a message that remains the hope for a prosperous and peaceful future for everyone in our nation, to achieve even greater unity in diversity. And we need to come together in the 7th Parliament to make sure that South Africa is indeed a better place for all. Our heritage is also importantly passed through the generations, from parents to children. Parents have the guide and responsibility to choose the kind of education best for their children, including religious, cultural, and language basis of their education. This is recognized by South African and international law. We cannot protect our heritage when parents' rights and responsibilities are undermined in the name of a very radical brand of secularism. We, as believers, as faith-bearing people in this nation, need to take a stand against secularism in our nation. Chairperson, religious and cultural speech is also under threat when one considers the contentious Hate Speech Act that may well be abused to silence religious and cultural speech, which should and does enjoy constitutional protection. The ACDP believes our democracy will be poorer, not richer. Our diversity will be undermined if religious and cultural voices that have stood the test of time in South Africa are silenced and suppressed in our nation. On this Heritage Day, let us celebrate unity and diversity by remembering that our Constitution welcomes and protects religious and cultural speech and activities in the public sphere. I thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Nontenja.
Mandibulele, mandibulele sihlalo ohloniphekileyo. Le nyanga sikuyo yinyanga yenkcubeko esikhumbuza ngemvelaphi yethu, imbali yesizwe namasiko kunye nezithethe. Kufanelekile ke ngoku sibonakalise ukuzingca ngemvelaphi yethu, ngoba kaloku isizwe esingayaziyo imvelaphi yaso asizazi ukuba siyaphi. Nangona indlela yenkcubeko yasentshona iya ikhula kweli lizwe lokhokho bethu, thina sinoxanduva lokukhusela inkcubeko yethu ngoba ililifa lethu kunye nezizukulwana ezizayo. Yiloo nto kufuneka urhulumente athathe uxanduva lokuhlohla abantwana nolutsha ngokubaluleka kweelwimi zomthonyama nembali yokhokho kunye namaqhawe eli lizwe. Imbali yesizwe kufuneka iqale ukufundiswa kumabanga aphantsi ezikolweni, abantwana beselula, khona ukuze bangalahlekelwa bubuntu nobubone. Honorable Chairperson, Heritage Month is the time the nation celebrates unity in diversity. In a country that has unpleasant history of division and apartheid, unity in diversity demonstrates extreme levels of tolerance for each other's uniqueness, and South Africans have come too far to reach such understanding of diversity. The UDM, however, suggests that we celebrate Heritage Month with a consideration that there are some critical issues surrounding our heritage. For instance, when looking back at the past 30 years, what is said is that South African people have been relegated to being tourists of their own heritage. Our identity is no longer an anchor of our daily lives. It is something we now visit occasionally. Foreign tendencies have now formed habits that are now creating new identities and heritages.
Honorable Nontenja.
Yes, Chair.
Yes, continue, ma'am.
Thank
We
you, Chair.
lost you there for a second.
Well, okay, thank you, Chair. It is these new heritages that the current generations will bequeath to forthcoming generations, and old ones will be extinct if we don't do anything about it. We believe that nations are made up of a collection of stories and legends. These stories shape the way we think about our country and our standing within it. And for our children to know.
Honorable Nontenja,
Yes,
unfortunately, your time has expired.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. Honorable Ghana.
Iteta kutirheni. Ni tshama xitulu na Khensa.
Aye.
Vahlonipheki va hovo. Honorable members, this debate offers us an opportunity to reflect on ourselves. First as South Africans, but also as members of Parliament. This heritage debate must be a moment of some deep reflection in terms of what it means to be a South African 30 years into our democracy. How should we define ourselves as a people? What is the South African consciousness? And what is it that should unite us as a people? In many ways, Heritage Day is connected to our nation-building efforts. The task of building a nation is never completed in one generation. It is passed on from one generation to the next. And that which is passed from one generation, at least in the case of South Africa, must be significantly better than that which was inherited. As a generation of leaders, can we confidently say that we are on course to pass to the next generation a better South Africa than the one we inherited? The essence of heritage is not in so much what we wear or eat. That is important, but it must be in what we are able to pass on to the next generation. But honorable members, in fostering our national identity and diverse heritage, we must also acknowledge that there are inhibitors to solid heritage and identity. This includes a culture of lawlessness, a lack of respect for human safety and life, inability or unwillingness to select the best for critical roles in society, the normalization of stealing of public funds, and glossing over current and historical injustices. As the 7th Parliament, What is the parliamentary heritage we will want the next parliament to inherit and continue to build a South Africa that is safe, prosperous, equal, and united? A good heritage is not an accident of history. It is an intentional and deliberate effort of leaders and leadership. At the core of what we do has to be respect, Ubuntu, a culture of hard work and excellence. The heritage that we must pass on to the next generation is a commitment to build a bigger and a solid middle class whilst taking care of our fellow South Africans who cannot provide for themselves.
Thank you, Honorable Webster.
Ngibonge sihlalo ngibingelele indlu. Heritage Day is meant to be a day of celebrating a shared national identity and a shared future and a shared vision for this country. Colleagues have made mention of King Shaka, an inspiration for Heritage Day, unodumehlezi, ilembe, eleqa amanye amalembe ngokukhalipha. His legacy was of bringing the Zulu nation together, and Heritage Day exists to bring South Africa together and to make us one nation. This is a day that was meant to celebrate a shared heritage, but also to encourage us to build a shared heritage into the future. But we must be honest, South Africa, we haven't built a shared heritage. For 30 years, the government has failed to capitalize on the goodwill of South Africans in building a united and equal South Africa. I grew up in the 80s, and like it was then, it still is now, that we have multiple South Africas. We have different education systems, one for the rich, one for the poor. We are one of the most economically unequal societies in the world. Our communities are still the picture that the architects of apartheid had in mind. Different kinds of communities that have infrastructure and that don't, and that runs along racial lines. We can't fix a problem we don't own and acknowledge, so let's acknowledge that we have not built one South Africa. We have not built one heritage, and we need to start today to work towards building one South Africa. This year's election results provided an opportunity for that, and that's why before even the GNU was formed as Build One South Africa, we called for a national convention where every constituency would be represented. In the absence of this, in the absence of a shared vision and a shared plan, the GNU has become a patronage and power grab government where the focus is on handing positions to parties in exchange for cooperations, and South Africans are fast losing hope. We have an opportunity now to have a national convention where we offer a democratic and transparent pathway on agreeing on a government agenda that is values-based and that is delivery-based. We cannot, as South Africa starts to build a new country, when we don't share the vision. We have to identify as a generation, what is our visions, like the heroes that were spoken about today, who actually fought for a shared vision and a shared future for South Africa. We have to identify what is the South Africa that we want. And I invite you today that we start to build towards one South Africa. And that starts with coming together and crafting this vision. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. ATM. I will now call Honorable the Deputy Minister of Social Development.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, the theme for 2024 Heritage Month is commendable as it gives recognition to those who laid down their lives and went to prison to defend their land. The Department of Social Development will have an engagement with the villages of Kufumvaba on International Day for the Eradication of Poverty on the 7th of October as part of Social Development Month. We are going to ask the villagers what needs to be done immediately and thereafter to take them out of poverty. This type of engagement should take place in all villages, where villagers put up resistance to keep their land and which led to the freedoms we enjoy today. I would like to thank honorable members for acknowledging Chief Moshoeshoe of the Ngungwani tribe of the Tembu Nation in Kufumvaba in the Eastern Cape's Krishani District Municipality. The chief and about 8 members of his family started the struggle against land theft by the 1820 British settlers. He and his son was captured and imprisoned on Robben Island. It was during a parliamentary constituency visit to Kufumvaba that I met with the tribal community. We had discussions under a tree where the elders raised their wishes to have the remains of the king's son returned to Kufumvaba to be buried next to him. They showed me the grave of the king. The king, after his release on Robben Island, was killed defending the precinct of Nobo, where Walter Sisulu later resided. Kufumvaba has a rich history of freedom fighters dating back to the 18th century and were amongst the first freedom fighters who were hanged by the apartheid government as recently as 1952 after they were captured in Queenstown. As we celebrate Heritage Day, the best way the 7th Parliament can pay tribute to the stalwarts of Kufumvaba and other villages who gave their lives before the land is to eradicate poverty amongst their progeny. Our heritage is the land. We need to fight like Chief Moshoeshoe, his son, and the 8 members of his family. We need to show our gratitude by eradicating poverty. Chief, rest in peace. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Honorable Mlotsane.
Honorable House Chairperson, South Africa is a country characterized by diversity. We are a people from different geographical localities spanning 9 provinces, which range from Gauteng, which houses the cradle of humankind, where fossils of the earliest life forms are found, and the Western Cape province, where you can find Robben Island, which is a symbol for the struggle of freedom, and where many of our political prisoners, such as Nelson Mandela, Walter Sisulu, Harry Gwala, Robert Sobukwe, Toivo Jatoivo, and others were imprisoned. We are also linguistically diverse people with 12 official languages, including the recognition of the South African Sign Language as the 12th official language. It is in this spirit that we support the signing of the Bella Bill into the law by President Cyril Ramaphosa in its provisions to support our linguistic diversity and promote multilingualism in our education system. The signing of the Bella Bill marks the positive step in ensuring that our differences are embraced and no longer can be used as a barrier to access and success. 30 years into democracy, a minority within our society seeks to retain what the youth generation of 1976 fought and died for. Our diversity should not serve as a source of division, as observed in some schools in various communities. The government ought to allocate sufficient resources for the development of our official languages, for mother tongue teaching and learning in our education system, for sign language to improve accessibility. South African heritage is also underpinned by an intricate history tied to the rest of the African continent, whose history has been distorted and marginalized. These narratives are aimed at undermining the agency of Africans and their contribution to civilization and innovation. A critical component of celebrating our heritage is reclaiming our narrative history and challenging falsified and distorted Eurocentric narratives using institutions like schools to teach a reviewed history from an African perspective that reflects the complex and rich history of our struggles, economic and socio-cultural system, which existed before the period of colonialism. We must reclaim the narrative of our history from an African perspective as part of restoring the identity and dignity of our people. This will also impact our national consciousness to have an appreciation of vastness, diversity, and complexity of our history, and a multiple contribution to foster deeper appreciation of where we came from and support strides to realize a united, non-racial, non-sexist, democratic, and prosperous society. Furthermore, this also requires addressing the erasure of women, which is the marginalization and underrepresentation of women voices, experiences, and contributions to various and unrepresentation of women in our public monuments, such as statues of liberation fighters. Despite the vital role of women such as Charlotte Maxeke, Alexander Ray Simmons, Victoria Mxenye, Dorothy Nyembe, and among others in the anti-apartheid movement. Monuments and statues commemorating women across the country are overwhelmingly rare, especially compared to the male leaders. The erasure of women is not only reflection of patriarchal norms, but also indicative of continued work we must collectively do to close gender parities and start recognizing the contribution of women and creating meaningful opportunities for participation and success. Honorable Chair, the media, music, and other creative arts remain an important component in preserving, shaping the South African heritage. From the messages of resistance conveyed in the work of Miriam Makeba and Hugh Masekela to the contemporary vibrant sound of Amapiano championed by Kabza the Small and Uncle Waffles, as well as stories told in film and visual arts such as Sarafina and Shaga Ilembe. All of these are incredible expressions of our evolving culture, reflecting various movements and contexts, and aligning to the people of the time. This is why we also welcome technological advancement and the use of social media in not only documenting and preserving our history, but also inspiring new generation to engage and celebrate their heritage by using modern innovation. Innovations such as podcasts can spread our heritage through popular culture. Creative artists such as Munaka, McG, and Sol Penduka have produced the largest podcast, the Podcast and Chill. We must support such initiatives as part of transforming the creative sector. Hope chillers are watching. Equally important in an evolving society of the protection and preservation of our indigenous knowledge system, and therefore we recognize and applaud the work done by institutions such as the Indigenous Knowledge System Center at the University of Northwest, whose programs are developed and designed to recognize, protect, develop, promote, and affirm indigenous knowledge system as a body of knowledge and relevant to the knowledge community. Honorable Chair, we must be resolved to rid our society of destructive narratives and practices which hinder reconciliation efforts and social cohesion. We must be resolved to uphold the constitutional principle of diversity, respect, and tolerance. As we continue to celebrate our rich heritage in this month, let the words of Utata Nelson Mandela echo when he said, I quote, "We truly have many cultures, yet we are one nation. We are truly diverse, yet we are bound together in a common destiny in the southern part of South Africa. We are all Africans," close quote. We are compelled never to lose sight of the fact that our rich diversity is our greatest treasure and strength as a nation. Our identity and unity as South Africans are not built, nor should we aspire for them to mean conformity or sameness. Ours is an intricate identity rooted in diversity in religions, ethnicities, languages, cultures, traditions, hours of unity in diversity. Malibongwe. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. Next speaker is the Honorable Adams.
House Chairperson, the Progressive Caucus. You know, we've had the discussion about identity, history, and dignity. But very few people have touched on the issue of the colored people. The people whose identity was stolen and whose land is still being sold off to this day by people who form part of the GNU. We don't speak about this. We don't speak about the fact that the first indigenous people still have not had their royalty recognized by this House 30 years into the new dispensation. Are colored people the uncomfortable stepchild of the new South Africa? The answer is yes. We speak about equality, but you know that I can never be equal because I have no acknowledged history and no acknowledged land in this country. That the European settler has more say over the land he evicted me from in 1976 than I do. But we speak about dignity and we speak about heritage. And I listen to the right wing speak to the MK party about what they see as the wrongs that they committed, and therefore they do not belong in this August House. But that same DA has sent apartheid killers to council and brought them to this parliament and think nothing of it. It's as if theft and looting
Honorable
is a black man's
Adams,
problem.
just take your seat for a moment. There's a hand. Honorable Mileham, why are you rising?
Thank you, Honourable House Chair. Honourable House Chair, the member at the podium said that the DA sent apartheid killers to council. I would like him to please withdraw. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Mileham. Aspersions can't be cast on a party. That is ultimately a point of debate. Honorable Adams, please continue.
Chairperson, House Chairperson, I understand that these people don't understand. Like they didn't understand that they sent a racist here in Ronaldo House. Now, can I please continue?
Honorable Adams, there's another hand. Honorable member, why are you rising?
Still thinking about it.
No, thank you very much. Is a member willing to take a question?
Honorable Adams, are you willing to take a question?
From him, Chair, all day.
Okay, pose your
Is that
question.
an agreement or what? Is he agreeing to take a question?
He doesn't understand.
Okay.
He
perfect.
said yes.
Thank you very much, Chair. I wanted your confirmation before raising my question. When the honorable member is speaking of chiefs that they have lost or the chiefs that have not received their recognition, which chiefs is the honorable member speaking of?
Corina Icona, the Korana. Chief, you need to come and sit and have coffee with me one day. Maybe you learn something. The colored people have faced a 400-year genocide since Van Riebeeck got off that boat. And in 1995, the ANC decided to extend it by another 30 years. Today, you speak to me about my heritage. Acknowledge my heritage, man. Acknowledge the fact that my people are dying because of a lack of opportunity, and it's systemic. A handful of coloreds in council, a handful of coloreds in parliament, a handful of colored ministers. That does not do anything for my people. It is the biggest day of the year. Chief, I understand that you think it's funny, but I also understand you don't understand that you're stupid. My people are dying and you think it's a joke.
On a point of order. Honorable Adams, please take your seat for a moment. Honorable member, why are you rising?
Chair, I'm rising on a point of order.
Yes.
I think the member on the podium is excited. Just by smiling, he's addressing me and leaving everything and saying I'm stupid. And I want to appeal that he must withdraw that. Thank you.
Yeah, Honorable Adams, please moderate your language.
Chair, if the man thinks that the death of the colored people is a
Honorable
joke,
Adams.
if he thinks that the dying of 10 of our sons a day is a joke, I will not retract.
Honorable Adams, did you refer to that member as stupid?
Chief, he was laughing at my face while I was telling you that 10 of our sons died.
Honorable Adams,
I will
did
not
you
retract.
refer to that member as
I will not retract.
Honorable Adams,
I will not retract.
if you're not prepared,
You apologize for laughing about the death of
Honorable
our sons,
Adams.
and then I will retract.
Honorable Adams, I will give you another opportunity to withdraw.
I don't want the opportunity.
Okay, then you must leave the podium and the house. Honorable Adams, leave the house, please. There's a door just to your left. Honorable members, let's continue. The next party with an opportunity to participate in this debate is the PAC. Is there a speaker for the PAC? If not, then we move on to the Honorable Mahlatsi.
Little chance. Okay, thank you, Chairperson. Greeting to the Progressive Caucus. Kgotso ma-Afrika. Honorable Letlape, if the Jews are still speaking about the Holocaust today, and you're expecting us Africans, thank you, Khutile Mungaka. If the Jews are still speaking about the Holocaust today, and you expect us just to forget about apartheid, forget it, Rahana. So that one we must make it clear. If you are saying what happened, if you are saying we must recognize or make 1913 the benchmark for the land, Rahana, we're not recognizing it. Kanimambo. Now, the Heritage Month is meant to celebrate our rich and diverse culture, traditions, and histories. But the United African Transformation is faced with the critical question: how do we truly celebrate our heritage when the foundation of our land, the very soil of our identity, remain unresolved?
Honorable Mahlatsi, please just take your seat for a moment. There's a hand. Honorable member, why are you rising?
He's attributing things to me that I never said.
Yeah, honorable member, that's not a point of order. That's a point of debate. Thank you. Honorable Mahlatsi, please continue.
Rahana ndati. How na heritage re tlo celebrate arsenal fats?
Honorable Mahlatsi, whilst I'm not clamping down on your freedom of speech, please just speak through the chair. I think it will lower the temperature in the house.
I don't understand, Chair.
Thank you.
I'm continuing with my speech. I'm not addressing that little club. Ahana. How do we truly celebrate our heritage when the fundamental issue of our land, the very soil of our identity, remain unresolved? Our heritage is inseparably tied to our land. The land is not just an economic asset, it's our culture, spiritual, our historical foundation. Yet for centuries, African people were violently dispossessed of their land by colonizers, a legacy that apartheid entrenched and democracy has thus far failed to fully address. The failure to return the land to its rightful owners, it's a stain on the very heritage we have been asked to celebrate. The land question is not just about farming or houses, it's about identity, dignity, and justice. Without the land, the heritage of African people remain incomplete. As UAT, we cannot ignore the contradictions. As a Pan-Africanist, we draw our wisdom of leaders like Thomas Sankara, who reminded us that without the control of our land and resources, we cannot control our destiny. Kwame Nkrumah spoke of political independence being meaningless without economic independence. And central to the economic independence, it's our land.
Honorable member. Unfortunately, your time has now expired.
Kadimambo.
The next speaker is the Honorable De Blok van Scheltinga.
Thank you, Chairperson. Heritage Day is an opportunity for South Africans to celebrate what brings us together as South Africans, to celebrate what we share as South Africans, to celebrate what makes us South Africans, but also to celebrate our differences. Because in celebrating our differences, we can learn to love the beauty of our diversity. Diversity is at the heart of our shared South African heritage. Our national motto, as we've heard, translates as diverse people unite. This sentiment underpins the vision of the Government of National Unity for a non-racial, non-sexist country, a country where we come together to celebrate our differences constructively, rather than use those differences as a destructive wedge to drive people apart. Heritage is also an opportunity for reflection. Our heritage is inherited from our ancestors and previous generations, and by virtue of this, our heritage is also our history. All South Africans are products of our shared inheritance. We are all sons of Shaka and daughters of Sada Bartman, nieces of Queen Mojaji and nephews of Van Riebeeck. We are formed by our collective history. The most painful parts of our story are when we pointed fingers at the differences between us as South Africans.
Order, honorable members.
When we pointed fingers at each other instead of celebrating our shared diversity. We must choose to have strength in our diversity, not division. We must celebrate each other, not denigrate each other.
On the point of order, Chair.
For it is only together that we can
Honorable
move
De
this
Blok van Scheltinga, please just take your seat for a moment. Honorable Mileham, why are you rising?
It is an offensive language to say we are all descendants or grandchildren of Jan van Riebeeck, a murderer. We can't be told that we are children or descendants of Jan van Riebeeck. Shaka and them will agree. But to mention Jan van Riebeeck in the same line with Shaka Zulu, with Queen Mojaji, is an offensive language and it's unacceptable. The Jews will never agree that Hitler must be mentioned in a debate that seeks to identify. We will never agree with that. That we are
Thank you,
the
Honorable
descendants
Mileham.
of-
Honorable Mileham, that is a point of debate and not a point of order. Honorable De Blok van Scheltinga, please continue.
Chair, I think it's if we are going to acknowledge that we are all products of South Africa's history, then unfortunately that's a fact we have to admit. My point is, Chair, that
Honorable De Blok van Scheltinga, please take your seat for a moment. Honorable Mtlangweni.
Chair, I want you to caution the young man, if you're gonna continue like that, we are not part of a legacy of Jan van Riebeeck. And he cannot consistently tell us that we are part of Jan van Riebeeck. That is offensive towards all of us Africans, and we cannot allow that and tolerate that. That is precisely that you want to protect still Louis Botha standing a big in front of Parliament. We're not going to allow that.
Thank you, Honorable Mtlangweni. I've already ruled.
With a murderer and a rapist.
Please take your seat
That's
now.
offensive.
Please take your seat now. I've already ruled that that's ultimately a point of debate. So we can't abuse points of order. Order. Honorable member, I'm now speaking. In terms of the rules, when the chair speaks, you are to desist. Honorable members, it might be that you disagree vehemently with the Honorable De Blok van Scheltinga, but that doesn't take away from his right to air his views. I've made that ruling. If you disagree, you know what recourse to take. Honorable Reddy, why are you rising? If it is on the same point, then I'm not going to entertain it.
Rise in terms of Rule 69D. It's headed gross disorderly conduct on the part of the descendant of Jan van Riebeeck. It persists in making serious allegations against other members of this House without adequate substantiation.
Yeah,
Now, in
Honorable
his
Reddy,
statement
please
that we
take
are
your seat.
descendants of Van Riebeeck, He needs to
Please take your seat,
substantiate that
Honorable
in
Reddy.
terms of the rules.
Honorable Reddy, I've already ruled.
I rose on a new rule.
No,
Madam
no,
Chair,
Honorable
Mr.
Reddy. Gross
Speaker.
disorderly conduct is ultimately what we will have is if members continue to raise the same point of order, which I've already ruled on. Thank you. I'm now on the floor. So I've ruled on this matter. It's a point of debate. I think South Africa is now very clear that you, along with some other members, vehemently disagree. That doesn't take away from the right of this member to air his views. Honorable de Blok van Scheltinga, please continue.
I think they will agree, Chair, that we've inherited Van Riebeck's legacy in our inequality in South Africa. That his legacy is not necessarily a positive one, but it's one that we inherited and we share.
Point of order, Chair.
Is that a new point of order? Honorable de Blok van Scheltinga, please take your seat.
Chairperson. Once you've ruled on a matter, that ruling binds all of us, including the man on the podium. So once you've ruled on the matter, he mustn't continue provoking.
No, Honorable Manye.
Rise on the same thing.
Honorable Manye, please take your seat. That is in fact not what the ruling said. The ruling said that while I take notice, along with the rest of South Africa, that you vehemently disagree with this member, he has a right to air his views. Please switch off your mic now. Thank you, Honorable de Blok van Scheltinga. For the sake of progress, I think you have limited time left.
Thank you, Chair. My point is that it is only together that we can move this country forwards and bring freedom and prosperity to all South Africans. And I'm going to draw on our vast and extremely diverse natural heritage to demonstrate this. We are sitting right now in the most biodiverse city in the world. From the steps of this very chamber, one can marvel at one of the world's 7 natural wonders, Table Mountain. Table Mountain alone is home to more plant species than the entire United Kingdom, 2,000 species, of which 90 of them are found nowhere else on planet Earth. This biodiversity hotspot—
Order, honorable members. Please give this member an opportunity.
This biodiversity hotspot is characterized by what we call fynbos. Home to our national flower, the king protea, fynbos is as apt a symbol for the South African people as you can find, both mega diverse and entirely unique to South Africa. Fynbos is hardy and adaptable. It thrives on even the most nutrient-poor soils, can withstand droughts and floods, and can be found growing from the coast where it's lashed by the tempestuous storms to the peaks of the Cape Fold Mountains, where it is baked by the African sun in summer and smothered in frost and snow in winter. Fynbos has found a way to overcome adversity and even to thrive in the most difficult environments. It is the epitome of resilience. The ability of such diverse constituents to overcome the most overwhelming odds is a trait that has come to define generations of South Africans throughout our turbulent history. Perhaps the most telling part of this metaphor is Fynbos's relationship with fire. Fire is a natural part of our African ecosystems, having shaped our landscapes even before the first humans sprung forth from the cradle of humankind to conquer the world. Fires rip frequently through the fynbos, scorching the earth and leaving a blackened hellscape behind. South Africa has been on fire. We've been suffocating in the smoke plumes of crime, poverty, and unemployment. We've been burning in the flames of near-racial politics, stoked by persistent inequality and lack of basic freedoms. Our homes and institutions have been tarnished and charred by the soot of corruption and failed service delivery. But the secret to fynbos is that every 30 years, it needs to burn. The smoke and heat are the cues for dormant seeds to germinate and sprout the next generation of proteas. The old and moribund must make way for new growth. From the ash, green shoots will soon be seen, a symbol of hope, new beginnings, and a new chapter. Earlier this year, South Africa was perilously close to a point of no return. The scorched earth lay dormant, uncertain, seemingly holding its breath in trepidation of what would come next. So many countries have been here before us and have made choices that have run them to ruin, choosing violence, division, and blame. So many countries, but not South Africa. We've been here before. 30 years ago, the world marveled at how South Africa pulled itself back from the brink, not by force, but with love. A nation reborn. 30 years on, the world is again marveling at the miracle of South Africa, how we once again are able to overcome the overwhelming odds, how we pull together as a nation rather than pull apart. using our strength in diversity rather than tearing ourselves apart at the seams of our rich tapestry of heritage. Like the proverbial Fynbos phoenix, we are rising once again after 30 years of struggle because shared diversity will always beat adversity. In 2024, we were truly at a crossroads. Do we cave into adversity, embrace ethnocentric politics and populism, and follow the well-trodden road to ruin? Or do we make the difficult choice to once again find each other in a shared love for our beautiful country and write a new chapter for the people of South Africa? The choice was clear. Either we adopt a government of national unity or a government of notorious impunity. We have chosen once again to hold hands together under our shared values of non-racialism, the rule of law, and the primacy of our constitution, guided by the African principle of Ubuntu. Umuntu, Gumuntu, Gabantu. A diverse people have again united. My fellow South Africans, this Heritage Month, I can see those green shoots starting to show. I thank you.
Thank you. The last speaker is the Honourable, the Deputy Minister of Sports, Arts and Culture.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, honorable members. As we reflect on 30 years of democracy, it is essential to acknowledge our diverse heritage and continue to shape the rich heritage of our country. The month of September annually marks the Heritage Month in South Africa. This year, we will mark the start of Heritage Month under the theme celebrating the lives of our freedom heroes and heroines who laid their lives for our freedom. The theme was deliberately adopted to call to prompt the nation to reflect to the significance of celebrating 30 years of our freedom and acknowledge the sacrifices by our heroes and heroines. In identifying this year's theme, the department considered the preamble of the Constitution, which enjoins us to recognize the injustices of our past and honors those who suffered for justice and freedom in our land, heal the divisions of the past, and establish a society based on democratic values, social justice, and fundamental human rights. Honorable Chairperson, the Truth and Reconciliation Report, which recommended that the symbolic reparations as legal and moral obligations to survivors of gross human rights violations was necessary to restore human and civil dignity and enable victims to come to terms with the past. The repatriation also takes place in the context of the resistance and the liberation heritage route. The project, which symbolizes the restoration of identity and heritage and the reconnection with ancestral roots. The South African government has since been inundated with requests from families and communities for repatriation of the mortal remains of freedom fighters over the years. The well-known and publicized cases are those of Net Nakasa in 2024, Moses Kotane, and JB Max in 2015 until recently. Honorable Chair, given the volume of the remains of South Africans' liberation struggle fighters scattered across the globe, the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture developed a national policy for the repatriation and restitution of human remains and heritage objects, which was approved by Cabinet in 2021. The advisory committee was appointed to advise on the implementation of the policy, and the military veterans endorsed the country-to-country model and implementation plan for the repatriation of human remains to military veterans. Heritage is the soul of a nation. It connects us to our past, informs our present, and shapes our future. All South Africans of all races have been custodians of culture, language, and tradition for generations. We have nurtured
the stories, songs, and rituals that define our diverse identities. Our traditions are alive in times of peace and strife, teaching us who we are and where we come from. These contributions are particularly significant in the context of South Africa's vibrant yet unstrained history. Our transition to democracy in 1994 marked the beginning of a new era, not just politically, but also culturally. The task of redefining South Africa's heritage is an inclusive and representative manner fell largely on the shoulders of each one of us. Our heritage is being safeguarded by practicing and transferring indigenous knowledge systems, traditional crafts, and oral histories to future generations. The heritage that we preserve is not only
Honorable
found
Deputy Minister, my apologies. Honorable members on the virtual platform, please ensure that you stay muted.
The heritage that we preserve is not only found in museums and books, but also in the everyday lives of our people. The digital age offers new opportunities to document, share, and celebrate our diverse traditions, ensuring that our heritage thrives in modernity. We must continue to invest in empowering our youth within the heritage sector, ensuring equal representation in decision-making. The centuries of both slavery and colonialism that were followed by the decades of apartheid has made Black people in particular fight for their worth. Racism, sexism, and economic barriers often lead to exclusion and marginalization of certain groups from decision-making processes, limiting their ability to contribute to nation building. Our history bears testimony to this. Economic exclusion perpetuates inequality, thus creating disparities in access to resources, opportunities, and services, undermining social cohesion and national unity. Unaddressed racism, sexism, and economic disparities can lead to social unrest, protest, and conflict, destabilizing the nation. Systematic injustices erode trust in institutions and nation-building processes, making it challenging to build a cohesive society. Honorable Chairperson, continuing to deny the existence of racism and refusing to confront it will lead to a less vibrant, less cohesive, less prosperous society. The South African creative sector is a significant contributor to the economy, known broadly as the creative industries. These include areas such as fine arts, music, film, television, literature, design, fashion, and multimedia. The creative sector is a substantial source of employment, thus contributing to the job creation. Our cultural export in a form of music genre, such as amapiano, has penetrated the international markets. This proves the cultural potential South Africa has. The diversity in our creative industries provide various opportunities for innovation and growth. Honorable Chairperson, in conclusion, as we celebrate Heritage Month, let us honor the past and commit to a diverse cultural society. The stories, leadership, and resilience are the bedrock upon which we continue to build a more conclusive, proud, and united South Africa. Let us continue to celebrate and elevate all the voices who have given so much of themselves to ensure that the fabric of our heritage remains strong, vibrant, reflective of the true spirit of our nation. Honorable Mthethwa, 30 years of democracy has given us enough experience to understand how to resolve challenges faced by our artists. I promise you that it cannot continue as usual,
and that the leadership of the GNU is all right.
Thank you, honorable members. That concludes the debate. The secretary will read the third and fourth orders together.
Consideration of draft notice and schedule determining the rate with effect from 1 April 2023, at which salaries, allowances, and benefits are payable to public protector and deputy public protector annually. And consideration of draft notice and schedule determining the rate with effect from 1 April 2024, at which salaries, allowances, and benefits are payable to public protector and deputy public protector annually.
I will now recognize the chairperson of the committee, the Honorable Ngola, to introduce the report.
Thank you very much, House Chair, honored members. The Portfolio Committee on Justice and Constitutional Development, having considered the draft notices and schedules determining the rate with effect from 1 April 2023 and 1 April 2024, at which salaries and allowances are payable to the public protector and deputy public protector annually, for approval by Parliament in terms of Section 2, subsection 2A and 2A, subsection 5A of the Public Protector Act of 1994. Reports as follows. The matter was referred to the committee on 9 July 2024 to consider and report on the President's proposed determination of the salaries and allowances of the public protector and deputy public protector with effect from 1 April 2023 and 1 April 2024. Section 219, subsection 5 of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, Act 108 of 1996, provides that national legislation must establish framework for determining the salaries, allowances, and benefits of judges, the public protector, the Auditor General, and members of any commission provided in the Constitution. The determination of remuneration of office bearers of independent constitutional institutions Laws Amendment Act 22 of 2014 creates the necessary framework to determine the salaries of office bearers of independent constitutional institutions. Among others, the Act amends the Public Protector Act 23 of 1994 to provide a process to determine the salaries of the office bearers of these constitutional institutions. Section 2, subsection 2 of the Public Protector Act of 1994, read with Section 17 of the Determination of Remuneration of Office Bearers of Independent Constitutional Institutions Laws Amendment Act of 2014, provides that the Public Protector is entitled to such salary, allowance, and benefits as determined by the President from time to time by notice in the Gazette, after taking into account the recommendations of the Independent Commission for Remuneration of Public Office Bearers. Section 2, subsection 3 of the Public Protector Act of 1994 requires that the National Assembly resolve to approve the notice, whether in whole or in part, or disapprove the determination before publication. Concerning the Deputy Public Protector, Section 2A of the Public Protector Act of 1994, read with Section 3 of the Determination of Remuneration of Office Bearers of Independent Constitutional Institutions Laws Amendment Act of 2014, provides that the Deputy Public Protector is entitled to such salary, allowances, and benefits as determined by the President from time to time by notice in the Gazette, after taking into account the recommendations by the Independent Commission and approved by National Assembly. Section 2A, subsection 5C of the Public Protector Act of 1994 requires that the National Assembly resolve to approve the notice, whether in whole or in part, or disapprove the determination before publication. The Independent Commission recommended a 3% salary increment for all categories of public office bearers, including office bearers of the independent constitutional institutions for financial year 2023-2024. A recommendation of 2.5% salary increment for all categories of public office bearers, including office bearers of the independent constitutional institutions for the 2024-2025 financial year. A letter dated 28 May 2024, the President informed the House that he has considered the Independent Commission's recommendations and the serious economic challenges facing the country and intends to determine a 3% salary increment for all members of the independent constitutional institutions with effect from 1 April 2023, subject to the National Assembly's approval, and a 2.5% salary increase for all members of the independent constitutional institutions with effect from 1 April 2024, subject to the National Assembly's approval. Honorable House Chair, I table this report for approval by this August House. Thank you very much.
Thank you, honorable members. I will now recognize political parties wishing to make a declaration. The usual times for declarations of votes will apply. The DA.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. Considering the economic climate, we as a DA took note of the increases in the recommendation. Though it is significantly below the inflation rate, many, if not the majority, of South Africans are experiencing low to no annual increases. Likewise, considering that the unemployment rate is sitting around 42%, the increase alone will be more than what 42% of South Africans earn individually. This highlights the significant difference. Most South Africans make significantly less than the average salary of 26,000 Rand, according to the Stats SA, which published the stats revealing that the mean salary was only 5,417. Approximately 65,000 Rand per annum. To put this in perspective, the mean salary versus the public protector's generous salary of approximately 1.9 million, an increase of 2.5% would see the public protector enjoying a roughly 48,000 increase per annum, while the average South African would only enjoy 1,624 Rand per annum increase on the same percentage. I do want it to be clear that it's not that we as the DA are opposed to the increase, as living costs increase for every South African, including the public protector. However, this must not detract from the extreme dire situation of the average South African, who do not enjoy the same relief when increases are implemented. Mere percentages can be misleading, as small and insignificant, when the true value of rands and cents differ considerably, when the starting point is worlds apart. We support the report and proposed increases while remaining mindful to the fiscal challenges facing all South Africans. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. The MK.
Ngiyabingelela sihlalo. Siwumkhonto wesizwe asihambisani nokunyuswa kwamholo ka-Public Protector and Deputy Public Protector. Ngaphansi kwaloluhlu, Section 181 of the South African Constitution states that Chapter 9 institutions are independent and subject only to the Constitution and the law, and they must be impartial and must exercise their powers and perform their functions without fear. This is followed by Section 181, which further states that no one may interfere with the functioning of Chapter 9 institution. It goes without saying that leading up the appointment of the current public protector, we have witnessed adverse violation of the aforementioned constitutional provision. Only denied ANC and DA coalition protagonists fail to concede to the fact that public protector's office is presently compromised since has allowed to convert into political weapons, which is being used by politicians to settle political scores. As logically as our position is, there are other insidious forms for wrongdoing, which we will argue sets the foundation for what we easily point out as wrong on the Phala search. This include, amongst others, gross violation of the Constitution, abuse of
Authority. In her widely criticized investigation reports into the Phala scandal, the public protector Bizarre exempted Mr. Ramaphosa, who used state security personnel to handle the alleged theft in his private farm and stashed the money at his private home and the business in the Limpopo. Notwithstanding, accepting.
Order, honorable
Mr.
members.
Ramaphosa.
Let's give this member an opportunity to make her input. Order.
Read properly, there's no personally.
Okay. She also defended an obviously unlawful conduct of keeping dollars under the mattresses. What makes the Phala incident quite extraordinary is that it has gross details of cross-border criminal activity, loading of foreign currency, and unethically abuse of state resource. It is our firm view that supporting the public protector's salary increment for both 2023 and 2024 under these circumstances will be tenant amount to awarding meritocratic. It will be tenant amount to the sabotage of the people of the South Africa who have not witnessed a constitutionally narrative which says we are all equally before the law. We will support this salary increment under the discussion that day the current public
Honorable member, unfortunately your time has run out. I've given you a few extra seconds.
Siyabonga.
Ngiyabonga-ke
Thank you, honorable member.
Basakwazi-ke ukunakekela amasiko
Honorable member, your time has now expired.
Kuyinyanga yamandulo yize sekwaba khona
Member.
gijima nazo.
Honorable members, let's respect the decorum of the House. The EFF.
Yeah. Ngiyathokoza mgcinisihlalo. Ngiyathokoza mgcinisihlalo. Economic freedom fighters. Sithi public protector umvikeli womphakathi. Kumanje uhola 2.4 million public protector. Deputy public protector uhola 1.9 million. And okubuhlungu ukuthi umberego wakhe akawenzi, in the sense that khona manje sina, in fact, on top of that, akhola 2.4 million, une credit card ayinikezwa i-office, unama bodyguard ayi-4, anenkoloyi akhamba ngazo zithelwa ipetrol ye-state. On top of that, ufailile ukuthi a-investigate ama cases, it's 42% of the cases as valago. People are going there by your complainer because the public protector is the last resort people are having. Yena akwenzako uti uvala ama cases athi no, dala into leyo yenzakala. Umuntu ongakafundi akakwazi ukuthi yena azilwele, udinga public protector ukuthi amlwele. Kumanje nje public protector akawenzanga umberego wakhe.
Order, Honorable Mkhwebane. Honorable Mkhwebane, please just give me a second. Honorable members, we can't drown out the speaker. Please respect her opportunity to now give her input as to why we should or should not adopt this report. Order.
So the public protector should be doing her work without fear or favor. She failed to do that. She exonerated Mr. Ramaphosa in the Phala scandal. I mean, that matter was very clear. the president violated section 96 of the constitution by hiding $dollars under the mattress. And he himself agreed that that money was his money because he's in the business of selling the cows. So that person is not performing her responsibilities without fear or favor. But then that's why the perception that she is the president protector. In these kind of offices, we need people who are very independent in their thinking, who wouldn't be going around and servicing or the people.
Order, honorable members.
The-
My
the
apologies,
interest
Honorable
of the
Mkhwebane.
politicians. Therefore, she failed as well. 3 years down the line, the office got clean audits. And then with her in the office, she failed to maintain the clean audit. Therefore, as the economic freedom fighters, we're saying she can't be given that increment. On top of that, as I said,
Honorable
people are
Mkhwebane,
very poor.
I have a hand there. Please just take your seat for a moment. Honorable Michelakas, why are you rising?
Thank you, Honorable House Chairperson. I just want to find out, does the Honorable member know we're not debating the 2021
No, Honorable Michelakas.
report?
Honorable
Thank you.
Michelakas, don't do that. You as the chief whip is supposed to know that you first to inquire whether the Honorable Mkhwebane will answer a question. Please refrain from doing that in future. Honorable Mkhwebane, please continue.
Thank you, Chairperson, for protecting me against the chief whip. Therefore, as the economic freedom fighters, we are saying 2.4 million is sufficient with credit card, with 4 bodyguards. Therefore, the public needs protection. We don't need to be engaging ourselves in this. Thank you.
Thank you, the IFP.
On a point of order, House Chair.
Thank you. Honorable member of the IFP, just take your seat for a moment. Honorable Ntlangwini.
Thank you, House Chair. House Chair, I didn't want to stop the advocate because she was making very valuable inputs and would have wanted to listen to that very much valuable input. But yet she was disturbed by the DA drowning her and messing, and playing with her opportunity to make a point. So when she comes back again, she's going to come back again. Can you please protect her? Otherwise, no DA speaker will speak there.
Yeah.
We're going to start with this tendency. No DA speaker will speak there.
Thank you, Honorable
We can do what we
Ntlangwini.
do, and we can do it much worse. They must not poke the
Thank
bear.
you, Honorable Ntlangwini. That's not a point of order. It's actually a point of warning or whatever. But let's all give one another an opportunity to address this house and the public when members are at the podium. So let's try and first give the IFP now a full opportunity and then all other speakers. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable House Chairperson. Our constitution is widely considered one of the best in the world for a number of reasons. A notable example is the establishment of the Public Protector, a Chapter 9 institution that is mandated to support and strengthen constitutional democracy. Following a controversial period that dented the image of the office, the IFP is pleased that the office has regained trust and respect not only locally, but also across the continent and globally. This is exemplified through our Public Protector being appointed the African Regional President of the International Ombudsman Institute. The restoration of this crucial institution is unsurprising, as the IFP was one of only 2 parties that unanimously endorsed the incumbent. We recognize our country's current unfavorable economic climate. However, we support the Independent Commission's recommendation of a 2.5 salary increment. This office is mandated to act impartially and perform its functions without fear, favor, or prejudice. As such, given the responsibility of the office, it is essential to offer a competitive salary. In consideration of the issues raised above, Honorable Chairperson, the IFP supports the recommendations. I thank you.
Thank you. The PI.
Thank you, House Chairperson. No declarations from the PA. We are in support of the report. Thank you.
Thank you. The FF Plus.
Dankie agbare huisvoorsitter. Huisvoorsitter, as die artikel 194 proses ons enigiets geleer het, is dat dit uiters belangrik is om iemand wat bevoeg, vaardig, onpartydig is as openbare beskermer te hê en wie se karakter en handelinge te alle tye bo verdenking is. Sy moet haar werk sonder vrees vir vergelding, sonder vooroordeel.
Agbare Denner, hou net vas vir 'n oomblik. Can the table staff please assist? It would seem there is no translation at the moment.
Gaan nou.
Agbare Denner, gaan voort asseblief. Laat ons
Dankie
kyk.
voorsitter. Sy moet natuurlik ook haar werk sonder vrees vir vergelding, sonder vooroordeel en die beste belang van die mense van Suid-Afrika kan doen. Wat dit ook vir ons geleer het, is dat haar voorganger duidelik nie verhewe is bo suurdrywe nie. Chair, the mission of the PPSA is to strengthen and support constitutional democracy by investigating, reporting on and remedying alleged or suspected improper conduct in state affairs. Yesterday, the Portfolio Committee on Justice received a report from the Public Protector and her team detailing their systemic investigation into administrative deficiencies related to gender-based violence within the South African justice system, including remedial actions and timelines. Though quite upsetting, the report of the work done by this office and the report given to the committee was of a very high standard, which is exactly what we want to see from our public protector. We therefore support the recommendation by the committee and would also like to see that the PPSA's office is better capacitated beyond a credit card in future to do even more good work. I thank you.
Thank you. Action SA.
Thank you, Chair. We support providing resources to the public protector, but we think more should be done to ensure that people cannot be intimidated. And we need to find a mechanism that ensures that those that might be investigated by an office should not be the ultimate appointing officers or ones that approve the financial sustainability of those organizations. So we need to create a mechanism where our independent institutions can operate without fear or favor, that they are not beholden to someone that has to appoint them. We had a situation where you're applying for a job. The person that's going to appoint you is the person that you are investigating. And that is an untenable situation. And we need to find a mechanism as Parliament to ensure that our independent institutions are supported, are well-funded, and are able to do their job. We could do with part of the money that has created a bloated executive to ensure that our independent structures are properly funded. So we ask this committee to ensure that that is taken to the committee and we find a mechanism in this Parliament to ensure that our officers are not under pressure from us in different positions.
Thank you. The ICDP.
Thank you, House Chair. House Chair, the ICDP supports the reports. The Public Protector plays a key role in investigating any conduct which is improper or results in any impropriety or prejudice, and to report on that conduct and to make and take appropriate remedial action. Now, former Chief Justice Mogoeng described the Public Protector as David, who had to go against the mighty Goliath and came out victorious. He said, "She is the embodiment of a biblical David that the public is, who fights the most powerful and very well-resourced Goliath, that impropriety and corruption by government officials are. The Public Protector is one of the true crusaders and champions of anti-corruption and clean governance." Chairperson, the Honourable Denner referred to the report that the Portfolio Committee on Justice received yesterday, and the ACDP agrees with her sentiments that this was a seminal report on the shortcomings by government departments in fighting gender-based violence. It highlighted shortcomings in the Department of Justice, in SAPS, and in social development. It is disgraceful that there are a lack of victim-friendly rooms at police stations, that there are insufficient or incapacitated courts, sexual offences courts, and that there were insufficient social workers. I pointed out that this is an indictment on us as Parliament, that we should have done that oversight ourselves as well. But this report is very useful and very helpful because, as we know, the remedial findings of the Public Protector are binding. And we, as Parliament, members of those various portfolio committees, need to ensure that the Public Protector's binding recommendations and turnaround plans are enforced. Chairperson, this report illustrates the good work that the Public Protector's Office does do, and for those reasons, the ACDP will support this report. I thank you.
Thank you. The UDM. We go on. Rise Mzansi.
Thank you. Hello, I'm here.
Thank you, Honorable Nontenjath. Is there a
Thank you, Chair.
declaration?
The UDM supports the determined salary increment for the public protector and deputy public protector with effect from 1st April last year, as recommended by the Commission. The UDM acknowledges the role of these office bearers and also recognizes the office's critical role in upholding our democracy. The Public Protector is one of the Chapter 9 independent institutions which were established with a mandate to support and strengthen the constitutional democracy, a supreme administrative oversight body with the power to investigate, report on, and remedy improper conduct in all state affairs. The UDM welcomes the decision to move to fill up the vacancy of the Deputy Public Protector, and we hope that this will also apply to all vacancies if there are any within the institution. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Ghana. You may now proceed. My apologies.
Ke a leboga modulasetulo, o leboga nako e o mphileng yona. Re le mokgatlo wa Rise Mzansi, re a thega report ya committee e lebane le taba ya Public Protector. Ke a leboga modulasetulo.
Thank you, Bosa.
Thank you, House Chair. As Bildwanis say, we are in support of the report, and this is on the basis of the importance of this institution in our democracy and in defending the rights of South Africans. Thank you.
Thank you. The ATM. Al Jamaa. The NCC. The PIC. UIT, good, the ANC.
Thank you. House Chairperson, members of this House. The ANC rises in support of the report of the Portfolio Committee on Justice and Constitutional Development on the draft notice and schedule determining the rates with effect from the 1st of April 2023 and 1st of April 2024. Increase in salaries and allowances of the Public Protector and Deputy Public Protector annually. In a case of Public Protector versus Mail and Guardian and others, the court made the following remarks. Open quote, that the Constitution upon which the nation is founded is a grave solemn promise to all its citizens. It includes a promise of representative and accountable government functioning within the framework of pockets of independence that are provided by the various independent institutions. One of those independent institutions is the Office of the Public Protector. The Office of the Public Protector is an important institution. It provides what will often be the last defense against bureaucratic oppression and against corruption and malfeasance in public office that is capable of insidiously destroying the nation. If that institution falters or finds itself undermined, the nation loses its indispensable constitutional guarantee. The public protector has been described as one of the most invaluable constitutional gifts of our nation in the fight against corruption, unlawful enrichments, prejudice, and impropriety of state affairs, and for the betterment, of good governance. It stands to reason that the drafters of our constitution would have an institution such as the Office of the Public Protector. Litigation is still prohibitively expensive for the average South African. The Public Protector is an institution which not only supports our constitutional democracy, but also ensures accountability. Some of the key functions of the Public Protector are to promote good governance and access to justice for the poorest of the poor. The office acts as a defender of the people's rights against the abuses of public office, corruption, mismanagement, and negligence. As our democracy continues to mature, we note that more and more citizens are aware of the Office of the Public Protector and continue to make use of it. Yesterday, the Portfolio Committee received a briefing by this office on its report on the investigation into systematic administrative deficiencies relating to gender-based violence within the justice system. The former Deputy Minister of Justice and Constitutional Development, John Jeffrey, approached the Office of the Public Protector to investigate the matter. We must applaud the good work done by this office. It is important that the remedial actions must be taken into cognizance and being implemented. The justice system must be responsive to the need of those seeking assistance. These are matters which affect the daily lives of women in a very serious way. Gender-based violence is a pandemic which needs to be uprooted completely, and collaboration in this regard is needed. Justice must not only be done, but it must be seen to be done. As a parting shot, we may wish to remind ourselves of what former President Nelson Mandela said when he explained the thinking behind the creation of the Office of the Public Protector. Open quote, he said that we were mindful from the very start of the importance of accountability and democracy, accountability to democracy. Our experience had made us acutely aware of the possible dangers of a government that is either transparent or accountable. To this end, our constitution contains several mechanisms to ensure that government will not only be this government will not be part of the problem, but part of the solution. House Chair, the ANC supports the report of the committee. What the ANC also notes, House Chair, is that not only are members on the left inspired ideologically by Baba, but also the reading patterns thereof are also inspired by Baba. It is quite surprising, Chair, that others amongst us attend to some of these committees and become so prolific in their support of these reports and come here to grandstand about the credit cards and everything. We support this budget, Chair, and thank you very much.
Thank you. Honorable members, are there any objections to the adoption of the report of the Portfolio Committee on Justice and Constitutional Development, which recommends, amongst other things, the approval of the draft notice on determination of remuneration of the Public Protector and Deputy Public Protector annually, with effect from 1 April 2023, as it appears on the order paper? Honorable Ntlangwini.
House Chair, please note the objection and rejection of the EFF.
Thank you. Honorable Manye.
Thank you, Chair. Please note the rejection of the
MK Party.
Thank you. With the objection of the MK and the EFF noted, this report is accordingly agreed to. Honourable members, are there any objections to the adoption of the second report, the report of the Portfolio Committee on Justice and Constitutional Development, which recommends, amongst other things, the approval of the draft notice on determination of remuneration of the Public Protector and Deputy Public Protector annually with effect from 1 April 2024, as it appears on the order paper?
House Chair,
Honourable Ntlangwini.
can you please note the objection of the EFF? She can go and fetch out increase in Palapal.
Thank you. Just say you object, please. Honourable Manye.
Objection, thank you.
Thank you. With the objections of MK and the EFF noted, the report is accordingly agreed to. The Secretary will read the 5th and 6th orders together.
Consideration of draft notice and schedule determining the rate with effect from 1 April 2023, at which salaries, allowances, and benefits are payable to commissioners of the South African Human Rights Commission annually. And consideration of draft notice and schedule determining the rate with effect from 1 April 2024, at which salaries, allowances, and benefits are payable to commissioners of the South African Human Rights Commission annually.
Thank you. I will now recognize the Honourable Ngola to introduce the report.
Thank you, House Chair. The Portfolio Committee on Justice and Constitutional Development, having considered the draft notices and schedules determining the rate with effect from 1 April 2023, at which salaries and allowances are payable to the commissioners of the South African Human Rights Commission annually, reports as follows. The matter was referred to the committee on the 9th of July 2024 to consider and report on the President's proposed determination of salaries and allowances payable to commissioners of South African Human Rights Commission annually with effect from 1 April 2023. Section 219, subsection 5 of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa of 1996 provides that national legislation must establish frameworks for determining the salaries, allowances, and benefits of members of any commission provided for in the Constitution. The determination of remuneration of office bearers of independent constitutional institutions, Laws Amendment Act 22 of 2014 creates the necessary framework to determine the salaries of office bearers of independent constitutional institutions. Among others, the Act amends the South African Human Rights Commission Act 40 of 2013 to provide a process to determine the salaries of office bearers of the constitutional institutions. Section 9, subsection 1 of the South African Human Rights Commission Act of 2013, read with Section 17 of the Determination of Remuneration of Office Bearers of Independent Constitutional Laws Amendment Act of 2014, provides similarly with respect to the salaries, allowances, and benefits of the full and part-time commissioners of the South African Human Rights Commission. Section 9, subsection 5 of the South African Human Rights Act of 2013 requires the President to submit the notice to the National Assembly for approval, whether in whole or in part, or disapproval before publication. The Independent Commission recommended a 3% salary increment for the 2023-2024 financial year for all the categories of public office bearers, including office bearers of the independent constitutional institutions. In a letter dated 28 May 2024, the President informed the House that he has considered the Independent Commission's recommendations and the serious economic challenges facing the country, and intends to determine a 3% salary increment for all members of the independent constitutional institutions with effect from 1 April 2023, subject to the National Assembly's approval. The Portfolio Committee on Justice and Constitutional Development, having considered the draft notice and schedule determining the rate with effect from 1 April 2024, at which salaries and allowances are payable to the commissioners of the South African Human Rights Commission, annually reports as follows. The Independent Commission recommended a 2.5% salary increment for all categories of public office bearers, including the office bearers of the independent constitutional institutions for the financial year 2024-2025. In a letter dated 28 May 2024, the President informed the House that he has considered the Independent Commission's recommendation and the serious economic challenges facing the country and intends to determine 2.5% increment for all the members of the independent constitutional institutions with effect from 1 April 2024, subject to the National Assembly's approval. The committee recommends that the National Assembly resolve to approve the draft notice and schedule determining the rate with effect from 1 April 2023 and April 2024, at which salaries and allowances are payable to commissioners of the South African Human Rights Commission annually. House Chair, I table this report to the August House. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Honorable members, I will now recognize political parties wishing to make a declaration. The usual time for declarations of votes will apply. The DA.
Thank you, House Chair. We as a DA take note of the increases of the commissioners of the South African Human Rights Commission. The Human Rights Commission is a fundamental part of our democracy and should be integral to safeguarding the human rights of every single South African citizen. While we take note of the increases recommended for the Human Rights Commission, we are particularly aware that many South Africans are barely surviving, as they find themselves well below the poverty line, struggling to make ends meet. In considering Section 9.5 of the South African Human Rights Commission Act of 2013, and taking note of the Independent Commission's recommendation of 2.5%, we as the DA do take note of the salary increases and approve. Thank you.
Thank you. The MK.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Umkhonto wesizwe Party rejects the proposed increments on the remuneration of the commissioners of the South African Human Rights Commission effective from 1st of April 2023 and 1st April 2024 respectively. We wish to put it on record that our rejection is based on solid grounds. The violation of human rights enriched in our constitution daily with no punitive repercussions remains our major concern. Our observation as the MK Party is that the investigation methodology espoused by the Human Rights Commission is stagnant and ineffective in that there are less public hearings, inquiries, and widespread investigations, which might improve success in securing redress for complaints about the violation of human rights. While the violation of socio-economic rights manifests itself, though high level of inequality and extreme poverty in our country, there is a lack of due and proper recognition for the Human Rights Commission role by the ordinary citizens, the results of which the vulnerable and marginalized continue to bear the brunt of service delivery failures. Honorable Speaker, Honorable Chairperson, we wish to register our strong desire for a well-oiled Human Rights Commission that rises to the occasion. We desire a commission that will swiftly protect humans who are on the receiving end of poor service delivery and laziness in public institutions by public officials. We desire a commission that will take to its shoulders educating as mandated by Section 184 of the SA Constitution, the people of South Africa about channels they can follow to report extreme violation of their constitutional rights. We also want to use the opportunity to call on the Human Rights Commission to take this House into their confidence and share their first draft of their report on the July 2021 unrest, because we are reliably informed that their final report has been tampered with and differs fundamentally to their honest first draft. In conclusion, we are not convinced that the Human Rights Commission adequately executes its constitutional obligation enshrined in the SA Constitution. In section 184(3), which mandates it to require relevant organs of the state to provide to it with information on the measures that they have taken towards the realization of rights concerning housing, healthcare, food, water, social security, education, and the environment. If the Human Rights Commission was successfully executing the constitutional provision, you would not be having patients of Ridley Hospital in Umzimkhulu, KZN, abalala bedle ukudla okungekho proper, and also ogogo laba esibabonayo bebambo ama-queues amaningi home affairs. Uthola ukuthi sebewubambile lowo layini umude unjalo, kodwa mase beyatshelwa futhi later ukuthi ngeke baba attend, they must come back tomorrow. You would not be having farm workers who are at the disposal of super exploitation by farm owners. We hope that the new commissioner who will be appointed will swiftly address all these atrocities. We reject the salary adjustment. I submit.
Thank you. The FF.
Thank you, Kunisihlalo. See, economic freedom fighters under the leadership of the CIC Julius Malema, CI reject the increment of the salaries. What we are pushing for is that the South African Human Rights Commission and other Chapter 9 institutions should be receiving enough budget to do their work. In terms of the Constitution, section 181(3) of the Constitution, it says state institutions and individuals should support and strengthen these institutions, including Parliament, because we are not giving them enough money to do their work. And they are failing to deliver the services. Human Rights Commission failed to investigate expediently the death of children and the people of the Eastern Cape because of hunger. Human Rights Commission failed to deliver a report speedily relating to the killings at Phoenix. They failed to investigate DA when they advertised that the people who were murdering people at Phoenix, they were praising them for doing that. Human Rights Commission failed to investigate the president who said ethnic mobilization because it was as if it's one tribe against the other tribe. They were supposed to be very quick and say that is not the true reflection of what should be happening. So we as the EFF, we are saying our focus is for us to properly fund this Chapter 9 institution. But the salaries, they need to be kept as they are. They need to change the way they do the work. They need to commit themselves and move away from being political, because most of the time they are criticized for them to be always on the side of the wrong politicians, of as well perpetuating the human rights oppressions in the country. We didn't hear the Human Rights Commission comment about the killing of those two women, Limpopo, who were fed to the pigs. We didn't hear the Human Rights Commission, kunomnguni noMahlangu, ababulewe lapha eMiddelburg, nakhona likhuwa. As a result of amakhuwa abulala abantu bethu emaplasini, namanje basabaphatha kumbi. Human Rights Commission is nowhere to be seen. Thina si-EFF sithi Human Rights Commission singasapota ukuthi ithole budget, izokwazi ukuthi ibonakale, sizokwazi ukuthi nama-report aba-issuewa i-Human Rights Commission akhona against this an investigation they did in the Western Cape farm worker oppression. Those are the reports we will follow up as the EFF, so that our committees, we make sure that we hold to account those who are accountable.
Thank you, Honorable Mkhubane. The IFP.
Thank you, House Chairperson. The IFP acknowledges the crucial role that the South African Human Rights Commission plays in upholding human rights and ensuring justice within our country. However, we must also consider the broader implications of any increases in public office compensation within the context of our current economic climate and the principles outlined in our manifesto. Our manifesto emphasizes fiscal responsibility and the efficient use of public funds. Given South Africa's economic challenges, any increase in public officials' remuneration, including South African Human Rights Commission commissioners, should be carefully scrutinized to balance fair compensation with maintaining economic stability and manageable taxpayer burden. Public officials must be held accountable, and their compensation should reflect their performance and contribution to their roles. While acknowledging the importance of attracting qualified individuals to serve as commissioners, we need to ensure that salary increments are aligned with the effectiveness and impact of their work. In consideration of the issues we have raised, the IFP accepts the report. Chairperson, I thank you.
Thank you. The PA.
Thank you, House Chairperson. And though we are supporting the report for the consideration of the determination of the salaries, we want to urge the Human Rights Commission to remember to prioritize South Africans. And when they raise concerns about illegal immigrants, that they are not pushed on the back burner. The mandate of the Commission is to remain focused on serving and protecting South Africans and their rights, and the interest of South Africans, hence the South African Human Rights Commission. They need to look at a balanced approach that acknowledges the complexities of migration while prioritizing the safety and the well-being of citizens of South Africa. Thank you.
Thank you. The FF Plus.
Thank you, House Chair. Agbare voorsitter, is die plig van die Menseregte Kommissie as die onafhanklike menseregte waghond van Suid-Afrika om ons grondwetlike demokrasie te ondersteun en te beskerm. En ek moet vir u sê, voorsitter, ek's baie bly dat ek nie in die kommissie se skoene staan nie, want die hoeveelheid menseregte skendings wat deur byvoorbeeld net munisipaliteite alleen gepleeg word, is astronomies. Om nie eers te praat van menseregte vergrype soos die sing van liedere wat die uitmoer van ons eie mense roep nie. Die MRK het nie genoeg tande nie, nie genoeg hulpbronne nie, nie genoeg geld nie, nie genoeg mense om al die werk te doen wat deur hulle mandaat gedek word nie, baie keer nie genoeg dringendheid nie, en ek hoop ook nie, maar dit wil so voorkom dat hulle ook 'n gebrek aan die nodige wil het om te doen wat ons van hulle verwag om te doen nie. En dit word gemeet aan byvoorbeeld die verslag oor die Jagersfontein ramp wat 2 jaar later nog steeds nie klaar is nie. Maar die grootste skande van alles is dat die staat self 'n reuse las op die MRK plaas. Een voorbeeld, huisvoorsitter, is artikel 24 van die Grondwet bepaal byvoorbeeld dat elkeen van ons geregtig is op 'n omgewing wat nie skadelik is vir ons gesondheid en ons welstand nie. En ek is seker elkeen van ons wat hier sit vandag kan nou uit ons koppe uit aan ten minste 5 rioollekke dink wat direk in ons drinkwaterbronne invloei of wat tussen mense se huise lê. En dit is nie net 'n menseregte skending deur munisipaliteite wat nie hulle werk doen nie. Huisvoorsitter, dit is krimineel. Die MRK moet meer doen om hulle mandaat te vervul, maar munisipaliteite wat hulle self aan sulke oortredings skuldig maak, moet ook dringend oor die kole gehaal word. En ons sal graag wil sien dat rekenpligtige amptenare wat verantwoordelik is vir byvoorbeeld rioolbesoedeling van waterbronne gearresteer word omdat dit 'n kriminele oortreding is. Net 1 MM moet toegesluit word en ons sal resultate begin sien. So ons ondersteun hierdie verslag waar ons wil daadwerklike optrede van die MRK begin sien. Dankie, huisvoorsitter.
Dankie. Action SA.
Thank you, Chair. We support the funding for human rights commissioners, but we'd like them to be mindful of the fact that they need to do their job. They need to be funded for operational activities so that they can have oversight over us as MPs as to whether we are fulfilling our obligations for the rights of citizens. When we talk about children that starve in the Eastern Cape, the question should be asked, where is the South African Parliament in this? How can we allow that to happen? And we need others to hold us accountable. Because if we not, it is just a mockery. They need to be properly funded so that they could also talk about responsibilities of citizens. when we promote and are happy with people living in squalor, how does that square up with Section 27 of the Constitution that talks about the right to health, the right to clean water? Where is the Minister of Water and Sanitation and the MECs in terms of access to clean water 30 years after democracy? When basic human rights are not achieved and we have a bloated parliament, a bloated executive, where is our responsibility? They need to be well funded so that they are a structure that needs to hold us to account as to our duties for a better society.
Thank you. The ACDP.
Thank you, House Chair. House Chair, the ACDP will support the report, but we are very cognizant of the budget cuts that the South African Human Rights Commission has experienced in the previous financial year and going forward in the medium term. This has necessitated the fact that they are not able to deal with all the complaints that are referred to them. However, despite these budget cuts, they do furnish the reports that they are statutorily required to furnish, and many of us in Parliament have not taken the time to read those reports, and I would suggest that that is done. Those reports are very helpful for us to understand the implementation of socioeconomic rights in our country, given the high levels of poverty and inequality that we have experienced. Chairperson, the office in the Speaker that supports the Chapter 9 institutions also has a very important role to play in ensuring that the recommendations of the South African Human Rights Commission are complied with and assisting the Chapter 9 institution, the South African Human Rights Commission. We as members of different portfolio committees are also play a very key role, and in particular the Justice Portfolio Committee, in assisting the South African Union when they struggle with municipalities and other organs of state to have their recommendations fully implemented. It is very important to bear in mind that their recommendations, as is the case of the Public Protector, and they are therefore reliant on us. That having been said, the ACDP will support this report. I thank you.
Thank you. The UDM.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. The UDM supports the report on the remuneration of the commissioners of SA Human Rights Commission. The Constitution gives powers to the Commission to conduct investigations and report on the observation of human rights, to take steps to secure appropriate redress where human rights have been violated, carry out research, and to educate people of this country on human rights. However, the Commission has been lacking in some aspects. For example, the country's marginalized communities and rural population have limited access to its services and usually have little, if any, awareness of their human rights or human rights institutions. This is as a result of the Commission's urban focus when launching the human rights awareness campaigns. The Commission has been very slow to curb racial and gender discrimination, inequality, and racism. Issues of race and gender pay gap have not been prioritized, more especially in the private sector. Moreover, there is a dire need to remedy the Commission's shortfalls and enhance delivery on its constitutional mandate. The Commissioner's salary increment must be equivalent to the progress of their jobs. The Commissioners also need to consider the imperative to develop and implement an integrated, comprehensive monitoring and evaluation system to check its impact in society in order to identify other areas of improvement. However, the UDM supports the report. Thank you.
Thank you. Rise Mzansi.
Ngiyabonga Sihlalo. Sihlalo mbutho we-Rise Mzansi, mbutho wabantu. Sithi le mbiko le wekomiti siyayisekela. Ngiyabonga Sihlalo.
Thank you, Bosa.
Thank you, Chair. As Bildwan is saying, we are in support of the report with no declaration.
Thank you. The ATM. Al Jamar. The NCC. The PAC. The UAT. Good. The ANC.
Thank you very much, House Chair and members of the House. The African National Congress rises in support of both reports placed before the Portfolio Committee on the benefits payable to the South African Human Rights Commission annually, both for the 1st of April 2023 and from the 1st of April 2024. The preamble of the Constitution of South Africa contains a commitment to, amongst other things, establish a society based on democratic values, social justice, and fundamental human rights. Lay the foundations as well for a democratic and open society in which government is based on the will of the people and every citizen is equally protected by law, and improve the quality of life of all citizens and free the potential of each person. Our internationally acclaimed constitution contains socioeconomic rights. For these rights to be of any value to people they seek to protect, they must be implemented. One of the ways in which this implementation of these rights is monitored is by the means of the South African Human Rights Commission. The Commission has a general mandate to monitor and assess the realization of all human rights, as well as a special mandate in relation to socioeconomic rights. This additional role of the Commission is of great importance given South Africa's history of racial discrimination, which has resulted in many South Africans suffering from socioeconomic disadvantages. Following an unsatisfactory audit outcome for the 22-23 financial year, we learned that the Commission developed an institutional performance improvement plan that is aimed at improving the performance of the actual Commission. They plan to also obtain a clean audit. Towards the end of 2023, a new cohort of commissioners joined the Commission who hit the ground running in implementing the responsibilities through the various focus areas. We believe that this will contribute to the strengthening of the institution, and we will continue playing an oversight role over the South African Human Rights Commission. Chairperson, in a letter dated 28 May 2024, the President informed the House that he has considered... I know someone's...
My apologies, Honourable Member. Honourable members on the virtual platform, please remain muted. Table staff, please assist.
Thank you, House Chair. In a letter dated 28 May 2024, the President informed the House that he has considered the Independent Commission's recommendation and the serious economic challenges facing the country, and intends to determine a 3% salary increment for all members of independent constitutional institutions with effect from the 1st of April 2023, and in another letter determined a 2.5% salary increment for all members of independent constitutional institutions with effect from the 1st of April 2024, subject to the National Assembly's approval. Having considered these recommendations made, the ANC supports these reports and overwhelmingly supports the South African Human Rights Commission. Thank you.
Thank you. Honourable members, are there any objections to the adoption of the report of the Portfolio Committee on Justice and Constitutional Development, which recommends, amongst other things, the approval of the draft notice on the determination of remuneration of the Commissioners of the South African Human Rights Commission annually, with effect from 1 April 2023, as it appears on the order paper? Honourable Ntlangwini.
House Chair, please note the objection of the EFF.
Thank you. Honourable Manye.
Thank you, Chair. Please note the objection of MK Party.
Thank you. With the objection of the MK Party and the EFF noted, the report is agreed to. Are there any objections, honourable members, to the adoption of the report of the Portfolio Committee on Justice and Constitutional Development, which recommends, amongst other things, the approval of the draft notice on determination of remuneration of the Commissioners of the South African Human Rights Commission annually, with effect from 1 April 2024, as it appears on the order paper? Honourable Ntlangwini, are you supporting this time?
Never. We object, House Chair.
Thank you. Honourable Manye.
Object.
Thank you. With the objections of the MK and the EFF noted, the report is accordingly agreed to. Honourable members, the Secretary will now read the 7th and 8th orders together.
Consideration of draft notice and schedule determining the rate with effect from 1 April 2023, at which salaries, allowances, and benefits are payable to magistrates annually, and consideration of draft notice and schedule determining the rate with effect from 1 April 2024, at which salaries, allowances, and benefits are payable to magistrates annually.
Thank you. The Honourable Ngola to introduce the report.
Thank you very much, House Chair. The Portfolio Committee on Justice and Constitutional Development, having considered the draft notice and schedule determining the rate with effect from 1 April 2023, at which salaries, allowances, and benefits are payable to magistrate annually, reports as follows. The committee knows that the Independent Commission of the Remuneration of Public Office Bearers recommended a 3% increase for all public office bearers, including magistrates, for the 2023-2024 financial year. In arriving at the annual remuneration recommendations of the 2023-2024 financial year, the Independent Commission considered the following amongst others: the affordability of different levels of remuneration of public office bearers, the available state resources, public service remuneration levels, the role, status, duties, functions, and responsibilities of the office bearers recommended. The committee knows that the President proposed a salary increment of 3% with effect from 1 April 2023, having considered the Independent Commission's recommendations and the serious situation in South Africa, of the country. The Portfolio Committee on Justice, should I leave the judges alone? Are they in the
Yeah,
next-
Honourable
next
Member,
order?
this one is only dealing with the magistrate.
Thank you, House Chair. We move that the House adopts the reports.
Thank you. Honourable members, I will now recognise political parties wishing to make a declaration. The usual times for declaration of votes will apply. The DA.
Thank you, House Chair. We as a DA take note and support the President's recommendation. Nonetheless, we received horrifying reports from JAWASA and the LCRC. How is it that we treat our magistrates with such contempt that they must wait and endure more than a year for their wage increases to be implemented? Consider the predicament in which we place our magistrate. They are not only responsible for deciding the fate of the citizens daily, they do their task without fear or favor, under public scrutiny, and do so patiently, waiting for what is due to them. While we as a DA are well aware of the economic climate facing all South Africans, as a consequence of years of corruption and mismanagement, we must also take special note of the magistrates who serve the people of South Africa daily in challenging circumstances, and must endure that they do not, we must ensure that they do not overburden themselves with a lack of financial security while attempting to maintain their judicial independence. We highlight the fact that magistrates are unable to take on additional work to compensate for financial shortages. How is it conceivable that the magistrates are still waiting not only for the unimplemented 2023 salary increases, additionally for the 2024 increments as well? Not only is money lost daily, but interest lost must be considered as well. There is no back pay for interest lost. This House should be cognizant of the fact that they also have children to send to school, doctors' bills to pay, and need to put food on the table. Consider this carefully. If this House fails to ensure the financial obligations that are due are not adhered to, it would be this very House putting judicial independence in jeopardy by compromising the financial security of the judicial officers. Thank you.
Thank you. The MK.
Thank you, Chair. The MK party supports the increment proposed on the remunerations payable to magistrates with effect from the 1st of April 2023 and the 1st of April 2024 respectively. Our support hereof emanates from an indispensable reality that our magistrates carry huge responsibilities of adjudicating matters while they experience the following deplorable and catastrophic challenges. A, the shortage of magistrates in small claims court, district courts, and regional courts. B, an insurmountable backlog which requires them to work even beyond their normal working hours and on weekends. C, the premature enrollment of matters with insufficient evidence by prosecutors, which increases more workload on their day-to-day activities. The view of the MK Party is that all these challenges are insurmountable for as long as the magistrate courts are still under the supervision of the Department of Justice. In line with the South African Constitution, the magistrate courts should be under the supervision of the Chief Justice, who is the head of the judiciary in terms of Section 165, subsection 6, which provides that the Chief Justice is the head of the judiciary and exercises responsibility over the establishment and monitoring of norms and standards for the exercise of the judicial functions of all courts. When the lawmakers drafted Section 165 of the Constitution, their purpose's mission was to put into context the doctrine of separation of powers by ensuring that there is no undue encroachment of one organ of state to another. Hence, we as the MK Party find it disingenuous and peculiar to donate judicial responsibilities to the executive. The MK Party is always on the side of the oppressed and exploited people. Hence, it got extremely agitated when the issue of magistrates who demand an increase on their remunerations was making rounds on social media platforms. Out of their genuine desperation, the magistrates took it further by writing a letter to Parliament, registering their genuine concern on the delay of increase of their salaries while the inflation rate goes high with speed. The magistrates are unsung heroes and heroines who dedicate their lives to combat crime without fear, favor, or prejudice. They fearlessly punish in accordance with the applicable laws dangerous criminals, even though the state does not provide any form of security to them to ensure their safety. Many magistrates continue to do their work to the best of their ability under dilapidated courtrooms which were built by the apartheid government. It goes without saying that this DA-ANC coalition government is determined at overlooking the importance of magistrates within our legal system. Perry Bale said, "One must be stark mad to believe that mankind can subsist without magistrates. It is scrupulous and prudent to assume that when Perry Bale uttered these words, he correctly anticipated that one day our country will be in the hands of vicious scoundrels who will call themselves GNU. Even though we feel that the proposed increments are small and are not proportional to a rising cost of living, we are in support of the increase on the remunerations of payable to magistrates."
Thank you,
I
Honourable
submit.
Member. The EFF.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairperson. The Independent Commission for the Remuneration of Public Office Bearers is a legislated body charged with the primary objective of making recommendations to the President concerning salaries, allowances, benefits of public office bearers. That's one challenge as well, because that is a violation as well of the independence of the judiciary in terms of Section 165. So the IRC is very inefficient and there's a lot of maladministration, there's a lot of delay. For over a decade and a half, the Commission has admitted itself that it failed to consider the role, status, duties, functions, and responsibilities of magistrates in its annual remuneration recommendations, a decade and a half. This has led to significant delays, secrecy, lack of consultation with the magistrates, One glaring issue is the delay in the publication of annual proclamations and major review reports. Last year alone, 19 months elapsed from the implementation date of the actual date of to the actual date of payment. Further, no interest was paid out of that, and leading to financial burden to magistrates, and their lump sum is calling or elevating their nominal tax rates. Moreover, the IRC has been notoriously secretive because they will just decide and not consult. The lack of transparency and consultation directly affects the confidence and morale of the judiciary. Article 8 of the International Association of Judges, the charter, stipulates that judges must receive sufficient remuneration to maintain true economic, impartial, and independent status. I'll say judges because we regard magistrates as lower courts judges, and it impacts on their dignity. Article 8 of the Constitution is very clear that the magistracy should be included in the broader judicial system, and magistrates who serve in the coalface of South African judiciary bear the brunt of inefficiencies. Therefore, failure by the IRC in its mandate not only affects the moral and financial standing of the magistrates, but also the broader judicial integrity. This leads to a capture of the judiciary because then people are tempted to accept bribes, which is wrong. Some of them even resign and take prosecutor's job because a prosecutor is paid more than a magistrate, which is so unfair. The highest paid magistrate earns 1 million less than the lowest paid judge. And that is how glaring the problem is. Therefore, as the EFF, we support the increment for the 2 financial years, and we are saying the increment should be in such a way that the department speed up the lower courts bill so that we have one judicial.
Thank you, Honorable Mkhwebane.
Compromise. Thank you.
The IFP.
Thank you, Honorable House Chairperson. The consideration of the benefits, salaries, and allowances cannot be done without considering the current financial situation our country finds itself in. However, we also acknowledge that the need to retain and attract highly qualified individuals to the judiciary comes with an ability to compensate magistrates competitively as their responsibility demands utmost ethical conduct. The IFP values the fact that the process followed was transparent, grounded on law, and therefore takes the public into its confidence. In support of this recommendation, the IFP affirms its commitment to a well-functioning judiciary, acknowledging the crucial roles magistrates play in upholding the rule of law and ensuring democratic governance. Chairperson, the IFP supports the report. I thank you.
Thank you. The PA.
Thank you, House Chairperson. No declarations. We support the report.
Thank you. The FF Plus.
Thank you, House Chairperson. We support the recommendations for the increases of both the financial years in question, and we would also like to see that these increases are implemented as soon as possible without any further delay. But what we also urgently want to see is that the working conditions in the lower courts are improved for both magistrates and court staff, and that the Departments of Public Works, Justice and Labour come to the party on this and start acting on their mandate with regards to the courts in our country. Thank you, House Chair.
Thank you. Action SA.
We support, but we want to raise concern that it is inhumane for public servants at the forefront not to be paid for a year. And we hope the committee will look into why the increases for last year are only being done now. And those that have created that scenario, we should ensure that that doesn't happen again. Because they are real tough times. When you look at the cold face, cases just get postponed. There's backlogs in courts. People that are either accused or are the ones that have been aggrieved do not get justice. So can we please make sure that even the salary gap that has been alluded to between lowly paid judges and magistrates is bridged? Because they are the key to access to justice for our people.
Thank you. The ACDP.
Thank you, Chairperson. The ACDP reluctantly supports this recommendation. The essence of the problem is actually that magistrates are not public servants. And that is the reason why you have members of the NPA earning more than the judges, the magistrates. Now, we received impassioned pleas from the Lower Courts Remuneration Committee and JOASA, and they were asking for 7.5%, but now we see that only 3% has been granted by the Commission for the Remuneration of Public Office Bearers. Chairperson, we know magistrates are facing severe pressure, and they are right at the forefront of the delivery of justice. They're having a very heavy workload and a poor court environment. But possibly what we need to do is to hold the Commission accountable. And that question arises because we as parliamentarians also complain about late salary increases. And I think it's time for the Portfolio Committee of Justice to ask the Commission to come and appear before it to explain how it reaches these decisions and what capacity constraints it has. Judge Liu, who chairs the committee, is on record for saying that they have capacity constraints and that they rely heavily on the presidency. And we call on the presidency to assist the Commission with these capacity constraints to ensure that delays in these salaries and benefits for magistrates do not happen again. I thank you.
Thank you. The UDM.
Honorable Chair, no declaration, and we support the report.
Thank you. Rise Mzansi.
Baie dankie voorsitter. We support.
Thank you. Bosa.
We support with no declaration, Chair.
Thank you. The ATM. Al Jamaa. The NCC. The PAC. The UIT. Good. The ANC.
Thank you, House Chair. The African National Congress rise in support of the report of the Portfolio Committee on Justice and Constitutional Development. Section 34 of the Constitution provides that, I quote, "Everyone has the right to have any dispute that can be resolved by the application of law decided in a fair public hearing before a court, or where appropriate in another independent and impartial tribunal or forum," close quote. Access to justice includes the formal right to a fair hearing. The judiciary, which is made up of magistrates and superior courts, plays a critical role in the functioning of our democracy. As the final arbiters in disputes, both the magistrates and judges must be independent and accountable. The independence of the judiciary is a distinctive feature of a constitutional democracy, and it is an important feature of the doctrine of the separation of powers. The Constitution demands that the courts remain independent, subject only to the Constitution and the law. Judicial independence entails the ability of a magistrate or a judge to make a decision without undue influence and interference from internal and external forces. The judiciary must have security of tenure and financial security in order to guard against bribery and related interference and corruption conduct. House Chair, arguably, the magistracy is the only judiciary that South Africans will ever encounter because it is situated at the grassroots level where most people are located. In equal measure, we appreciate the important role played by the judges in the superior courts. As the ANC, we emphasize the point made by His Excellency President Ramaphosa, I quote, "All the citizens of South Africa are joined to respect, protect, and promote our Constitution and the rule of law by respecting and protecting the judicial authority of our courts." This is important to ensure that our constitutional democracy continues to strive, close quote. Baseless and unwarranted attacks on the judiciary undermines the confidence in our courts and seeks to weaken our constitutional order. Our courts are fundamental for upholding the rule of law, protecting human rights, and ensuring that justice is served in a fair and impartial manner. They play a critical role in interpreting and enforcing the provisions of the Constitution. Under a transformative Constitution, judges bear the ultimate responsibility to justify their decisions, not only by referring to authority, but by referring to the Constitution's idea and values. Once again, we wish the Chief Justice Maya, the first women Chief Justice in South Africa, best wishes as she leads the judiciary. We also convey our sincere appreciation to former Chief Justice Zondo for his service to the nation. As I conclude, let me state
Order,
that
honorable
the
members.
support the report. Thank you, House Chair.
Thank you. Honorable members, are there any objections to the adoption of the report of the Portfolio Committee on Justice and Constitutional Development, which recommends, amongst other things, the approval of the draft notice on the determination of remuneration of the magistrates annually with effect from 1 April 2023 as it appears on the order paper? No objections. Agreed to. Honorable members, are there any objections to the adoption of the report of the Portfolio Committee on Justice and Constitutional Development, which recommends, amongst other things, the approval of the draft notice on determination of remuneration of the magistrates annually with effect from 1 April 2024 as it appears on the order paper? No objections. Agreed to. The Secretary will read the last order of the day.
Consideration of draft notice and schedule determining the rate with effect from 1 April 2023, at which salaries and allowances and benefits are payable to Constitutional Court judges and other judges annually.
Thank you. The Honorable Ngola to introduce the report.
Thank you very much. Honorable Mandana says I deserve my own 3%. I've been working very hard. The Portfolio Committee on Justice and Constitutional Development, having considered the draft notice and schedule determining the rate with effect from 1 April 2023, at which salaries, allowances, and benefits are payable to Constitutional Court judges and other judges annually, for approval by Parliament in terms of Section 2, subsection 4 of the Judges' Remuneration and Conditions of Employment Act of 2001, we report as follows. The committee knows that the Independent Commission for the Remuneration of Public Office Bearers recommended a 3% increase for all public office bearers, including judges, for 2023-2024 financial year. The committee notes further that the President has proposed a 3% salary increment for Constitutional Court judges and other judges, with effect from 1 April 2023, having considered the Independent Commission's recommendation and the serious economic situation. As much as we're attending to this honorable club, they were also attending to the issue of the lower courts with keen interest. We have already met with the Judicial Officers Association of South Africa. We have already met with the Lower Courts Remuneration Commission. we have asked them to send us a detailed memorandum as the committee to ventilate all issues relating to magistrates and the lower courts. Was want to pay much focus because those are the courts that are actually in use by those who live particularly in the disadvantaged areas. So that issue you are suggesting is already underway. We thank you for that. The committee, having considered the draft notice and schedule determining the rate with effect from 1 April 2023, at which salaries, allowances, and benefits are paid to magistrate, constitutional court judges, and other judges annually. Recommends that the National Assembly approves the draft notice and the schedule. Thank you very much, Sir.
Thank you. Honorable members, I will now recognize political parties wishing to make a declaration. The usual times for declaration of votes will apply. The DA.
Thank you, House Chair. The Portfolio Committee considered the report on salaries of Constitutional Court justices and other judges with effect from the 1st of April 2023. A proposed percentage increase of 2.5% has been determined for 2024-2025. However, the Chief Justice has requested that this determination be reconsidered as it results in a distinct disparity between judges and magistrates' remuneration cumulatively over the same period. There has been no consultation between the President and the Chief Justice in this regard, a consultation process determined by the Independent Commission. This is in all probability an inadvertent but impermissible misstep and undermines the functionality of the Commission. Any disparity in the determination of remuneration between judges and magistrates is fundamentally problematic. The salaries of judges has been eroded over the past 10 years. They are called upon to do a serious job. They work long hours under less than ideal conditions, with little to no administrative support. If this matter is left unattended, it will increase the vulnerability of the judiciary to corruption and other influences. We must take proper care of our judiciary. The rule of law depends on it. We support the report.
Thank you. The MK.
Thank you, Chair. We wish to humbly submit that as the MK Party, we support the proposed increment on the remuneration payable to Constitutional Court judges and judges with effect from the 1st of April 2023 and the 1st of April 2024, respectively. Our support is motivated by the amount of dedication expressed by many judges in our country whose conduct is aimed at preserving integrity in our judiciary. Contrary to popular belief, judges also play a pivotal role in our country by developing common law, which, if properly developed, enhances the realization of social justice and human solidarity. Many socially impactful judgments have become a precedent which our people use as a tool to fight for the implementation and recognition of human rights. To illustrate this phenomenon, I just wish to remind the House about an old groundbreaking judgment delivered by the Constitutional Court in the case of the government of South Africa versus Irene Grootboom and others. In a unanimous decision written by Justice Jacob, it was noted that the Constitution, through Section 26 and 28, obliges the state to act positively to ameliorate the plight of the hundreds of thousands of people living under deplorable conditions throughout the country, and the state must provide access to housing, healthcare, sufficient food, water, and social security to those unable to support themselves and their dependents. I cite this judgment to emphasize the importance of judges in strengthening our democracy and protecting the correct interpretation of our Constitution and numerous legislations. They remain an integral facet of our constitutional democracy, whose fruits have not been tasted by many vulnerable groups in our society. Furthermore, we wish to emphasize a need for the judiciary to continue with protecting its independence as required by Section 165 of the South African Constitution, which states that the court are independent and subject only to the Constitution and the law, which they must apply impartially, and without fear, favor, or prejudice. Lamar S. Smith says, open quote, judicial abuse occurs when judges substitute their own political views for the law. To corroborate what S. Smith said, we unapologetically state that if some judges that we won't call by names were still going to stay longer in the judiciary, we're not going to support this proposed increment because their conducts have never convinced us that they protected the judiciary independence. Their conduct was starting to cause a great loss of confidence in the judiciary as we were starting to view them as judges of certain ANC factions. We, however, believe that the new Chief Justice, Justice Maya, will execute her constitutional responsibilities with high constitutional standards and due diligence. Lastly, if it was not of integrity preserved by the majority of judges in our country, this country would have long turned into a banana republic because the executive, formerly led by the ANC and presently led by the DA-ANC coalition, has successfully failed to lead with integrity and honesty. Like the tax
Thank you,
prophet
honorable
says,
member. Your time
when
has
a
now
king
expired.
moves into a palace,
Thank
he does
you,
not become a king, the
honorable
palace
member.
turns into a circus. I submit.
EFF.
Thank you, Chairperson. In terms of Section 2(1)A of the Judges' Remuneration and Conditions of Employment Act, judges are entitled to annual salaries, benefits, and adjustments as determined by the President after considering this independent Commission on Remuneration of Public Office Bearers. That's still a problem for us as EFF, that you have the executive who will determine the salaries of the judges, and it's encroaching on the issue of separation of powers. Therefore, we need to separate the two. So the sixth annual judiciary report for 2022-2023 in South Africa, which was issued by the former Chief Justice, casts a spotlight on the performance of the judicial functions, underscoring the judiciary's obligation to maintain transparency and accountability to the public. Chief Justice's recurrent failure to ensure annual publication of post-scrutiny hampers public trust and oversight. The delay compromises the public's right to timely information and genuine oversight by Parliament. So the report delineates the efficiency of various courts within the judicial system, only the higher courts. For instance, the Constitutional Court has finalized only 55% of its matters, a noticeable drop from 70% target. And this is not acceptable. And worse as well, despite these figures, the backlog in the labor court is alarming, with over 50% of 2022 cases still unresolved, halting new trial enrollments and exacerbating the situation. The judiciary, through the former Chief Justice, needed to be accountable to Parliament, like the public protectors, which are Chapter 9 institutions, which are also independent, and they are only, they should do their work without fear or favor. That section in the Constitution is akin and similar to Section 165 of the Constitution. We cannot have the judiciary which utilizes state resources and not come before this Parliament and account. Therefore, this needs to come to a stop. So Chief Justice, the former Chief Justice Zondo, wrote to the President decrying this 2.5%. This dispute which he made anyway won't make any sense, because we are saying we need a single judiciary. We need to close the gap between the magistrates and the judges, whilst acknowledging that judges play a very critical role. Indeed, we support the increase, that 2.5 increase for the 2 financial year, as the EFF. Our concern as well is that the current Chief Justice Maya stay away from politics. We've seen your predecessor addressing the funeral of the late Frank
Thank you,
Godard,
Honorable
which is not
Mokgobane. Your time
supposed
is
to be
now
the
run
role of
out.
the judges.
What's your
Stay away.
problem
Thank
with
you.
that addressing the funeral? What's your problem?
Honorable the Minister of Water and Sanitation, please stay muted on the virtual platform. The IFP,
Honorable Chairperson, the IFP fully supports the report. We do not declare. Thank you.
thank you. The PA,
Thank you, House Chairperson. No declaration from the PA and we fully support the report.
thank you. The FF Plus,
Thank you, House Chair. House Chair, through its constitutionally entrenched judicial authority, it's the judiciary's mandate, their duty to safeguard and protect the Constitution and its values, thus ensuring the consolidation of our democracy and a better life for all. Voorsitter, dis 'n reuse taak wat op die skouers van ons land se regters en veral grondwethof regters rus. 'n Taak wat nie ligtelik opgeneem kan word nie en 'n taak wat deur bekwame, belese en uiters professionele regslui verrig moet word. Die van u wat bekend is met regslui se fooie sal weet dat sulke individue meer as hulle pond vleis in die privaat sektor kan verdien en sal daarom verstaan dat ons voorsittende beamptes en die hoër howe van ons land dis behoorlik vergoed moet word ten einde hulle vaardighede vir die regbank te behou. If ever the saying, you get what you pay for, was true, it is in this case. The FF Plus therefore supports the recommendations by the committee. Thank you, House Chair.
thank you. Action SA,
Thank you, Chair. We support, but we would like to reiterate that the gap between magistrates and judges should be bridged, and as such, we support the differential increase because it cannot be bridged if the increases are the same. And judges have to stop competing with lowly paid magistrates who are key to clearing the backlog. And we also hope that the committee will look into why our cases take forever and the performance of the higher courts has gone down, and that needs to be looked into.
thank you. The ACDP,
Thank you, House Chair. House Chair, the ACDP does support this report, and as we know, courts are independent to the Constitution, and no person or organ of state may interfere with the function of the courts. Now, one of the most pressing issues is obviously the budget, the judiciary, which is determined by the Office of the Chief Justice. Now, just as the challenges arise with Parliament having our budget set by the department, by the Finance Department, clearly there's also a challenge with the judiciary having its budget determined by the Office of the Chief Justice and not the judiciary itself. And the second issue relates to the very pressing issue of the judiciary's institutional independence and the delay in finalizing that model. Now, we fully appreciate that the judiciary's patience in this regard is running out, given the very long delays in finalizing this model, and it doesn't appear that the executive is serious about this issue. Other African countries, judiciaries have even gone to court to force the executive to grant the judicial institutional independence that we've been speaking about for years. And we trust that that will not be necessary in South Africa and that model will be finalized in the 7th Parliament. Lastly, we are very concerned about the overburdened courts and the insufficient number of judges. If one has regard to the civil justice system in Gauteng, it is in a crisis. One has to wait up to 5 years before matter is heard. And we know that justice delayed is justice denied. So, Chairperson, we would urge that we in the Justice Portfolio Committee look at these issues during the upcoming BRRR process. And that having been said, we will support this report. I thank you.
thank you. The UDM, Rise Mzansi.
Mtshami wa xitulu na khensa nkarhi loko hi vulavula hi mhaka ya vaavanyisi I vanhu va nkoka ngopfu eka tiko ra hina. So loko hi vona xiviko lexi humaka ka komiti va kombisa ku ri no va lava ku tlakuseriwa muholo hi percent leti va nga vulavula hi tona. hi ri Rise Mzansi hi rhandza ku seketela xiviko xa komiti loko hi langutise mhaka ya miholo ya vavanyisi va tiko ra Afrika-Dzonga. Hi khensa swinene mutshami wa xitulu.
Thank you. Yeah, table staff, please. The translation services failed us again. And we really can't have that, but I think the House got the gist. Thank you, Honorable Garner. Maybe they didn't. Honorable Member.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Perhaps Honorable Chair can really relate to me what was the Honorable Member saying.
No, as I indicated, there was a failure of the translation services. The Deputy Speaker is dealing with it, as members will be aware. My apologies.
Okay, thank you, Chair. My last parting shot will be, these matters, as I've raised with you, can you please, guys, be better organized? For people at home to understand, and your people in particular, to understand what we are saying here. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Point taken. Bosa. ATM. Al-Jamaa. The NCC. The PIC. The UAT. Good. The ANC.
No, Chair, without any deterioration, the ANC supports. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable members, are there any objections to the adoption of the report of the Portfolio Committee on Justice and Constitutional Development, which recommends, amongst other things, the approval of the draft notice on the determination of remuneration of the Constitutional Court judges and other judges annually, with effect from 1 April 2023, as it appears on the order paper? No objections. Agreed to. Honorable Ntlangwini, maybe in future I should allow you, whenever I take the chair, to just rise on a point of warning, and then matters will run smoothly. Order, honorable members. I request that members stand and wait for the chair and the mace to leave the chamber. That concludes the business of the day, and the House is adjourned.